wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week 2 of VALORANT Challengers North America. We had an exciting week 1, a lot of new looks to these teams, a little bit of expectations now, and I'm sure this week is going to be just as exciting. My name is Sierra Dawn, and I'm here with the best looking desk. That's awesome. Hello, guys. Ash and Dan, how are you guys doing? Ash, it's been a bit. How are you doing?
It's been a while. I'm doing really well. I'm really excited to hop back over to this side of the pond for the 2025 season and join back on the NA crew. Hopefully everyone is accepting of my return, but I'm looking forward to seeing what this season brings because as we saw in week 1, there were so many changes from the end of 2024 to the teams that we're seeing now today.
It was such an exciting week 1, honestly. And of course, we welcome you back. So glad to have you here. Dan, last week the matches were exciting. It was, I don't know, everything I would want out of a week 1 here of our tier 2 scene.
It was really good. It was a mix of teams that we expected to be good to continue to look good for us to have those high expectations on this second week, third week as we move forward, but also having a couple of those upsets that I feel like we're going to talk about very soon. And this week we might have some more.
Yeah, you're not wrong about the very soon. Pulling up how week 1 went down. This was just crazy. I know going into it that there was quite a few new looks for some of these teams. Looking at the Shopify Rebellion Black, for example, who took that loss to Burger Boyz. Big welcomes to Shopify Rebellion Gold, but unable to make it past Trust and Plug. And other teams like YFP, SAD, M80, Ash getting off to a great start.
Yeah, I mean, M80 are looking incredible, but drawing those eyes back towards the upset that you were talking about a little bit earlier that Dan also kind of gave a nod to, particularly that Shopify Rebellion Black versus Burger Boyz matchup. That was, I think, a little bit of a shocker. You look at the Shopify Rebellion Black, you think, okay, maybe on paper, that's the team you expect to be the ones taking that series. But I think Burger Boyz are definitely an underdog when you consider their roster. And I'm really excited to see how they're going to fare up today against Rankers too.
It'll be really exciting. I think every single one of us on the desk and for the casters, if I'm recalling correctly, got that wrong in terms of our predictions. I don't think a lot of us saw that coming. So that's definitely going to be exciting to dive into for today, as Rankers versus Burger Boyz is going to be our very first match. And it's cool that we have kind of this underdog in Burger Boyz, considering how we thought that they were originally going to stack up, going up against Rankers, who are Stage 3 Challengers champions, coming in from last year, and it's super exciting to see them in this league environment as well. So going in first, talking about this Rankers team, Dan, Stage 3 champions. They've had one roster change since there, but this was a team that was electrifying to watch throughout that entire Stage 3 competition.
Yeah, that's why this is one of those teams where expectations are pretty high. It's a team that also came out of nowhere. If you were watching Stage 1 and Stage 2, then you see Stage 3, like, wait, what's going on? Who is this team? Honestly, you might recognize a few of these names if you haven't seen it on the main broadcast. I promise you're going to see them a lot more, like Inspired, like Extra, like Poppin', I think are the biggest highlights. But it's a team that is slowly making those improvements. I really like what they bring to this Challenger season, because it's their own new style, their own new like taste to what they want to do with these compositions, with these ideas, even if they end up being a little bit more standard sometimes.
I mean, you're talking about where the names might be familiar. If you don't recognize them from broadcast, you might recognize them on the top of the ranked leaderboard. That's the whole thing with this team, is they're absolute ranked demons. So to see them kind of shake up the challenger scene is so exciting. And talking about our first ranked demon here, our Yoru one trick. I mean, Ash, we got to talk about Exter. He is so exciting to watch. He was popping off last time and staying true to his ways, and it's working out.
I think that's a big thing with a player like this. When you see someone like able to one trick an agent, especially a Yoru, which is such like a high skill ceiling agent, there's so many mechanics and stylistic personality that almost gets injected into that playstyle because of the comfort that they're able to find, and he's able to pump out these numbers. And it's kind of interesting to see how Rankers is able to even just like build this roster around a player that is going to be on that Yoru, because he's always going to be that secondary duelist. You're always going to be seeing, for the most part, a double duelist composition. And even on maps like Split, they actually sacrifice the initiator here for Rankers. It's working out well for them, but I do wonder where the depth ends up being for this roster as the season goes on.
I love double duelist. I'm a big fan of it. And honestly, out of all the one tricks that you can have on the duelist role, I think this is one of the funnest ones, because you get to see a Yoru that is so obnoxious, so annoying to deal with. Even if you're used to playing it, we're seeing right now a meta in North America where teams are opting for this Yoru. But even if you're used to playing it in scrims, playing it a few times, everybody has their own taste with it. And Exter, he knows exactly how he wants to play it. It doesn't matter how much you prep for it, you never know what he's going to do next.
Especially sometimes you see a team go to a double duelist with the duelist that maybe is not as well versed on the Yoru, and things kind of fall flat a little bit. So to have someone so well versed and absolutely just crushing it at any point has really worked wonders for this team. And next up to talk about for Rankers, we got to talk about IGL Poppin'. So this is someone in their own right that I bought the guide. I think I've been a little bit better since then, but really been able to show up in the server. Quite a few different looks. Then last week, we got to see him more on that initiator role, but being able to call and have that trust of the teammates too, I don't know, it's such a cool thing for this team.
It's really nice, and it really compares and it really contrasts to what we just talked about in Exter, where he's only playing the Yoru across all 3 maps that they played last week. And then you have Poppin' kind of playing everything. You said mostly the initiator, right? Playing a little bit of that Teho, getting a taste of what that's going to look like, but also going on the Soba, going on the Viper. So this is an IGL that is very flexible, and you can tell he's just trying to have his team be really comfortable, play whatever they want, and he's gonna adapt around and on the fly. And throughout the season, I feel like we're gonna see that a lot more.
Yeah, he's also really young IGL too. I think he's around like what 20 here for Poppin. So I think it's pretty incredible to see like that flexibility that he's able to provide to the team from a young age, on top of the leadership skills there as well. And it also just ties in so well with the fact that you're going to see him, you know, doubled up, paired up with KaneZera, since that is what allows Eggster, who we were just talking about earlier, to actually go out and do his own thing.
I love too in that little highlight reel that we got the little knife kill with the attempted defuse of the spike. That's a violation right there. But hey, this team has fun at the server, and it's always so much fun to see. And now we got to talk on the flip side of things. The team that maybe looked a bit more of the underdog in last week's series, but certainly showed up in a really big way. It is Burger Boyz. Also love that name, by the way. But looking a little bit further into this team, even if maybe there was a little bit of disrespect put on them last week, Dan, these are players that have been around. Like, this isn't totally out of the blue. There is a lot of seniority in this team.
Well, that is the cool thing about Challengers right now, is that we're having a lot of these. I mean, it's not even new names, like you said, but new teams that we're still getting to know. We're still getting to show on the main broadcast, and this is one of them. Burger Boyz, like you said. People kind of make fun of the name, and then you look at their roster, you might not recognize them. It's like, yeah, obviously Shopify Rebellion Black is gonna win that. And I mean, they had a different story to tell. Another team that is also playing and running with a few different ideas that are really nice. They're going with these standard compositions, but having just slight changes here and there. And that is kind of what is helping out so well. I mean, we're gonna talk about it soon, but the head-to-head with the two duelists, I'm excited to see it.
When the head-to-head is so exciting that we're trying to get ahead of ourselves here. We got a couple more boxes to tick off first. Talking about seniority on this team. Someone who's been around for a bit. Got to talk about Retro. Showing up big in last week's series. But Ash, this is someone as well that if you look back at all the matches that he's had, all the different teams, like, he has this experience. So this is exciting to see, especially with this new roster.
I think that is what's really cool too, is when you are looking at these Challengers players and players like Retro, the fact that he's been on a myriad of teams within the tier 3, tier 2 scene, it gives him that experience of being able to kind of learn how to play with a lot of different kind of play styles, which I think is really important for an initiator player, especially because you kind of get adjusted to maybe different pacings, timings, etc. And he just does so well to both support his team, but also frag out on top of that utility that he's throwing out for them as well.
Yeah, and the first part of our little head-to-head that Dan is so excited to talk about, next up we have to talk about Bonnie. So I was curious about Bonnie going into this, considering Bonnie doesn't have the same wealth of experience that maybe Retro has. But Bonnie, I mean, Dan, this is great stuff to see from this duelist.
Yeah, it's nice to see you running and playing. Just last week, we got to see a little bit of this race on Split. That was really nice. You can more than anything, I like the support that the team is giving Bonnie for success. And then you see him in other maps wanting to experiment a little bit more, going with the Yoru. But I think the race overall is one of the ones that you really need to be paying attention to on this match, because it's very likely we are going to see it a lot.
Yeah, 100%. Though I am excited at the possibility that, you know, Yoru is in Bonnie's agent pool, so hopefully a little bit of that. I'm excited. But honestly, this Raze gameplay, Ash, has just been top notch. So I wouldn't be too upset to see a lot more of that coming out today.
No, definitely not. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes head to head with KaneZera on the side of rankers. So it'll be, I think, pretty electric in the server today. And when you look at this head to head here between Eggster and Bonnie, again, you've got the Yoru one trick, the depth that he's able to pull out with how he has like those crazy plays, how he can always consistently take you by surprise. But then there's the consistent explosivity out of Bonnie that always has really great follow-ups from Retro, being that initiator, the one that's usually following side by side. If he's on that sky, he's going to be flashing Bonnie in. And our eyes are really going to be drawn towards the fact that these are two very different players with what their roles are actually within this team, because Eggster is a bit more of that disruption and Bonnie is more so that player that you're really looking to be the tip of the spear.
The thing here is I know we have this because we want to talk about the Euro and maybe the Euro versus Euro on this match, but that map of Pearl where we saw him on the Euro, where we saw Bunny on the Euro, it was not the greatest. It was a 13-3 that they ended up taking, and that half they could only get one defense round. So that's what I'm saying. More likely than not, you're gonna be seeing him on the Raze in Pearl. I feel like they should not let as an opportunity to play.
Hey, well, we'll see if they've changed anything from last week or if it even shows up in the pool, as we do have our map picks and bans ready for today's series. Both of these teams last week were playing all 3 maps. They got that wealth of experience. And yeah, I mean, Dan, you called out the Pearl, the Euro that didn't work so well. Burger Boyz banning it out, and we're going to Haven first.
That map of Haven is nice. Only Rankers played it last week on the first opening match of this season. And it's where we start talking about these compositions, about this double duelist, about what Extra can do on the Euro, especially because we don't really see it very often. We saw EMEA running this composition, Fnatic running it last year with the Euro and the ISO. And it kind of works out because it's a competition that fits the team, but also fits the meta because it's not the greatest to deal with.
Hey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I think we kind of expect like the Haven and the Split to come out, right? Because they do share like a very similar map pool between these two teams. But my eyes do have to be drawn towards the Abyss in particular here. All things considered, yeah, we've seen Burger Boyz on this map before, but this has been untouched so far by Rankers. So it's going to be, I'm curious to see what they have to pull out when the meta has been developing in such a very in such a creative way. I feel like every single team has a very different approach to this map.
I feel like I'm willing to bet that Rankers are going to bring out, I don't know, a Yoru on Abyss, even if we haven't seen it so far. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, Dan.
They will though.
Dan.
I know.
Hey, and exciting news if we want to see Bonnie Euro Redemption. Last time that we did see Burger Boyz play on this, even if it wasn't in Challengers, it was also the Euro, and to a lot better of a fare than their performance on Pearl. So, you know, we could have an interesting face-off there. But first off, Haven. I think this is really fun too when you're looking on the side of Rankers, Dan, because this is not even just the single duelist. This is that double duelist with Kane Zera going last time for the ISO.
Yeah, again, running with this double duelist composition, that is really good. Fnatic showed it last year. We're starting to see a little bit more of it for other teams, whether it's Challengers, maybe at the very tops, but it's very specific. Like, it has to be, it's not something that you're going to see turn into the meta, probably ever, but it's just, okay, does the team fit this style? I mean, recently we saw it on Pacific being played. It was Meteor playing the ISO. So you have these different opportunities where if you have some insane aim like Rankers do, you can get away with it.
They can get away with so much with their aim. It's nuts. But I'm not disrespecting Burger Boyz this week whatsoever. But with the official predictions, even if I'm not disrespecting Burger Boyz at all, I did still have to pick Rankers. I mean, being here throughout their stage 3 performance, seeing them go from this team that we didn't really recognize to, oh my goodness. I mean, Dan, we're aligned here. We had to pick them.
Honestly, I didn't know what to put. I was checking what everybody was voting for, and I was like, where's the majority at? And it was pretty even. So it was not the easiest one to make, but I think I want to go with Rankers. I love when I see a double duelist composition, I gotta be a fan of. Also, can I just say this looks like a team roster announcement? Like, are we about to play the match?
Yeah,
I'm down.
Are we pulling up? Are we pulling up in the server right now?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm ready. Yeah. We can hit the double duelist together, right, Dan? You hit the Reyna, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll hit the Raze. But yeah, no, I agree with Dan. I had a really hard time choosing between these two teams for this prediction. My heart did have to go with Burger Boyz though. One, your girl loves an underdog story. But two, I know that Alvin didn't have necessarily the best showing last week, but over the past 2 years, I've seen him be a Lanimal at a couple of Toronto events, and I gotta say, he's made a fan out of me.
I mean, you said that you love an underdog story in this, but considering the performance last week, are we still counting Burger Boyz as an underdog, you know?
I think
maybe.
in the grand scheme of things, realistically, when you look at some of the other rosters, some of like the big names that are out there, especially looking towards like M80, the expectations for the TSM roster as well. These
Yeah.
are faces that have been around the scene, but haven't necessarily always been noted as like the top echelon of tier 2.
I think that's such an interesting point too, though, when you look back at then rankers, considering it's except for stage 3, a lot of that same story, right? So
Mhm.
I feel like that's pretty cool in the grand scheme of things here. But of course, all great stories, we got to build up to that. We have to let the players get ready, get in the server. So quick little break here, get some water. We'll be back in a moment with Burger Boyz versus rankers.
One in their pride in what you have done. I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Thanks everyone for bearing through a short break, but we are back getting ready for Rankers versus Burger Boyz. First map of the series. This one's going to be Rankers pick, and we are going to Haven. So we talked about that double duelist coming out from Rankers, and Ash, last time we saw Burger Boyz on this, it wasn't in Challengers, but it was a loss with a little bit more of a traditional comp. So I'm intrigued if they're going to switch anything up today.
I think there's always a world where Burger Boyz is going to switch things up because they do kind of lean into almost like a more puggy play style in a sense. They have a lot of flexibility with how they've been looking to shake things up. They've
Yes.
already changed their composition like three times historically. When you're looking towards a more recent, oh wait, yeah, three times historically. So I do think there is a world where we can see that come through. Obviously, the neon has kind of fallen off of favor on Haven. That's why we see them leaning back towards that jet. But then you're talking about the double duelist coming out from rankers and kind of like the juxtaposition between these two compositions and what it does allow, I think it works really well for rankers because they just have a bunch of honestly, they have a bunch of fraggers on their team. Like Kinzera just wants to go and take those duels. You've got Eggster, obviously, that's the one trick Yoru situation. For Burger Boyz, though, I don't necessarily see them leaning as much into that double duelist composition. I don't think it really matches their playing style. I think they're more focused on being able to have the two initiators assisting Bonnie as much as possible on his engagements.
Yeah.
I mean, heading into our agent select now, when we're talking about, hey, this is a rankers that can just, well, they can aim and get the kills, they probably don't care what they're going to be going up against. So this is going to be all on Burger Boyz and what they feel most comfortable with at the agents and how they kind of want to approach this map for today. And I think maybe a little bit more indication of, hey, whether we are going to be putting this as more of that underdogs that we've been kind of talking about, or if they're going to be one of those teams that's a little bit more on the forefront of that innovation, staying ahead of the curve and everything. So heading in, Burger Boyz. Okay, Dan, same thing coming out from their end.
You were hyping it up so much for a crazy change, and of course, it is the standard composition of Haven for Burger Boyz.
The gamble didn't pay off.
Yeah, and at least we can look at rankers, and it's like, okay, there's some nice things going on over here. I mean, we talked about the Yoru, we talked about the ISOM, what they're able to do, and I really like rankers for that reason. They are that team that, it's not, I mean, we used to have a Valorant meta where teams were adapting to what everybody else was doing, just counter-shotting a lot. Rankers are, I feel like, never going to do that. They're running their composition, they're running their duelist, they're running the Yoru, and just, maybe winning this first map.
All right. I mean, Ash, you predicted Burger Boyz here, not switching up the comp, going up against this double duelist. Final thoughts?
I'm liking it. I think you've got a lot of support to help Bonnie try and close those gaps.
All right. So Burger Boyz versus Rankers. This is both teams taking that win in that first week. Rankers, the Stage 3 champions, looking to try and defend that, but we'll see how they play up against this team with this wealth of experience. So time to get started. Head over to Haven and head over to your casters, Lemon and Nerds. Take it away.
Hey everybody, we got week 2 beginning today with 2 undefeated teams, and we had to create content for y'all. We got the content creation squad of Rankers versus the boys that like burgers, maybe becoming men today. Nerds, I'm excited, but maybe Burger Boyz won't be for Haven.
I mean, when you're going up against such a comp, you see the comfortability that we have out of Rankers, you've got to be a little nervous. You know, we saw, I mean, Ash talked about it, Dryad talked about it, where the comfortability aspect of Burger Boyz, they weren't the most like successful with it when they brought it up on the desk. So it's going to be a battle of, I would say, comfort over strategy. Is Burger Boyz going to deliver us a beautifully stacked up meal, or is it going to be, you know, falling apart a little bit? Is the lettuce off to the side, or is the sauce not placed correctly here, right?
We're hoping to get the sauce. Okay. And we were already talking about like which players were which ingredients, and that's all great and good. I'm worried. Red alert. I'm putting so much stress on the fact I can't believe we're on Haven. This is by far Ranker's best map, and they're about to show us how. I hope I didn't curse this. Already fault lining in. You got the ISO shield, and Eggster fumbled the bag a little bit. Now you got smokes, people staggering in, and Rankers have to fight tooth and nail just for the site. But Bonnie will keep the door shut. Big number advantage for the defensive side with Inspire, the last one left, holding over on Garage side, and gets run over on pistol round. Burger Boyz take the first one.
I like the idea out of Rankers. You have that stun, you push in together. It's really nice coordination. But something that, you know, the little X factor in the back of your mind is that Alvin and Bonnie, very clean on the holds. Alvin, I think I mentioned in our little talks, Lemon, they're like the site holder, the kind of second fragger that you see on this team. Not only being a Lanimal in Toronto with Ash, but also down in South Beach in Florida when they went onto some local lands. They are a player that you do need to keep an eye on alongside Bonnie. That's a synergy that I really want to see. And now, heading into the anti-eco, I think Rankers are just going to try and find value here. Generate something out of nothing.
That's the hope. When it comes to Rankers, they're not a team that leans so heavily on flashes and all this util. It's really just about the dueling capabilities, and that's why they've loved the Sova, the Tejo to flush out people from these corners, and Kane's just gonna find the back of someone's head. A little bit of sleep at the wheel. Now Burger Boyz have to worry about what's going on at C, and they won't be able to see what's on the other side of that smoke. So should be a free plant for Rankers. Keep in mind, Inspire can go for a backstab here depending on how eager he is. Probably gonna wait for comms, wait for the break-in from Burger Boyz. And of course, Rankers keep an eye on Garage. So how are Burger Boyz gonna fill in? Well, the smoke's already down. Kane just spotted them walking by. You got the aftershock. Rankers have just given up the site and are flanking around, just surrounding them and picking them apart, but the defuse is being held, and Burger Boyz are just gonna get around.
I like the strategy to play to contain. I just think Extra going down into Garage super early there was a little bit of a question mark in my mind. Truly a ranked strategy rather than like a set play, because you'd expect like to contain Garage control, try and contain the players. It's a really nice angle to pop out of, especially if you're playing as Yoru. So in my mind, like seeing this sort of unfold in the wrap, like we even see on the replay, Extra's walking down to try and play from long, but the timing's just not there. Like if you want to send a TP or something, it would make a little bit more sense. But that is a round that statistically Rankers was not likely to win, as they fast pop out for Burger Boyz, taking mid control early.
What is Bonnie up to? Well, I'm more caring about this Rankers bulldozer. The ISO shield pop, Garage suppressed, and Rankers going for the plant. But, well, Retro was trying to be proactive, trying to be preventative, and Rankers will still be successful with the objective for now. And they've got the weaponry, and they've got the first pick. Bonnie's left all on their own, and it's a 4K for Kanezera to end that round.
And this is where this comp shines, Lemon, just going in, brawling, taking those fights. They have the better weaponry. They have Kanezera with the shield. They have Kanezera with their ultimate, and that's kind of what you got to rely on here for Rankers. Going into this next rifle round, though, I'm excited to see how Rankers are going to play into this. We have Inspire setting up for a lurk towards A, trying to contest lobby control early. That is something people generally fight for. We have a setup from Burger Boyz, fairly standard stuff, 2-2-1 with a breach stun into lobby. It should be a fight towards B, though. We have 4 players set up. You have Pop in the IGL with the spike, and they're not fighting for it. They're playing a lot slower than I anticipated. But almost like that's a good thing in some senses.
Yeah. Looking forward to that kill contract too. We need like the contract sign gift that every caster posts on Twitter, because I want Kane to deliver. He is, I would say, mostly successful. I didn't want to say always. That's a strong word. Okay, depends who you meet on the other side of the aisle, and Rankers have definitely dialed back the aggression. I mean, they're standing up and saying, "Come at me, bro," down C long. And this is to pull someone into that kill contract. So it's Kane versus Alvin. Peekaboo, you're dead. And Rankers already have number advantage and sight control. Couldn't be better than this.
And we talked about how Alvin was like a really big piece of this puzzle. And now look who's the piece of the puzzle. Inspire! Huge play from Inspire there.
He's insane. This has been the Senti to watch when it comes to challengers, and Kane finishes it off with a cherry on top. You gotta be careful of where Inspire's gonna be lurking in these rounds.
And in my mind, I'm here thinking like, you know, Alvin, we talked about how they've had some, you know, staggering performances, and we're seeing them sort of developing within this Haven map. And then just Inspire comes from the side and truly is the Cypher. Truly is like, yeah, so sneaky. And manages to find a beautiful 3K lock in this round. And you even see Burger Boyz is aware of Inspire, but doesn't really matter when you have Kanezera there to trade you and play with you, and you have this ranked mentality of go kill.
Rankers are very confident in their mechanical skill. That's why they, like I said, don't really need util. They'll stand up and see long and demand you to challenge them. But Retro just gets to walk up A short like that and gets a free sheriff kill. You gotta be careful of Burger Boyz able to pick up those guns, but they can't. Rankers will defend and continue their march towards A.
This definitely highlights the way Rankers play. If Kanezera can't do it, Extra can. Trade 1-for-1 on site, but at the end of the day, the fight's still over here. You're overwhelmed with numbers and utility. Still really huge on Burger Boyz to get some of those rifles away. But something to note is you need to get multiple rounds like this. It's 3 in a row. Burger Boyz have the loss bonus. They have the money potentially to build up into this. You see the op out of Bonnie. But at the end of the day, Rankers can still snowball this because they do better on the rifles traditionally than potentially on the pistol and the bonus.
I'm loving this op buy especially And I like the play on like the kind of save, the eco round that Burger Boyz had. They wanted to go for a big pinch play to take away those weapons. Didn't work out. And hey, the cope is that the round was close. And now with this off buy, going back to that point, I love it because Rankers have been hitting C a lot.
Yeah.
And they want to try and kind of stack that part of the map more. Now the op's going to sit in garage, and Burger Boyz are pretty pushed up.
Oh, and it's just Matt, right? The IGL is on an island towards A. We don't see the B setup from Breach. So the moment if A gets popped into this, we have the dimensional drift. It's going to be, I wouldn't say a nightmare to retake, but it's going to be very difficult. Matt's been spotted. They have full info on the site here. They should get into very solid post-plant positions. And look at where Extra is with full utility, mind you. They have 2 flashes still and their clone.
Yeah, I was clutching my pearls if Extra was going to come out of stealth to assassinate Matt. And you saw Matt put that thing in reverse. Like, he heard the dimensional drift and just wanted no part of that. You got a 5-man retake, though, for Burger Boyz. And the op handed over to Retro so Bonnie can dash in and give Rankers the business, but they're all looking forward at the exact entryway. Burger Boyz have someone in heaven. That's that Sova to try and get a recon, to get some better info, to see just how close Rankers are. And Exter, the doorman, removed at the front. And it's Ion and Inspire in a 2v2. Retro still with the op. And Ion swings and dances against cover so well to give Rankers the win.
And again, Rankers show us how they like to brawl, how they like these fisticuffs. Extra was getting proactive onto CT, taking that space. I do think the proactivity countered by Burger Boyz, having Matt drop down and push in so they have a potential pinch on any of the players, is very beautiful, right? We're starting to see some moments of excellence out of Burger Boyz. But with this 4-round win streak mounting 4 Rankers here, it's building confidence in their strategy. It's kind of cementing in our minds that this is a map for Rankers. This is a map that they are really comfortable on. Now, heading into another eco, we don't expect too much. I love the fight for a lobby here again, because it got them so much value previously on their ecos. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Raker's already aware of this. I mean, they're going to be slowed down by the smoke nonetheless. Kind of a nice paranoia, though, and it is going to cause some chaos with the ISO shield. Rankers will get first blood and continue, but despite losing Poppin, you deny Burgers from grabbing any of those rifles, which is what's important. Kane Zera still going to lead the charge for Rankers. Alvin lurking in the shadows, going to pop out and surprise, but doesn't land the critical headshot he needed with the Sheriff. Did get the surprise, caught Kane Zera reloading. That could have been a good chance to weaken Kane's just ranked Rankers in general. But this is quite the streak that this offense is on.
Speaking of from the shadows, we actually see Alvin has from the shadows available. Doubt that's going to be the key. We do see a lot more ultimates stacked in Burger Boy's favor for these retakes, which have been, I would say, kind of a problem. Perfect timeout coming out here. The Metocracy is live and ready. Matt, again, the IGL. I did steal that from Keg Shouts, who I do have to give a shout to about the Metocracy. And this will hopefully be the kind of change of pace, the momentum swing for Burger Boyz that we need to see. How are we using these ultimates for the retake? Where are we placing this? Retro is most likely going to be a huge key alongside Matt to not only deny the plant, but also entry on the retake and allow Bonnie to set up for success.
Absolutely. I like that Burger Boyz, they're not afraid to just let Rankers take the site and for Burger Boyz to have their entire team ready for that retake, as you said. So perfectly fine. If it's going to be an A hit, leave it. If it's going to be B or C, you can pinch from both sides. And I'm really looking at Retro to make that big play with the Rolling Thunder. This is what you're going to be to draw Rankers in to the site. Use Rolling Thunder in. What?
The Rolling Thunder. The Rolling Thunder.
Okay,
it should bring the thunder against Rankers, because Rankers, we talked a lot about the Burger Boyz. They're the ones that call the timeout. They're the ones with the stacked ultimates. On the flip side, we do have counter aggression. Kane Zera takes a 1v1 on Retro if they can find a read or if they completely avoid them. It's going to be really huge to sway the momentum back in Rankers' favor, keep that 6-2 alive, keep the pressure on these rifle rounds, and just build into the fact that Rankers is dominant on Haven.
The Bonnie op shifted to C, just unlucky to shift away, and the kill contract misses. Great dash from Bonnie, but is going to need some help. Senti by their side, and oh, the upshot right through the ISO shield, and now the Hunter's Fury to flush out the rats from the site, and it's a 5v3 to kick things off. Rankers, they just never start off on a bad foot.
And who's to say that, Rankers don't have strategy? That was brilliant. We saw a Hunter's Fury going in. Sure, Kane Zero whiffed on their ultimate, but it allowed them to say, hey, wait, nobody is on plat. Let's just send Eggster down, pop this ultimate, give Eggster supporting fire. Eggster is brilliant on their own, and boom, the site collapses. You have Inspire working their way into Garage, and now we have 6 on the half for Rankers. They've locked that in, and they are nowhere near stopping their roll. Oh, man. And there's that TP I was talking about. It's just so brilliant to see how they layer utility together, even as a ranked squad.
And I could see that Burger Boyz are trying to change it up and adapt. They know Rankers are confident enough to extend out of sights in the post plant. So Burger Boyz are trying to check the corners, and they're still losing those duels. So Burger Boyz are falling more and more behind now with another eco round of a lot of sheriffs, a lot of ults. Do you want to invest it in a very slow, quiet start for Rankers, as they've been given free range of A long? No one's watching that for Burger Boyz.
I feel like at this point, it's definitely going to be the 7-2. It's how many can Burger Boyz take down with you? And with Nanners falling on the site and Inspire taking entry, it's just kind of a 1-for-1, I guess. Okay. Good on Alvin. Picks up some more. But
I think there was a small desync between Nanners and Bonnie because they were both on site, and Nanners looked like he wanted to use the cages to, well, try and brawl things out, go for something, and Bonnie had left, so I'm wondering if the two would have stayed there. He could have traded. I don't know who was wrong, who was in the right, but you got to stick together,
I think they just got overwhelmed more than anything, right? The pressure. We'll see more in the replay here. Beautiful sync here, but just the way that we see it, we see Burger Boyz trying to play coordinated. Alvin going with Retro on the retake to hold across out of CT, and it just falls apart because there's raw aggression out of Rankers just clicking on heads in the immortal words of Bren.
Look how much map control Rankers are allowed to get over on the A side, and I'm liking that, Bonnie. Okay, you're gonna hit A this many times in a row, but do you know the flank is coming? Well, there is going to be a tripwire that'll reveal Bonnie's flank, and Rankers not going to waste any time. Just getting on the site.
I honestly thought Bonnie would try and jump around it or updraft and create some sort of pinch play, but it didn't work. There's that ultimate to stop them.
Yeah, and Rankers still have to group up, and extending out of the site is Inspire. Who expects someone to just sit there? None other than Rankers, none other than Inspire, but Retro was there for the trade, but you still are at a deficit. Rolling Thunder at the ready, but with smokes, you're just walking in blind, literally. Now the vulnerable from the ISO just makes things easier for Rankers to hold down the fort. Retro ideally would love to keep this Vandal with the state of the economy that the defense is in, but is still gonna have to drop it, unfortunately.
I could see the vision out of Burger Boyz to get aggro into mid, go for a flank, try and play to contain them on the site so you can pop the Rolling Thunder and the ultimate. The vision's there. But in execution, Rankers just decide, no, we're gonna brawl ahead of you. Like, Inspire single-handedly just read into it. It was like, I'm just gonna push in. They got the 3K. Sure, they fall, but it doesn't even matter, because you're playing so proactive on the Ranker side and being like so round for round that you kind of stunt how Burger Boyz wants to play.
We call that we wish that Bonnie found a way to break that tripwire to get Rankers to turn around. And even if you don't show yourself to, well, first blood, that is how you show yourself. And we needed Bonnie to be more confident in that mid courtyard. But you got Dimensional Drift, Rankers have already taken C, and there's a smoke standing in Burger Boy's way, off the Paranoia, off the Rolling Thunder. They emerge, and Rankers are just barely holding them at bay. It's been a 3K already for Bonnie this round, and this is a real chance for Burger Boyz to get a much needed round on the board. It's a 2 versus 1. But a Vandal, Hero Vandal for Bonnie, as Eggster plays with all his utilities, teleports in, had the flash, but Bonnie had had Nanners back.
Honestly, that was so close to going awry. that it like got me on the edge of my tippy toes here, right? I was like, oh my gosh. But the plan sort of worked better on this round for the B hit. We see Bonnie drawing first blood, as well as taking that space out of Garage and really being ahead of the game. Inspire's lurks have been so good, and finding the timings on them is important. So with Inspire out of the question here, and with the rest of the team funneled down long, Burger Boyz had a really good shot of winning. But there's that X factor yet again. Eggster was in the back of everyone's mind. And when you're playing like that, and you have Eggster potentially popping off out of nowhere, it creates some panic for Burger Boyz.
Yeah, Burger Boyz definitely the ones panicking with where the last round of the half, and this is quite the deficit. But Bonnie, super explosive in that last round, helps them get back on their feet. It's popping. This is like one of the few times I've seen rankers actually go for info, and they got a ping on Bonnie. He's gonna try to draw them into a bait position where Matt can capitalize. Now rankers have already shot down some trips, so you got Burger Boyz having to pay attention to what's going down at B. They have no vision there. And Nanners just needs a corpse to give them that info. And Ion turns away at the worst moment, and I think got blinded. Either way, rankers are down one.
Again, the proactivity here, the call from Matt to be like, we're taking lobby control, but C is now entirely empty. Nanners is alone down CT. We have someone inserted on the B side already towards Gong. So realistically, it still is 50-50 either way.
The boys wrapping around through B, and then you just got Kate, who lurks back here. Like, isn't that the amount of times you're going to be questioning that? Rankers can always depend on Eggster. 3 on site with Kane coming around through B side. That is a pain sandwich, and it's a 9-3 half for Rankers.
I'm sweating burgers right now. It's got to be the case. Like, I'm just sweating burgers because that round looked like it could be in either way. But the fact that KaneZera was allowed to stay towards Gong, we saw Retro trying to go for the refrag and failing. It just didn't work out on the timing. Well, Ion's got to be reeling off that one. And there it is, that Gong play alongside Eggster. It's these two duelists really carrying the momentum for Rankers, and Burger Boyz has no answer. Now that they're on the attack side, should be a little bit easier to call. Potentially, it's like, hey, they're most likely playing retake. They're most likely playing aggro in one lane, and we can probably fight and be that sort of pug play style that Rankers is to counter them. But at the end of the day, with all these mental gymnastics, Lemon, it's mental gymnastics. Rankers is just going to shoot them.
For sure. And with the flashes off of Retro, can already see Rankers not wanting to be front and center in front of it in terms of playing actually on the site of C. They're going to try and maybe get a cutoff at Garage that's currently unsmoked while kind of playing double duty. Ion is also having their responsibility of watching mid, but the noise has already been made and Burger Boyz have planted. Jet smoke's in place and Burger Boyz don't have any info. They're going to use the drone to get info on Garage, and Rankers have multiple angles, but they've already taken some damage just trying to creep through that smoke.
I mean, they're going to be ready for a re-hit, right? It's the retake, rank mentality.
Oh, and the ping through. Oh, man. Eggster never chokes those. That's crazy. Pretty even matchup so far. And the ISO shield leads the way, and Kane, just a bullet sponge, delivers the killing blow to Burger Boyz, who only have Retro left. The defuse halfway just needs to prevent it, get a shot onto the Sova, but man, the friendship levels are too big on Ranker's side.
All I can think of right now is just KaneZera is 21-6, and that is a stat line that is insane, especially this early on in a best of 3. And I had high hopes for this to go to a game 3, but KaneZera has just been dominating on Haven. And teams are 1,000% going to be starting to notice this. Because look at this pro, like just immediately, KaneZera is just like, all right, well, if Inspire goes down, I'm going to immediately swing off this and take the fights and be prepared. And I don't know how Burger Boyz is to counter this, right?
Well, someone has to stop Bonnie with the SMG. It's just too deadly. From the high ground, drops behind and through all the cages. It's so chaotic, but this is maybe where Burger Boyz can surprise Rankers, and they have a 4 versus 1 with Canaries by from Poppin. Gonna be a tough one to retake with. But Burger Boyz need every round they can get.
And while I was out here theorizing, these guys were doing, because if you're getting pushed back and if you are getting this super chaotic cluster, a milkshake in the diner, you're getting just absolutely bamboozled, why not jump in deeper? They just ran into C-Site and were like, we're going to take fights. Bonnie, just go and take them down. And it works. And I think that's beautiful.
Being able to carry a lot of these weapons into the bonus, huge for Burger Boyz to just stack an economy to now you're kind of focusing on the long game. And you have to really play perfect from here on out. So Rankers have sheriffs across the board and maybe actually play someone stacked into C. That's where Inspire is going to have trips, have cameras, and actually go for early info. Inspire's pushing down deep into C, and you even got some presence down A long. It does not favor the defense, though.
And again, they're just going to be fighting for it, right? Because they managed to pick up that thrifty round victory. I mean, semi-thrifty. They did buy into it. It's going to allow them so much more. And Bonnie taking a page out of the ranked mentality of like, hey, I'm just going to go in off utility. Not necessarily having like an insane set strategy or something super oomphy, but we're just going to go and shoot. And it works. It works so well against a team that's also going to have that mentality.
Rankers were going to be at a disadvantage nonetheless, just off the weaponry, but they're already starting to take more space around the map just in the early round, like we pointed out, pushing down A long, pushing down C. And I think Burger Boyz are becoming more cognizant of these random pushes, and you kind of got to expect the unexpected for Rankers. They're not going to hit you with this crazy combo of utility. It's just going to be duels, and Burger Boyz got to lock in if they want to put a dent into Rankers.
True duelist mentality, immediately whipping out the flex and having a fun time. But Bonnie, by the way, talking about said duelist, coming alive almost of their own. In a do or die scenario, we're starting to see Bonnie thriving with the kills and with the pushes. They are building up into this. The sandwich is getting stacked, so to say. And exactly what you want out of this player, to have confidence against a team that has been dominating you.
An outlaw buy like that from Bonnie. And Burger Boyz are the team to watch this week, in my opinion, just off of like how the desk talked about that upset against Shopify Rebellion Black. And those are some very experienced, very talented, accomplished players. And now Rankers are a different beast, though. How you prepare against, Challengers teams and how you prepare against Rankers are two different beasts altogether. And Burger Boyz are pretty traditional on their approach, and well, especially to Haven. And just avoiding this map in general is something they're going to have to put in their notes. This is Rankers' best map. Well, let's see what Bonnie can do. Pop in the ult, getting the attention of Rankers over at C. And this is going to be the updraft, the dash in, focuses on that Senti. Ion was blocked off by the smoke, and Rankers still collapse on the duelist. The follow-up from Burger Boyz just wasn't fast enough, not good enough. And Retro falls last, and Rankers get up to 11.
Just, I would even say a bit unlucky in terms of the stack, because you saw the re-entry. Bonnie was coming alive. We're talking about the setup for this player. They have the Blade Storm, they have the Outlaw, the energy, and it just gets collapsed upon, right? Because at the end of the day, Zera, they've been in this scenario before. You're queuing up late at night, and somehow there's a burst of energy from the enemy team. And you're like, you know what? I just win. Right? You're truly playing as ISO mains should. And at this point, we really have to see some calls from Matt, some sort of change of pace from them. They have the Hunter's Fury. They can get the bomb down. They still have weaponry. They're not out of this game by any means.
And you just know Zera is going to try and bait someone into this gold contract like they've done before. Just doing any kind of noise. But having a judge in it? I'm ready. I like it. Like, we got some content creators. Of course, we're going to see some content being created. Okay. But Rankers approaching through A short, very forward at the front door at A main. And Burger Boyz You're smoked off. Bonnie could be isolated here. Still gonna dash in. It's a fault line that hits Poppin. Burger Boyz have a window to execute, but can't find the targets. Not until reinforcements have arrived. Bonnie gets into cover on time. Alvin will pick up the first blood, and Burger Boyz will trade blow for blow, but reinforcements on the way through the B side. Nanners will call that out. On the post plant, you're really working with crumbs. Those are some sturdy crumbs. Look at Matt and Bonnie. Okay, I was like, that's not a friend. It's maybe friend shaped, but it's not a friend. 2v2.
And just, I love the mid-round call. Like, just the calls from Matt to plant in a specific area to deny this ultimate out of Kainzera, and the way Kainzera has been playing as well. Oh my gosh, it's so good. It's up to Inspire, but even then, oh, it's doable.
Oh, trying to get Bonnie baited in, trying to get it to halfway, then engage. You heard the updraft, trickle damage from the shotgun, and Inspire. 4.06. I thought he had it.
God.
Bonnie clutch.
I mean, I was like, it's not possible. Eggster's low, the pinch is a little late. Inspire has to run into this in terms of the timing, and I was right in my gut. But then you see Inspire truly inspiring, I guess, to rise up. And it just got down so close to the wire that it's insane. There's the friend-shaped ISO. Unfortunately falls.
To be patient in that moment, though, like, usually a pretty inexperienced, nervous player would have totally shot at ISO immediately, but to wait to see who will follow up behind to get the multi-kill is, I like the way Bonnie thinks. I like the way Bonnie shoots, too. First blood, better late than never, but you're still at a 5-round deficit. It's gonna be a tough one for Burger Boyz to scrounge together, but with the broken buy that Rankers have, Burger Boyz pretty much had secured this round.
Yeah, I mean, it's an eco for Rankers. I wouldn't even be surprised. I mean, we have seen Rankers timeout in the past, so I would love to see them take a timeout. And you'd think, oh, they're a ranked team. Do they really? Yes, they do still have a lot of in-depth strategies that we see running. Poppin has their ultimate. Inspire, I believe, is close to theirs as well. So we have some of these things coming out online. And for Rankers, these retakes are really going to be the important mark because they are such a dynamic team. I think I said at the very beginning of this map, the beginning of the half, that Rankers is really relying on the momentum of being aggressive here. Now that Burger Boyz has taken that pendulum and swung it in their favor, it really builds in Burger Boyz' favor. Poppin should pick up a gun here and get out, I'm assuming? Yeah.
The plan, well, Bonnie's gonna hear this, and we had to cover the R-rated death that we just saw. But yeah, weapons dropping here at the end of the round, being picked up, that's pretty pivotal. The economy
so much value.
Go either way, 7 to 11, and can't underestimate where Rankers are in these moments.
And I was correct, you know, always got to go with your gut. Inspire does have their ultimate as well as Eggster, so we're going to have two really crucial information ults going into this retake. Rankers are not only 1,000% playing off of that, but we should see Burger Boyz trying to, you know, somehow adapt to it. I think a C hit is really a good read for them, right? Inspire has been holed up on it. They have this ultimate to push in.
What are we cooking? The Yoru clones are trying to be split up. We're trying to play mind games against the Hunter's Fury. That's a deadly game of chicken. But Burger Boyz are established, but Bonnie couldn't drop down. Just random spray through the smoke. Kills your star duelist for Burger Boyz. Rankers aren't doing so hot either. They've taken a lot of damage. Everyone's flashed up and out of stealth and into the hands of Burger Boyz. It's just Nanners with no HP left. Rankers should be able to defuse. That'll be Nanners keeping the gun, and match point.
And we did get to see kind of the plan that Burger Boyz had. Use the Hunter's Fury, go for a fast plant, get inserted onto the site, but just really nice respect out of Rankers to not immediately regress into the chaos. They've lost control of this McFlurry machine and they are not able to get it back. So right now, they're playing a bit more patient, pop those ultimates, restart the chaos, restart the milkshake maker, and then get into it. And that respect is truly what's going to probably win them this game right now at 7-12.
These are the stage 3 champions you're looking at for Rankers. They're not just ranked demons. Well, they're challenger stars too. And this was going to be an uphill battle no matter what for Burger Boyz, going to the best map of the Stage 3 champions. Well, I don't have to tell you where to put your betting odds on that one. But Burger Boyz, I think, have found more confidence and a pep in their step as time has gone on in this map. And then we'll go to their map pick of Abyss after this. But Rankers so far very comfortable in the driver's seat. They can fool around all they want because they got a lot of wiggle room where they win the map.
I mean, you have Retro with an ult, you have Bonnie with an ult. They do have wiggle room to play with, but at the end of the day, some of these key components Rankers are definitely keeping in mind because it's do or die for Burger Boyz. And we saw how that do or die mentality started to snowball Burger Boyz into success. And we don't want to see that happen. Last time Ion played in this position, if I'm not mistaken, they managed to get 1 and then 2 and get out. So they are perfectly comfortable leaving Ion here on an island.
Ion's on top of this box and hasn't been there, but still gets sussed out by Nanners. The camera trying to get the ping. And that allows Inspire to capitalize on that kill. So Burger Boyz are pretty even. I don't know how safe of a plant this can be with all the smokes in their way. Rankers won't challenge it yet. They're not pressed. They know it's about the war, not just the fight. And with the rolling thunder, Burger Boyz waste no time trying to put Rankers' backs against the wall because it is do or die for the map. And the deficit grows for Burger Boyz with Matt left, but secures 2 kills. The cane swing is too good. The Burgers are smashed and Rankers will take map 1.
Oh, caramelized and crispy on all edges. Smashed up, and Rankers take the first. I wouldn't even say it's expected, but like the fact that it got so close, we saw comeback potential out of Burger Boyz previously. So you gotta give them sort of that nugget of, you know, credence to their play. Like you give them efficacy, I think is the better word here, that they have the ability to bring and rise this back up. But unfortunately, Rankers is just too strong on a map like Haven, and teams are 1000% going to be taking note of this sort of ranked mentality that Rankers have to just go in, take fights, start the blender, and have the patience to be able to fall back on defense and then keep control of the chaos. It's truly a story of controlled chaos for Rankers.
And just Rankers aren't going to give you a large window to really duel them with. They're extremely accurate. They're really a team that'll tap their shots. They're not just spraying. They really are surgical with these duels. And that's why you'll have someone like Poppin on the Sova, on the Tejo that we got to see last week for the first time in Challengers, kind of show how they can manipulate the position of their opponent to make them uncomfortable and to really favor Rankers in these matchups. And like we said, Haven was going to be the bread and butter. This has to be a must ban if you go up against Rankers, or just really any map where you can force them off the ISO. That was the only weak point, quote unquote, and not even putting this all on Kane on the Raze. It's just, it was a different team to watch them on the Raze Yoru versus the ISO Yoru, and just how much more Kane flourished on the ISO, being able to walk in with that shield. That was the main source of their entries.
And like, it's interesting because you have Extra goes in, Kane goes in, and if one of them, it's like a layer. So if one falls, you still have another shield. And not only do you have another shield, you have ISO with 2 shields. So no matter what, this onslaught keeps going. I am really interested to see how the rest of this match develops and how, you know, this team develops for both sides. But realistically, Abyss is going to be coming up. I have some thoughts on it. I feel like you might have some thoughts on it as well. But for that, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I think we're going to be heading to a break. And when we come back, we're going to be seeing Abyss. So we'll catch you guys in just a couple minutes. See y'all.
think the biggest factor that makes our team different is every single player on our team just has passion. We're all playing the game every single day. We're not playing TFT, we're not playing League of Legends, we're only playing Valorant, putting all our time into the one game. And it's like what I brought up earlier for my my wisdom of the year is the more time you put in, the more it will yield. Even if you don't feel it, even if it's like you're playing bad, putting in time matters. Like, and not many people just like grind rank. Not many people just put as many hours in the game as us, and I think that's what gives us an edge. No, it didn't really change anything. They're both very similar players, and that's kind of what we were looking for in our 5th player. Is a player that kind of just fills Knights' role, which is just a player that can shoot, a player, like I said, that has passion, and that has chemistry with us. We all have played with Ion before in ranked, or most of us at least, and he just filled the spot perfectly. Maybe a little bit. I think that going in the last time, it was like, we have nothing to lose. We're all just like a random team, we got together, like a pug team, right? And if you lose with that team, it's like, whatever, who cares? We were randomly thrown together. But now that we've won something, I think there is a little bit more pressure on us to keep up like the good results. But I don't think it's anything that will stop us. What can we expect? I mean, absolute domination.
Love that we got to hear from Poppin there about the team as strong performance on first map of the series. Their map pick for a 13-7 win. I mean, Dan, going into this series, a lot of expectations, and as Poppin said, a little bit more pressure on the team coming back as the stage 3 champions and showing up in our first map.
Yeah, I'm feeling so much better about my prediction now that we saw that map one. And even then, though, I got a little concerned on the second half because the retakes were a little harder to do. That the floating that we saw on the other side where it's kind of hard to arrange. So it was a retake that took a little bit of those rounds of the patient at force. That also worked out really well for the side of Burger. But now it goes back to what we're used to, or at least what I expected with the double duelist. It was sometimes just running it down and getting away with it.
I love how you have to throw in that you're feeling better about your predictions and everything else too, as Ash is sitting here having predicted Burger Boyz. But
yeah,
Ash,
sorry.
welcome to Rankers. I mean, 13 first kills on Burger Boyz end is first off crazy, but Rankers, I wouldn't have been able to tell it with how they're shooting out there.
No, definitely not. And I think that what was a bit difficult as well, obviously you've got Rankers, this is their map pick, heading over towards Haven. But there was a bit of a difference between like kind of the approach that we saw coming out from them. It was very frag heavy on the side of Rankers for Burger Boyz. We definitely saw them kind of struggling on defense, especially with how much a thorn Inspire was in their side. But you see it in the numbers here as well, right? It was such a strong first half starting out on attack, but that's also expected here on Haven.
And the fact that we highlighted duelists from first end before, Rankers, they have that double duelist. That's what we talked about a lot, and Extra did show up, but even more so here, Ash. I mean, Kane Zera, this ISO, this was crazy.
Yeah, the ISO was crazy. I think what's really nice about the double duelist with the ISO in particular here for Rankers is because Haven is that three-sided map, right? You often see like weak side with the Sentinel, and then in Burger Boyz' case, they're trying to get Bonnie online with the operator, but that's countered really nicely by that ISO shield. And we even see a little bit later some protocoling that they do up against the sniper rifle as well. And I think it made it really difficult for Burger Boyz to find an answer on defense when they weren't able to hold down one of those long sight lines, because the wall as well coming out from Kane Zera was used really, really nicely as far as just denying some of those lines of sight.
And when one of your duelists is having an absolute masterclass, like we got to see in this series, Dan's already giggling. It kind of leaves a little bit of leeway for the rest of the team here looking at this head-to-head. This one you can thank Dan for all the ways, but
yes. Oh my god, this is the ideal dream. Literally, Kane Zera go kill, he will do that. That was the call, and he answered to the call. I mean, 354 ACS going insane on the ISO. It was a lot of the reasoning why, I mean, if not all of the reasons why this team was doing so good on the side of rankers. And Poppin was chilling. He was just sending his utility, helping out, setting Canacera up for success. But then he was just playing back. He didn't even, he didn't even play bad. Like, it's not like he was constantly dying. But it was just Canacera just set up for success, going in with the ISO, getting those kills, going 5 and 2 on first kills, and again, just a dream for your IGL.
Hey, if you're taking a pretty strong victory and you just get to sit there and relax a little bit, I don't think anyone's really going to complain about that. So really exciting that we got to see both the duelists come to life, but especially to cainzero, who we didn't really get to talk about too much before the show, Ash, really be able to come online here.
Yeah, he really was able to. And again, a big part of that, like Dan was talking about, just the initiation that allows him to find a bit more of that information, find that space, and then his own space creation with the wall that he's able to throw up, and then obviously able to kind of continue to just keep re-engaging thanks to his shields there as well. And that also leaves it open for Eggster to play kind of like that more sneak attack style while he takes advantage of all that chaos.
100%. And it's funny because this team where you talk about these ranked players and they can just go kill, it was nice to see a little bit of depth to that as well. So even if Poppin didn't necessarily need to show up in the kills department because cainzero had that, I loved some of the rounds that we got to see, Ash, that was really able to capitalize off of this aggression here too that the team just inherently has, looking back specifically at this round 8.
Yeah, there were some pretty cool set plays that we saw on the attacking side coming out from rankers. And looking towards this one, this is where we were talking about Bonnie trying to get that op online, how rankers were looking to counter that. The ISO generally already being a nice counter considering the shield that he gets to pop. You see the wall going up, denying that vision, and the reposition that has to happen there as well. But then they stick around for a little bit too long. Rankers haven't fully scaled up towards sight, and with that shot missed, it's a great Hunter's Fury just to do that zoning and allow Rankers to take that space, pushing far into back sight. And Inspire was consistent on these backstabs here as well towards mid, whether he was lurking up through B, through garage, and it just felt like W keying all the way.
When you get the W keen, but as well some good strategies and good plays to push out onto the site, it seemed, well, frankly, just unbeatable sometimes for Burger Boyz. So now looking into the series, they did do a good job on that second half, being able to show that aggression of their own. And I'm hoping too that we get to see a bit more of that from them in the second map of the series now that we're heading into their map pick, which is Abyss. And this one, Dan, we don't really know too much about rankers here, but for Burger Boyz, a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, it is interesting because I had just said on the pre-show that I didn't think we were going to see that Yoru being played on the set of Bonnie. Yeah, he played it before, but we didn't really see much of it after, and most of it are race maps that he's more comfortable in as a team. But on this map of Abyss, one of the times that we saw him most recently against SAD, it was Bonnie on this Yoru, and they were running this as the only duelist and with the double sentinel and the deadlock and the cypher. So there's a possibility of seeing that again. I feel like it's a composition that can work out, but then again, this is a map where we've seen, I think, every single duelist in the past few months.
This is especially exciting for rankers, for us to see rankers here too on this map, considering that we didn't get to see this at all for them. Though I feel like they have to have a decent amount of experience because, Ash, I don't know about you, but I feel like every second ranked map nowadays is on Abyss, honestly.
Oh
No,
everyone.
it's true. It's true.
Yes.
The thing is, the more you dodge it, the more likely you're also going to get it just because of how that
I am a
algo
good
works.
Valorant player. I don't dodge. I
Me
sit there
neither.
and I have my time on Abyss, all right?
No, it's okay. Trust me too. I got it so many times last night. But back to what we were talking about here, heading over towards Abyss. Honestly, I would like to see Bonnie swap out that Yoru, maybe just in favor for a Jet, something that would be a little bit more comfortable for him, considering what Dan had been talking about there. I think that it can be difficult because, yes, the rotations are really nice, but then also when you're already dealing with a star-studded Yoru player on the other team, you might not feel so comfortable. And rankers are obviously extremely confident now going into Abyss if they're allowing this pick to get through. It becomes a little bit more questionable in that sense because they are running off of that momentum. And Burger Boyz, I wouldn't be mad if they played it a little bit more safe.
Well, with the agent select ready, let's head on over to that. See, I love the chaos of the Yoru, and even if Pearl wasn't necessarily the greatest one for Bonnie with the Yoru, I think not in Challengers the last time they got to play this was pretty fun. So
cool.
okay, Dream answered, and okay, Ash, there's a lot to unpack here.
Wait, what? Okay, they're cooking right now on the side of Rankers. What is going on? The Vice has been really popular on Abyss throughout VCL, like slowly picking that up from VCT teams, throwing that out there just because of how you can fully like isolate, especially towards that A site and deny that ability to get through that choke really quickly. But then you're looking towards the fact that they're running the double controller, the Clove and Astra. Pretty interesting. I'm curious to see what synergies we can maybe expect with Ion and Eggster, especially maybe with some of those pulls while Eggster's trying to TP in.
Yeah, one last point here that I have is that the Yoru is actually really cool. I really like that we're going to see this head-to-head with the Yorus being the only two duelists on both sides. We're seeing it more. We're seeing Sentinels play. We're seeing G2 play. We're seeing at the very, very top. And everybody's copying this meta with the Yoru. And like Ash was saying, the addition of this Vice that is really cool and really annoying to deal with when you're trying to take control of site.
See, I love all of that. And also, when you have a cracked player on the Clove, also just looks impossible. So we're not going to waste any more time. Let's head into the server, see if this is going to be a 2-0 for Rankers or Burger Boyz can take it to a map 3. Nerds, Lemon, back to you.
Man, I really thought Sierra was about to say that she also loves us, and that was going to be the throw, but, you know, it's fine. I think she loves us in spirit, nerds, and I love to see where this series is going to end up.
Honestly, same, because I am like grinning ear to ear to see the head-to-head between Bonnie and Eggster, because you know Eggster's more comfortable on it. So in my mind, I'm like giddy about this. And you know, I will say, whatever happens here, you know, I predicted Burger Boyz is going to win. I have a little bit of, you know, I've seen Burger Boyz play. I have a little info on Matt as well as Alvin, as well as some of these other players. The Abyss, love it or hate it, I feel like it is going to be a lot closer than Haven, regardless of what happens, especially with the head-to-head on Bonnie. Bonnie came alive in the second half of Haven. I feel like that energy carries over here.
The immediate flash, like, holy cow, what a surprise for Rankers to jump out like that. And as the dust settles, you have a 3v3 as people are trying to get rid of the trips and the crabness. Anyway, Burger Boyz have to now start back at square one with barely anything left in terms of health.
Good mid pressure though, immediately on Alvin. Fortunately, doesn't matter if your players are going to go down.
Last player standing.
This just comes down to a death match, 1v2 though for Alvin. Spike left behind, and kind of like last game, Burger Boyz started off with a pistol win, and then it was Rankers taking the second one, and that's when they ran away with map 1. But if anyone can do it, it's Alvin. Definitely one of the brighter spots on the Burger Boyz squad. Except he has to go recover the spike, and easier said than done for sure. Knows his trip wasn't triggered. Checking every corner. Panics, and Ion secures the third one for the pistol round.
Just as I was hyping up Burger Boyz. But it makes sense, right? Rankers popping out early for a main control, ensuring that Burger Boyz is not comfortable off the rip of this. It's very common for this squad to get super aggro and take a lot of space here. We did see moments of brilliance out of Bonnie and the rest of the team because they did equalize here. But in terms of health, that was the big crux of it. Nanners was so low. We had Alvin out in mid. And honestly, it's almost like I wanted Alvin to explore more of mid, take that space, be a little bit more sneaky. Kind of how like Inspire was on Haven.
Of course, we know these are ranked demons, but just a reminder that we haven't seen Rankers play Abyss, even in stage 3, and even now. So this is kind of a new comp. This is a new showing, and I guess it doesn't matter. They've just wiped the floor with Burgers. But of course, with the upgraded weaponry, that is going to be the case. But Alvin, poor old Alvin. Man, I thought that first shot was going to connect, but anything you can deny. Already here's the run up on Ion, but man, Ion has been Alvin's op these last 2 rounds.
Ion and Alvin. And at this point, I will say, I've seen, we've talked about Alvin. I've actually, you know, we've seen them play. And one thing that I always note is that Alvin's really good at holding. They play the Sentinel flex controller role really well for their team as that second fragger. And they didn't really come too much alive in Haven. So seeing them really stepping up here does give me a little bit more confidence for the squad on attack. But you got to know, Burger Boyz is starting this off on the back foot. Rankers being up by 2 and having a pretty solid buy and being used to ranked play. Sort of broken by.
Yeah, just the mental gymnastics of having to play against an ISO, like the Yoru. Just the way that Extra placed his clone to make it look like he was peeking around a corner and it still wasn't shot. So good stuff. Burger Boyz staying calm, cool, and collected is exactly what you have to do against this team. So Bonnie missing is unfortunate, and Extra just gets kicked on by a Marshall.
Man, and it's just unfortunate, right? The ranked play is truly winning here in terms of the aim, because some of those aim moments have been on point for the side of rankers. More than just that, they knew, okay, we're going to hold and contest mid. A lot of teams try to leave mid for retake. You know, we saw MVC America, some of that happening, and you leave that. We saw how much of a problem it was for some of those teams. It's the fact that rankers are, even through all of their, what's called just raw gunplay, are having sort of these micro strategies. It's great to see.
And liking the off angles from rankers to hold down the fort. KaneZera makes this look so easy.
It's just a story of KaneZera.
Just give him the ace eventually, like, so he can just make his content. Because, like, how many 4Ks is this guy gonna get in these games? He's farming.
Well, Lemon, you got to be part of the Twitter clip, right? Like the clip, like, oh, ace found, and then boom, it goes.
You're right. I gotta yell more. But it's like a 9 to 5 for KaneZera.
No, it's so real though. Like, just 7-2 right now, and even when they die, they provide so much impact on that clove, and they're not going to be dying, not just yet, because they have the not dead yet available in their back pocket. So being the top fragger, being able to play on clove as they are such a brilliant agent for such a brilliant player on an eco, I feel like the stars are going to align at some point for not only KaneZera, but for the rest of rankers here who have been starting this off rather strongly.
Damn. Oh, Alvin. Oh, wait, KaneZera again? Not again. Stop going to see KaneZera's there. Oh, geez, what a final boss. Just when I thought Burger Boyz, okay, you got a shot from Alvin. Maybe he was trying to pick up the gun. You got the neural theft. Like, what the heck? Burger Boyz just can't get a chance. Nanner. Oh, man. Ion wins every 1v1, I swear.
Dun, 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 dun. All I can hear is just like, we're seeing the final boss here rising. And it truly is like the story of KaneZera, right? Just look at this. Absolutely aim training out here. Ion's clean with it as well. We've known Burger Boyz to take early timeouts previously. They're on a buy round. They play this out. They choose not to take the timeout. Feel a little uneasy about it. They do still have an entire rest of the half. I remember, believe it was up against SRB, Shopify Rebellion Black, where they did take a timeout early, and they managed to swing some of the momentum back into their favor. So it's kind of rough to see here. Oh, man.
Great to see Bonnie off to a first blood, a good start. As Poppin's just gonna suppress them recon shock bolts to keep rankers back, and popping a bomb. Poppin was ready for it. And KaneZera gets to pop the ult to just still be involved in the party. Just fragged by Matt at the off angle. And Poppin is a nuisance. What an absolute anchor for this site. In the best of ways, of course. Now it's a 2v2 with an op from Egster at the very back as he chooses angles, but with this barrier, it's going to force him to a different angle.
Oh, amazing deadlock utility, by the way. Funneled up towards heaven, and you have, what's it called? A deadlock trip there as well.
The time is running out for the spike. Rankers already hit by some util. There's the bait, and Alvin secures both. He's the only one fragging for Burger Boyz. We'll pull up the scoreboard, but thank God for Alvin and what he's able to do for Burger Boyz. Still at a pretty big deficit, but yeah, 8-4. He needs a team around him.
Yeah, and Bonnie has been good on it. Just, I want to see the first blood stats near the end of this, right? Because they have been pretty okay about getting aggressive into it. And I feel off the dimensional drift, it'll truly start to build for Burger Boyz. We're starting to stack things up. But again, you need to stack things up more and more. Poppin getting 3 there and allowing them so much space is just a little bit disheartening. especially with the fact that you're playing double Senti. You're playing a more aggressive Senti on Nanners. You're playing a slightly less aggressive one on Alvin. These post-plants should be a lot cleaner.
Concealment.
And rankers are used to facing whatever. I mean, you know what you guys see in ladder. You gotta expect the unexpected. So Burger Boyz popping on top of the box instead of taking the side angles. Like, rankers are ready for anything and everything. Dimensional drift, are they ready for this? Bonnie is just gonna call out the positioning for now. With Retro missing, you don't have the paranoia. So it's just the flashes from Bonnie, and that's gone too, man. Rankers are stoic in these positions, and Burger Boyz are trying to fight back with shooting the Yoru clone. That's not a good start, but Alvin with 3 can only do so much. Double digits, I'm pretty sure, for that Senti.
My heart just was like fluttering out of my chest. But at the end of the day, it still comes back to how Abyss is played. I think I said this during every co-stream when I saw Abyss, is just you want to have some control of either Heaven or towards CT, towards security more specifically. You want to have some of that space to really contain sight. Because with this new meta, you can't spam post-plant. The play off the utility is a little harder. We're not seeing Tejo being brought out for both these teams. You want to contain some of that space. And Burger Boyz comp does kind of provide that with the double Senti. Unfortunately, Rankers is understanding of this and saying, we're not playing a retake. We're just going to play A.
Man, Ion is so clinical. By far my MVP from last week. And it's really hard to pick because all of Rankers are fraggers. But Kane now with the Outlaw. The Marshall, the Outlaw, this is something that Kane has bought. And honestly, didn't even need to with how rich this team is. But they're just good at any type of round, especially ones with the Outlaw. Now, Burger Boyz, a pretty big deficit. Maybe if Alvin can get a 5K, it's winnable. But, you know.
I will say, though, to give some logic behind it, it is a eco/broken buy. You don't know if it's an eco for Burger Boyz or broken buy. They have a loss bonus built up again. So that's where I could see the Outlaw finding so much value. And we already saw it out of Kane's era. Just 1-2 buckle my shoe, and the rest of these guys go down because we have a high-low out of Pop and an Ion. And Rankers get the 6th yet again. It's a story of Haven repeated on Abyss with the Void staring back at you, and you don't really have an opportunity to grab it back. Oh, timeout on the eco. I know I saw it go dark there for a second. I wasn't sure if it was a timeout or replay. I got excited. I was like, this timeout could be huge because they do have 2 timeouts. And I called it out earlier that against Shopify Rebellion Black, they did take an early timeout, and it provided a good amount of value because Matt was able to kind of work in with the team. Now, previously, we didn't see a conversion out of Burger Boyz unfortunately, on Haven. But hopefully here we can see some sort of change of pace. Oh, I like the pip. It's M80.
Well, yeah, a little update. We got that on our last map too. M80 did win that first map, and looks like they are still up against YFP. So let us know if your predictions have been right or not. But on this end, I've been a little worried about Bonnie because last time I saw him on Yoru was on that Pearl map. It was ugly. Not him, just the Pearl, you know, in general. And is this an agent he's comfortable on? Because this is something, it's a very selfish, you have to make the solo play, you have to go in behind them with the dimensional drift, you have to play front to back because you don't have as much of a mobile, like dash, like Raze or a Jet type of thing. So it's a lot of weight on Bonnie's shoulders to be that supreme duelist against, I don't know, an army of duelists on the other side.
And I was just going to say, right, like Inspire has a very proactive play style on Vibes. We haven't seen too much out of them just yet, but I have a feeling that if we see Inspire, Eggster, Ion, like any of the individual players, they're so strong solo that you need to kind of how do you counter that, right? The solo potential is just a little too strong. TP's in, gets it for free. Somehow.
Even with the jump peak, he's still brought down to 34 HP. He's trying to converge with the rest of his team, so Bonnie is going to get help, but it is Sheriff, so call 911, but not for me.
Oh, man,
at this absolute hose down from Rankers. Yet another flawless round.
And that's just going to charge up their ultimates. It's 4 ults here for the side of Rankers. I mean, it's expected. It's an eco round. They're trying to fight for mid, do something different, change up this meal that they have been building. But right now, it's like we're going to the one-stop shop where you ask for a burger and you're somehow getting yourself a pizza. Like, this is a different meal entirely. And the only chefs in the kitchen are Rankers right now. And another big key point in my mind is that if we have the head-to-head of Eggster and Bonnie, Eggster and the rest of Rankers are way more comfortable supporting Eggster because Eggster only plays Yoru. Whereas Burger Boyz now has to adapt into this Bonnie play.
And Burger Boyz, you know, they're the ones who chose Abyss, and they lost this to Sad, but have overall been very successful on this map when it comes to the Fun Haver Invitationals, which is obviously a different beast than Challengers in terms of what teams you're going up against. But they also are very strong at Split, but they showed their cards on Split last week. So maybe trying to go to a map that, okay, Rankers are, quote, haven't really played competitively at least. So Burger Boyz, this somehow got worse than how Haven began. But really, it's been the maps or rounds decided by just a mid-duel that Burger Boyz have not been able to break through.
Honestly, I just remember all the Eggster TikToks back in the day playing on the collegiate roster and now seeing them here. Just the glow up from Eggster. And the fact that Rankers have found such a strategy. Alvin picking that up is huge down towards mid. That's going to put a thorn in their side. I was talking about how you want to have this supplementary control of Heaven or these other angles.
Oh, man. Alvin, the GOAT is dead. And he gave you the neural theft. Burger Boyz have to pick up the mantle. And it's Eggster on the dimensional drift, 20 HP. I don't think you want to pop out and show him.
But he's locked in.
But okay, he's committing and he's standing in the smoke and he's gonna still catch Bonnie because again, why is someone sitting there is what you would ask, what you would itch your head when watching Rankers, and Burger Boyz get surprised again.
Inspired! It doesn't even matter. Because here's the thing, remember how I was saying, like, it doesn't even matter the individual play, because it's so individualized. Inspire was ready, just prepared for Ion to die and then immediately pick up the pieces where they left off. Just insanely, like, off, I won't even say off meta, but just like, you mentioned this, Lemon. Like, you don't expect someone in the smoke. You just don't. And the fact that Eggster is able to pull off maneuvers like that, get the 1-4-1 trade, and allow the rest of the team to sort of capitalize on the chaos on the entry just goes to show that it is a little bit more cerebral than just, oh, we're running and killing them. We are running and killing them with a game plan.
Yeah, I'll give Matt the pass because he's IGLing, and when you're IGLing, you can use that excuse to not frag, but everyone else needs to step up on Burger Boyz because Alvin not only wants to win, but demands to win. And there's no better team to try and shut up than Rankers. Especially on, I don't even know if they're streaming or not, but Rankers are up 8-1 with the first blood, and now Eggster's doing like backflips off the map and teleporting back. Like, this is content.
It just reminded, I'm just thinking back to the VC Americas games. I believe it was Manzino who was the one who was just jumping off the map, or no, it was NRG, right? They were jumping off the map to try and gain a little bit of info to TP out. And it's such a funny strat, but it works. Because now they have info like, all right, there's no players within this area pushing back into B. We killed one, and now we can just fall back a little bit. And there's the call to rotate towards A because of it.
All-time smokes there from Ion as soon as he heard some movement. Paranoia in from Burgers, and they're trying to look for any targets, but they're all on the left side, and Rankers holding it down and even going for backstabs, wrapping around. Rankers are never play scared. Any map control you give them, they will take.
I want to note one thing. Inspire has died 2 times. 2 times, just 2 times. And then the rest of the team is just like flourishing. They have ultimates stacked up. They have this really oppressive Eggster. We have Bonnie bouncing around. But at the end of the day, it's just pure unadulterated aggression on the defensive side. They're contesting space early. You have Eggster posted up with Inspire. Eggster has yet to be broken on the B site. And Burger Boyz' only round, I think, I wouldn't say it was kind of like a fluke, but they definitely have been having a hard time containing this space.
Okay, Hunter's Fury with all the info you got off the... Or no, that was Bonnie's dimensional drift, just trying to make space, had to teleport back, and maybe Rankers realized that they kind of wanted to throw off the pacing of Burger Boyz by striking early and striking fast, and it's Alvin in a 1v2 scenario and at barely a crumb of HP, but Kane had the ults. And Alvin's just trying to isolate these duels, address them one at a time, but Kane does get his revenge.
And again, Lemon, it just boils down to like they went fast. I like the strategy of the ultimate combination. Matt was calling for it to play alongside Bonnie and support. But at the very end of the day, when all is said and done, they lost Heaven and security control. And from there, it allowed Rankers to just get in and retake. Like, yeah.
Well, 10-1, last round of the half. And Burger Boyz trying to pave your way into the site. Like, B has just not happened. Now that you know the Vice is on that side, way too many hoops to jump through, way less hoops on the A side, besides, the Senti, that superstar on this side of the map. Gotta be careful. Rankers, or by Senti, I mean Ion. Cosmic Divide 2 to use. Let's see if Rankers are even going to be needing that. First, the Yoru clone of Bonnie was shot, has the judge. The Annihilation from Nanners, I think, was used, but immediately canceled because Nanners died. Rankers aren't playing with numbers on their side, but Exter, see if he can wrap around, call out all the positions, maybe even end up behind Burger Boyz. And Kane is off to a good start, evening up the playing field and leaving the clone in front of them is disgusting. Rankers back on the site. Burger Boyz using the neural theft. Alvin to know what's on the other side in this post play. Time running out for Rankers. And it's coming down to the last few. 1v2 for Inspire, and that's all she wrote. Burger Boyz got around.
Go. They kept some of that security control. Yeah, it fell. And it happens that it falls, but the recuperation was there. They managed to bounce back off of it. Good proactivity out of Alvin, who's leading the charge right now for Burger Boyz. 16-10. Still, interestingly, lower than the double duelist combo on the other end of it. But now that they've swapped sides, they're back on the defense. They have double Senti. I'm hoping to see a change of pace out of them because it's do or die. Like 10-2 is a worse scoreline than we saw even on Haven. They have to find something here to bring it back for Burger Boyz.
Well, at least the playing field gets reset back to pistols, and one step at a time. If Burger Boyz can take pistol, it's not Jover. But it's about how this mid kerfuffle is gonna go, because that's what's hurt Burger Boyz in the past, and Matt has read the Exter Yoru book. And he studied up, didn't even fall for the clone, shoots the original, and this is where Burger Boyz can start to thrive.
Down A.
IGL fragging, popping off.
Yeah, we gave him the pass before, but
I mean, hey, honestly, really good stuff out of them. It's now just down to Inspire and Ion, and they are very good on their own, but like I said, we haven't seen too much out of Inspire other than just staying alive very consistently on the defense.
Just a mid crunch, because Burger Boyz knew that Rankers, this is where they like to scrap at, and this is also where the spike is, but this could be where Burger Boyz have a lot more presence at, of the center of the map and working the perimeter. Second. Staring contest, you lose, but Burger Boyz are just kind of waiting this out.
Just hanging around there. Matt on for the ace.
30 seconds left.
They're trying to give him the ace. Alvin.
Hey, it's a band, right? Not just one-man army here. And unfortunately, Matt with the whiff. I love seeing Bonnie hanging around towards mid, staying and keeping that pressure building up into it so Burger Boyz could start picking it up. And it all starts with the glorious pistol, the Mattocracy, the matriarch, whatever you want to call it on the IGL, being able to bring this back up and give some life, hopefully, into the team. The call and probably the energy within their team speaker, whatever, is just, it's got to be through the roof after this.
And that gives that hero vandal to Matt from all the shmoney he farmed up, but will it be enough? He got an outlaw buy from Bonnie. That'll be holding down mid, and Retro keeps things locked down from any lurkers. Rankers, meanwhile, have the whole squad posted up at B and are going to be playing around B long. That's where their Vice is sitting, and Burger Boyz have to retake. You already have Bonnie on top side, trying to take angles around, hiding through the smoke. Kane can just dip back into cover, and kind of Alvin reveals himself first, so Rankers get the advantage of surprising the Burger Boyz retake. And this post plant is pretty solid despite it being all pistols and one sheriff.
And Inspires lurked up through, so now it's just back down to Retro in a 1v2.
Know exactly where Retro is. Hero Vandal, not a lot of HP. Retro keeps his cool. Ace attempt. Inspire picks up the Outlaw and is... Oh, that's disrespectful.
Hey, that is the mark of Inspire. That is like Inspire, like tier 1 talent, going into tier 2, like bringing some of that, just not only age, but also just wisdom and experience of timing and being able to find it. And I think I even kind of gasped. I was like, wait, Inspire is coming up from mid. This is looking a little bit like scary, because even though we see, right, Retro is popping off, the fact that they couldn't like have some of those gaps still shows, you know, Rankers is doing a really good job of playing how they've always been playing. Allow Inspire to cook up through. Kane's popping off. Egster is baiting all around and making sure that the bomb isn't going to be fully stuck.
Oh, Alvin will be stuck 6 feet underground, and Matt just gets locked by a vice wall. Talk about getting read like a book. First, it's Alvin, well, shooting the drone, obviously, reveals his position, gets smoked off, allows Rankers to walk up and shoot through the smoke where they last registered Alvin. Like, Rankers, I mean, I'm not talking about like triple-digit IQ, but definitely a solid read on this round from Rankers.
Ah, man. We talk about, you know, upsets from Burger Boyz, but Rankers, this is just, it's somewhat expected almost. Like, this is such domination. Like, exactly what you would expect. And we're going into what could be the final rifle round of this game. Some ultimates stacked on the defensive side of Burger Boyz, but the layers just aren't there. It's like an omakase burger instead of just like it being built up together. I don't know if that makes any sense, but at the end of the day, I mean, 12-3 is such a wacky scoreline already.
Rankers gonna go knocking at the door of B with Cypher, Senti waiting. Alvin trying to obscure their path, slow them down, delay so that reinforcements can come through, and Burger Boyz have Bonnie taking top side, funneling in as the rest of the defense. Rankers already using ults to break up and shake up the structure of Burger Boyz. They know are close by, and Rankers are on the hunt. They're on the prowl, and Bonnie answers, spits right back, gets 3. Tables are even though. Rankers match point, and it's all up to Ion to close it out, or for Alvin and Bonnie to buy themselves a second life. And it's Ion that can't close it out yet.
Man, Ion bringing it down to the wire here. A round desperately needed out by Burger Boyz. We see Rankers cooking it up, having so many ultimates together, but yet doesn't really work out. I mean, the Steel Garden from Inspire as well. We see Ion farming up theirs, close to for Kane Zera. Burger Boyz now needing to carry this momentum forward from the pistol to, you know, round 16. I will start believing when it's like 10-12. But for right now, every round is do or die, right, Lemon? It's like you have to lock in. What a lineup.
Ooh, Cosmic Divide seals in the site. And if you're playing there, ooh, that is not a lot of space to work with. And that may just be Burger Boyz having to play for retake. They'll have a safe right side of the site to play with, but you never know when Rankers can just pop out. Nexter, no flashes though, so that's one less thing for Burger Boyz to worry about. And you don't know what's on the other side. And what a quick flick from Alvin as soon as Egster popped out. Nanners with the read through the smoke. Bonnie calling things out with the dimensional drift. And Burger Boyz, one step at a time, can make this winnable. They're only up by 1 though. But the spike is planted, currently being defused. It is smoked off. Burger Boyz holding on, and it's just Poppin who's going to decide to save the Vandal.
Investment in terms of ultimates from Rankers, but the retake is stuck. The read from Nanners coming in clutch, as well as the play to push out. I think Egster was trying to get a little aggressive outside of that wall of the Astra, the Cosmic Divide. And those small little pieces, we're starting to see some of that aggression come back to bite Rankers here. Really worked for Burger Boyz on their re-entry. Alvin now not only leading the charts, but also having an ultimate in the back pocket. We've seen how solid they are in terms of getting those frags, so it's a matter of finding the opportunity for it. And on the flip side, the only contest is Poppin's close to theirs, and Kane's there already has it.
Or it's being tapped, and Burger Boyz, I like that they're confident enough to go for the paranoia to try and peek, and even through the one-way, Burger Boyz tried to go down with a roar, and Rankers off the one-way. That's all they need to do is shoot the little toesies, and it's just the Kane ult to get them back on their feet, and it's Alvin, the last one left in a 1v4 against 3 Vandals and a Sheriff, and there's nothing more he could do. Rankers with a 2-0 sweep will finish week 2 2-0.
Sweep is definitely a correct phrase for this. I did not fully anticipate Rankers' game, and now watching them, I am just in awe. The content that they build, not only for the scene, but also in the way that they play, the synergy that they have is just beautiful. How they're able to kind of win through here. And I honestly, like, this shows, like, they are the victors. And in my mind, I was kind of questioning, like, you know, it was during, right, around Thanksgiving when they won Split 3. So it was like, was it, you know, people were a little bit more relaxed, or was it that Rankers is truly brilliant? And now, yeah, it's Rankers really having those moments of brilliance of just being able to not only go and shoot, but also have layers of utility. And even when we see moments like, you know, Eggster is going a little over aggressive, you have the rest of the team back. They're able to clutch it out near the end.
It's really hard to point out anything wrong with the 13-5. And I think, if anything, this sends a message that I think people just don't respect ranked players enough to think that competitive and ranked is separate, and it is. But those skills, how they transition, really proves that Rankers, I think, can inspire that next generation of ranked demons to come out and try out challengers, because there's open qualifiers. Yeah. Anybody can be the next challenger. But that is our 2-0 sweep. We're going to turn to a break. We're going to hear from the desk to see what they think about our ranked demons, and we'll have our next match very soon.
Honestly, it's great because last year this team formed with, we have 4 players from our old team, and that team kind of fell apart. And then towards the end of the year, we came back together, and we're back as like 4, and we picked up Nanners as our new 5th. And it's really like rewarding to see all the hard work that we've put in, from like playing like tier 3 events and Premier, like pay off, and finally we qualified for Challengers. And then we had a big upset as well, the first match. So that was very big for us and very motivating. Well, we definitely had some issues with roles with this guy, because we have basically 3 Senti players, 3 people who play Senti. Me, Nanners, and Alvin were originally all Senti players. So we had to figure out roles pretty fast, because we weren't scrimming for a while, and then we started scrimming halfway through January. So we had to figure out roles fast. But I think he's been an upgrade as far as like vibes and comms. Like, he's very, like, he's always one like cracking jokes or saying something funny. Like, he's always there keeping the vibes up, never complaining, never really saying anything to ruin the mental. Honestly, from the match that we've played so far against Shopify Black, I would say it's a lot different. Like, they were way more organized and structured with how they played, which was kind of like a double-edged sword. Like, it made them a little bit predictable at times, whereas in tier 3, like, you'll never expect Pickle Spear to swing through a smoke and get 2 and just be by himself while the rest of his team's at A. Whereas these guys, they're kind of playing more together, they're trading better. So I mean, there's pros and cons to both. Honestly, I mean, we started the year with a big upset. I would say that a lot of people weren't expecting us to be competition. So just expect the unexpected, right? Like, we're going to show up, we're going to play our game no matter who the opponent is.
One enemy. And the hunter nowhere to run. My blind is dead.
All right, so that's going to be a 2-0 victory for Rankers. A pretty quick one, honestly. Dan, they hit the server. They did not leave any crumbs, and they have a full evening to queue some more ranked, I guess.
That was way too fast. Come on. I mean, we knew that. I mean, map 1, we talked about the duelist, the double duelist. We knew that they were kind of running it down. But this was way faster than we expected, especially because just last week, Sierra, we were talking about, oh, this match is one of the fastest ones that we've had. But this one is beating a new record. Insane what rankers were doing. Knowing exactly how to just play for themselves, play very individual, and that's just their style. You're not seeing these fancy macro plays from them. You're just seeing them literally run it down, get the first pick, and even on that map 1 in comparison to the second one, in this one they got so much better on getting those first kills. But if not, it was a constant game of trading where you can see those pieces being highlighted the most, like Sarah, and even on the other side, Alvin doing really good. But it's just there's no comparison here.
Yeah, I think what is difficult too for Burger Boyz is it was kind of the opposite story, and that was kind of similar on even going back to our first map of the day on Haven, was the spacing from them just wasn't really there for those trades. We weren't seeing them be able to follow up for each other. They were taking a lot of risks and finding very little reward for that as well. And we definitely saw them kind of fall apart on Abyss, which is the map that we were kind of favoring Burger Boyz on. They've had success on Abyss previously. Meanwhile, this is a great first look here for Rankers.
I mean, even if we didn't necessarily have prior information for Rankers, considering the amount that they play, I'm not surprised that they had some things going for them in terms of this map. And especially too, since Dan, what we've gotten to see a lot from this team is just, well, just pure gunplay, just good core mechanics. And beyond that, what else do you need?
But I mean, I want to highlight a little bit something for on the side of Burger Boyz is Alvin did so good, 21 and 13. He was initiating these kills, initiating these rounds, and so many opportunities on the attacking side. And then you see a Bunny that is not really doing that. And we talked about it a little bit if the Yoro was the right pick or not, because they didn't really find success on it when they played it on another map. At this point, you're thinking we need that duelist to create that space, especially if you're playing against this overwhelming composition on the other side, or rather, overwhelming team on the other side. And that's something that I want to see for next week, for next match, because it cannot be like this. It cannot be that this Rankers team is just gonna get away with it. At some point, somebody's gonna have to stop them. But I mean, I'm also having fun, so maybe not yet.
Give us some more cool head-to-heads to cook, maybe. But yeah, I agree with Dan on that. I think even following back to talking about Bonnie on that, the questions that we had, this is something that we even saw last year throughout the VCT season. Everyone kind of pigeonholing into that neon comp and the neon meta that was coming in, but it not quite favoring the play style of every single duelist out there. And we saw teams kind of pulling back, shifting away from the meta that everyone's kind of following and going back to what's more comfortable for them. My mind gets drawn to like CNED on Foot last year. He made that change back over to the Jet and the Rays, and he looked a lot more comfortable, and that's when they started to see a little bit more of those results. So yeah, maybe that might be the case in this situation too.
I mean, there's a couple players in the server that I swear you can throw them on absolutely any agent and they're going to look just as comfortable. And one, Kane Zero. We have to talk about him again because we got to see, you know, that double duelist in the first map. We saw that ISO, and then second map onto the Clove. And well, Dan's still just absolutely popping off like crazy.
In a way, Clove is a little bit of a duelist. I mean, if a duelist has to play smokes, you know they're gonna be playing Clove. But I get it, and he did amazing. We saw plus 28 from that map 1 and the map 2. We talked about those players being really good individually, but it was a lot of those entries that we were seeing. I mean, he ends up the whole series 11 and 2 on first kills, first deaths. That's insane. And it continues this trend here that I haven't forgotten about, that we were mentioning last week, of these duelists that are unstoppable, that are getting crazy amounts of ACS, almost 400 overall for this series. And one of those players that you need to keep an eye on. And honestly, the whole Rankers team may be a little bit underrated at this point.
Yeah, and I think even the Clove pick, we've seen Kanzera on this before, not super often, but it almost even reminds me of the ISO on Haven as well, in a way where we saw him using the contingency to be able to kind of play for himself and isolate those duels, and it was kind of a similar story here with the Clove smokes that he's able to throw down for him as well, and then have that vulnerable go out too. So almost kind of like a little bit of a parallel in that sense.
I mean, absolutely crushed it in the server. So I'm glad that we have none other than Kanzera on call as we head over to our interview, get a little bit more insight on the team and everything else. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on your own performance as well. How are you feeling? Your back hurt at all after that? You're putting out quite a performance out there.
No, I'm actually feeling pretty chill. I was just having fun, making jokes with the friends, and we just like beat a bad team, a really bad team.
All right, got some words, some fighting words already to be kicking things off. So I'm excited to hear then how you're feeling with this team, that you're now in a league environment considering stage 3. I mean, it was just this ranked team coming on in. And now that's the Swiss format. People are trying to anti-strat and prep. Has anything changed at all for you guys?
I mean, we scrim like a little bit, not that much, like maybe like 1 scrim per week, just so we like know each other. We have the chem still. But I mean, we think most of the teams are horrible, so we're just gonna dominate and just win everything.
So
just
in your mind, just already 2 weeks in, Rankers #1, no ifs, ands, or buts.
100%.
Okay, I like the confidence. This is a smidge of a different Rankers than we saw last time, considering departure of Knights, Ion into the team. So I want to know where you found him, how he's been with the team so far.
I mean, Ion's been like one of my best friends in like the VALORANT community for like years now. So we just gave him a shot, and then he was playing pretty well. So then we just put him on the team, and I think he'll be better than Knights because Knights is bad anyways. So we'll be good.
You can't say that about your old teammate. Come on.
I mean, just being honest.
We're not holding back today. Okay, so in your mind, Rankers #1, you're going to stomp through this season. Of course, now that you're in Challengers, the whole thing people are working towards is Ascension. Make the grade to Ascension, move on into VCT Americas. Is that an overall goal for the team as well, or where is Rankers' minds at heading into this year?
I mean, we were already like set that we're just going to win Ascension and just dominate. So we're hoping we take the team to tier 1. I don't know if I could compete since I'm not 18 yet, but we're just trying to win everything we can.
You know what? I love the attitude. You guys have been running down in the server. Quick win today. So you guys earned an early night. So I'll let you go off. But thank you for your time. Have a good rest of your night, okay?
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, some strong words coming out. Love to hear that fighting mentality. Of course, even if that was a fast series, 1 more on the day. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion Gold going up against Nightblood Gaming after a short break. Stay tuned. right, one series down on the day, one more to go. Of course, there is side streams for all the other matches if you need a little bit more Valorant fix. But as for here, up next, Shopify Rebellion Gold going up against Nightblood Gaming. Both of these teams, Dan, last week, maybe not necessarily going their way, but I still think that both did play some really good Valorant. So I'm quite excited for this matchup.
Yeah, I am really excited. It should be a good matchup. Maybe a big contrast to what we just saw, that really fast 2-0. I feel like this one is one that could go the distance. These two teams, they have never played each other in the past. But it is a Shopify Rebellion that we love talking about, we love seeing. But in Nightblood as well, that I think deserves some attention as we're still getting to know these teams. Because of the players and the performances as of recently. You said it, yeah, maybe not last match, but these offseason tournaments, the challenges that we had last year, and them individually are like Boy, for example, is one of them that I remember the best.
And Nightblood Gaming, talking about them first, this was a team that we were introduced to in that stage 3 that maybe they didn't get to go quite the distance that they wanted, considering that we did see Rankers and YFP in that same tournament. But it was a Nightblood Gaming that I thought quite impressed. Ash, I'm really glad to see that we got the team back together for the most part. And I think that they have some really strong pieces here that you're talking about a more underdog team or an upset team. I think this is it.
Yeah, I definitely agree that they have the potential there for sure. It'll be interesting to see how they kind of grow together throughout the rest of this season and whatnot, with the swaps that had gone through for this roster, looking towards a limb coming in here, or sorry, not a limb, but Sogo actually making the exit from the team and whatnot. But overall, I think that Dan hit the nail on the head. I think the storyline is that it is going to be a much closer run. I do think that this is another kind of like underdogs being pitted together in this particular matchup. But I'm curious to see how they're going to continue to perform. At the same time, having kind of like that floor as the baseline puts a little bit less pressure on your shoulders going into a new season, because there aren't necessarily those expectations that you're having to hit and kind of relive.
I mean, I'm looking at the members of this team as, you know, there's futures here. So even if maybe at the team we're kind of like, okay, well, it can only go up. I'm looking at these individual performances and someone that we did get to see last week, Dan, talking first about Elim. Elim, I think just overall, like it was a decently close match at some points, and Elim definitely put his foot down, got to work, and was one of the reasons that the match was as close as it was at some points.
Yeah, like you said, it was a 2-1 against YFP, and yeah, they don't win that much, but we got to see some individual really great moments on the side of a limb, playing that Neon, and also playing a little bit of that Yuri that we've been talking about throughout today. But I think in general, is one of those topics that is going to be main topic of conversation as recently with the meta change. We saw this Euro being played on Abyss, and on Bind and Pearl they're running with the Neon, so they're changing and going for the comfort of this duelist, and it has a good potential. The Neon has always been viable. I think 100 Use proved it in VCT Americas. Just having like Astronaut run it down, and I think it also plays well with the tempos of the new meta that we're seeing with the Tejo, things that are slowed down and you want to play it fast, and you have a Neon that is comfortable in it, and a Neon that likes to do exactly that, and a support on the side that is able to set you up for success as well. And it seems like you're pretty much set for it.
I mean, if you want to talk about flashy plays, we can talk about the flashes and talk about Initiator on this team, Cass. Ash, this was someone that during stage 3, I was thoroughly impressed with, and last week as well, even without a loss, still showing up where it counted.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a similar conversation to almost what we were talking about last matchup between Rankers and Burger Boyz with Poppin. The fact that Kess is able to show up, frag out, while also being able to support a limb and get those trades down. That's why you're seeing that success, and you know, the ACS that he's popping off with, and the KD that he's able to throw out there. Is he has that utility, and then he's gonna get that second frag to ensure that trade goes out if a limb does fall.
Yeah, and with how well this team has been performing together since stage 3, and the fact they've been able to kind of expand off of this, and Kess being a big part of that as well, I'm excited to see them going on in for today's series, going up against a team that I know you two could talk for ages about. We don't have that time, so let's hit the main points. Shopify Rebellion Gold. Dan, is a loss last week. It was so close though, and still I'm looking forward to a really good match coming out of them today, because I mean, The gold's there for a reason. They've gotten that gold. They've definitely observed it.
You talked about the pressure that the teams feel right now, being both a little bit of the underdogs and challengers in general, but this Shopify Rebellion Gold, they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Everybody's keeping an eye on what this team is able to do just because they made history, and nobody else has been in the situation where they are right now. And sure, like you said, that first match didn't go their way, but it was really close. I'm still thinking about that Pearl. I'm still thinking about some of these ideas that they were introducing, because they have this core that has been together for so long, and sometimes that is what is winning teams some specific rounds, where the communication has to be fast, the communication has to be on point, and then you have this core where you've nailed down this communication to close out the rounds. And you have it in Dodo, you have it obviously in Mel as the IGL, but every single one of the players can do it too. I'm excited to see what the map pool is going to look like, and if we're going to be starting to see a little bit more of these modern compositions being introduced by Shopify Rebellion Gold. I think a lot of them have potential to do so. Like, on one side, you want to have Sarah continue to play this Sova that she does so well, but at the same time, I'm like, come on, a Tejo, maybe a little, like
maybe it would be cool. It would be cool. But you talked about the core, so we have to talk about that one piece that is different, Dodo Nut, who last week, obviously they brought her on. They felt good about bringing her onto this roster. And Ash, last week we really got to see Dodo Nut perform and really prove why, hey, she deserves to be that 5th place at the puzzle, stepping in these humongous shoes that Fluorescent left behind.
Absolutely, landing well within the top 10 ACS players within the first week of this split, right? And it's all about those expectations when it comes to, the conversation around Shopify Rebellion Gold, and Dodo Nut has been able to step up. There were a lot of concerns about not her performance, but how that kind of shifts like the identity of SRG. And I do think it does open up that opportunity for everyone else to have those star-studded plays. But Dodo is fitting really well in with the chemistry of this team. Honestly, her integration has seemed flawless so far.
Yeah, and I love that you talk about, too, how the team would look without Fluorescent and maybe how that would be with Dodo Nut instead. But I feel like we've gotten to see all the players really be able to step up and more into their own, now given the opportunity. So next up, we got to talk about Sarah, because Sarah is someone that maybe we don't necessarily get to talk about quite as often as the other players. But Dan, that's truly a shame, because Sarah just crushes us out there.
She's so good, and I like that the picture that we have for her is Sova, because she is Sova. Like, you guys wouldn't get it. She is Sova. The way that she sets up the team for success is insane, and I think it's just because she's a little bit more quiet. Like, we don't really get to hear from her that often compared to the rest of the squad, but she is always there. Underrated player for sure, and one of the key pieces that have helped the Shopify Rebellion team have success, whether it's game changers or in the qualifiers. I want to see more of her, and I think we're going to continue to see more of her flashy plays and the Sova and the use of utility that has been on point for Dodo.
One of those silent killers that you can really scream from the rooftops of how skilled she is. So love to see more from her, and I'm excited that our head-to-head featuring for today is going to be featuring her up against Kess, who we spoke so highly about as well. So I think that's going to be really interesting, Ash, considering that normally the initiators scans, you don't necessarily highlight them quite as often. It's always about the duelists, but I feel like that head-to-head there, as well as the impact, could be really interesting.
Yeah, and it's really important too, considering the roles that they're playing here as well. There's a little bit of a variety when you're looking towards Kess as far as what initiators is pulling out, and then Sarah's going to be on that mainstay recon on the Sova, which that kind of tells you a little bit of the story about some of the differences in stats as well. When Kess is mostly going to be playing that flash initiator that's following alongside that duelist, he's going to be there for those frags. Sarah ends up sitting back a little bit more, being like more of that like 3rd or 4th entry into sight, if anything. But her support is duly noted, and you'll see her more often in some of those clutch situations, but that's not saying that Kess can't pull off some of those of his own, though.
Yeah, it's a big difference in how they choose to play that, but I think that'll be really, really fun. And even if the stats on one end aren't quite as high, Sarah's like ice cold blood in her veins. Like, she's got it down pat. So that'll be especially fun heading into things now as we have our map picks and bans ready to see where this battleground is going to be taking place. We highlighted that we think this one's going to be pretty close. And Dan, we're going to be kicking it off. Shopify's pick for Haven yet again.
Interesting map pool. I mentioned the Pearl specifically because this is one where there were a lot of great ideas actually coming through from Mel on that last match they played last week when they played against Johnson Plug, rather. So it's one that I want to see because there's a chance they can take it 2-0. Abyss, though, gives us that opportunity once again to see exactly what we were talking about. Is there going to be new things, new ideas, new compositions? Even really for both sides, it can be one of those changes that you do from week 1 to week 2. We've seen it in BCT. We've seen it already for a few of the Challengers teams that they did even throughout of last year. So there's a chance they can do it now. It seems like the meta is constantly changing right now.
Especially right now with this Deho. It was such a big staple and highlight in last week. So far, we haven't seen it quite as much today, but hopefully a change now into the day series. But before we get into the agent selects, our predictions for today, which I feel really guilty about, I'm not gonna lie, but Ash is right there with me. So yeah, I had to go Nightblood. I think their series was so close, and I would be happy with either team winning here, Dan, honestly.
I think Shopify Rebellion is winning this match too, actually. So it's slightly different.
I like the double down.
They're winning today.
The double down. All right, Ash, you're with me. We're in the minority here, but still on the Nightblood Gaming side here. So
I'm not gonna lie, after seeing the map pool though, if I could change my prediction live, low-key, I would.
Okay.
I think no matter what, it is going to be a really, really close series, but Haven has consistently always been one of Shopify's best maps. And I love the point that Dan was pulling out about Pearl. They looked so good. Like, I was in awe when I was watching them in their qualifying game. It's like insane the micro plays that they're throwing out there. Lexi had an incredible map. Her impact on that map was absolutely insane on that KO as well. I don't know. I think it's gonna be close. I can see the 2-0 happening.
You guys are making me regret.
Yes.
All right. I need to sit down and think about my life for a second as we head over to our agent select. So we're pivoting on Haven, our first map of the series here. So Ash, expectations, Haven, with our agents in mind.
Oh, expectations with Haven in mind? I think that, Shopify Rebellion Gold, no surprise with what we're seeing out there. It's just the bread and butter Haven composition. Nothing too spicy, but Nightblood Gaming is where it gets interesting. You've got that Yoru ISO composition coming out from them, and we saw the power that had that is going to make it a little bit more difficult for Dodonut to kind of post up with that operator as well if Nightblood can counter her positioning well.
I just love that we get to see Fireball Ops on the ISO, considering normally we see Sentinel gameplay from him. So double duelist going up against the tried and true. It's time to head into Haven, map 1 of the series, and back over to Nerds and Levin.
We've got an absolute banger to wrap up our day heading into Haven. A repeat of the map for sure, but this is the map pick of Shopify Rebellion Gold, and they're on a win streak when it comes to this.
They are. And and we talked about how Nightblood Gaming, right? They've been on a little bit of a loss streak. So I decided, all right, let's do some digging. This is not the comp that we've been seeing out of Nightblood Gaming. This is a change. And the loss streak happened in Tier 3 Funhaver tournaments. So going into Challengers, this adaptation, I'm kind of getting excited for the head-to-head between these two teams. It kind of does remind me of Rankers, the Yoru and the ISO combo here. But then again, it worked. So we gotta see both these teams and how they develop, how Mel's going to be calling around this change, and if Nightblood Gaming is truly going to be able to surpass their loss streak with this change in composition.
Still looking to see how Dodonut inserts into this team without Fluorescent. And this is already a team that's had to pivot more to a jet style compared to the Neon, of course, different patches and whatnot, but see how successful Shopify Rebellion Gold can be as they already got closed off of B because of smokes, and they have someone lurking around, Dodonut over at C Long, but will have to surpass all the Senti util. And Boy is trying to play on logs, and no one checks that, but Dodonut will still respond. NBG have 2 on site, and it's just Fireball on the ISO with no util, a ghost, and the paranoia to close things out, but still Fireball was able to spit back before Noya goes in for the kill.
Nice little split. Good call out of Mel to go, away from B and down in, because you already have Dodonut pushed up into long, so supporting them and playing more coordinated works out. Very classic SRG strats here coming out for them. And I'm excited to see, right? Because I was there when they made history, when they managed to push over the edge and get into Challengers. And now it's how they perform in Challengers that is the question. And they didn't start off on the best foot. So now that they started off this map on a better foot, brings me a little bit of confidence, a little bit of hope.
Yeah, Fireball really impressed me last week when it came to Nightblood's match. Just what they were able to do, especially on the deadlock, when it came to bind and just the solo plays, being able to use that util to draw people into an advantageous duel for him. So looking forward to seeing now on a more selfish role, I should say, on the ISO, what they can do in the fragging department. But for Shopify Rebellion Gold, it's hard to pick a superstar. They are all deadly in their own right. And now SRG have already been pushed off from their A main road and will pivot towards their C lurk with Noya.
Good pivot. I mean, they would have to go through the double duelist setup here. Nice proactivity out of Nightblood. They have Sova being sent down. They're going to try to play, I wouldn't even say to play to contain here, but play for this retake and fight together. It's going to be so hard with worse off weaponry, right? Like this entry, like how do they re-enter? Are we just playing to die off the spike? Is that the MO?
Looks like NBG are really pre-aiming right now. Now the smokes are gone, waiting for SRG to peek, and Mel and Noya and Sarah all converge at once. That's the type of teamwork that this core of SRG have. And Donut is a veteran of the game changer scene. She is no stranger to these girls. And I just knew off the bat, once they got that week 1 match out of the way, they knew that was winnable, by the way. It was so close. The sky's the limit to what these girls can achieve.
That was a flawless round by Shopify Rebellion Gold as well. So they carry in a lot of weaponry. And we're starting to see, Noya farming up their ultimate. 5-0 has not died yet. So you have yourself building some of these crucial ultimates early on. And on the flip side, you do have fireball ops as well. But you have a lot more that you can play off of and Mel can call off of with the Noya ultimate, with that Earl Theft.
So some suppression and no answer back. So SRG just not revealing their position because of that. So already called for a backup from Fireball. And now the Yoru clone from Alum gets called back. And NBG still hold on to map control and hope to pinch from both sides as SRG enter the B site, have smoked off both sides. And there's already some action before the spike can get planted. But thankfully, Alexis got it off in time, but maybe you really needed her presence in these gunfights. Sarah holds off as much as she can, leaving Alexis to play from main. And smoked off, she can just play off the sound cue and fault line in, already causing some movement, and manages to get a 1v1 with Boy. Hyun, last one left, swings carefully, and Alexis stays cool.
What a conversion for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Working their way into the B site. Alexis clean. I mean, we talked about this core being a veteran core, not only from GC, but managing to push over the edge. And now we get to see it in action here. It's coming alive for the Golden Squad. They're shining brilliantly. And I'm just excited to see how they're going to continue with it. On the flip side, NBG, they got it really close, but just a little bit tight. Like, honestly, if they were a little tighter there, I feel like the re-swing out of Hyun would have been a lot cleaner and they could have won it. Right? It just came down to that wire. Dodo, what an opening.
She was incredible at Spotlight. I got to meet her in person, so humble, like first times on a global stage, and she absolutely killed it. I think there was like a voice line or a sound clip of somebody from Cloud9 saying, Dodo Nuts cracked. Like, she's crazy, and looking forward to seeing more of her on now such a stacked team Because from FlyQuest, you knew there was so much more to her, and SRG already off to a 5 versus 2 start, but with the weaponry upgrade, another bucket up close and personal. I thought Hyun was going to be able to at least get away with 1, and we're heading towards possibly another flawless round.
President Noya just absolutely doing the best job so far. The lurks remind me of Inspire, and like they inspire me to say that Noya, when I saw them previously and how impactful they were against, you know, Fun Havers to qualify into this, and seeing them now, this is the Noya that we remember. That's why I put them as my prediction, because it was like, you know, this Trust and Plug was just a warm-up. It was just the amuse-bouche for this amazing course of a meal that we're going to be seeing out of them. And a well-needed timeout out of Nightblood Gaming. Just going to be fixing up some of those problems, like how are they going to play in terms of their tactics. I mean, they had a pretty solid pistol. They got it fairly even out of all of the chaos. I feel like you need to be a little bit more active, kind of like that Rankers mentality of taking some space with a composition like this. When you have the double duelists, you have to be a bit more active.
And this Nightblood team centers itself a lot around Alum and his playstyle, especially around the Neon, the Yoru. So those are the maps you're going to see. Of course, this is SRG's pick. So with Yoru, you're really playing this front to back, and you got to be able to read those clones. It's just another day at the office for a team like SRG, and specifically why they go to this map. You look at the leader of SRG, Mel, not only is incredibly intelligent at the game, but studies her opponent, knows the weaknesses inside out, will watch every match. So Nightblood Gaming got to kind of reinvent the wheel. They got to kill Contract, Fireball. You can't miss, literally. This has to be executed upon.
Rolling yourself a really high roll there. Find the nat 20 and send the Fireball down flying, right? And with their ultimate, with some of the ultimates coming online for the flip side, that's what we're going to try and be, you know, seeing here out of Nightblood Gaming. Already a change of pace, getting more active into A main, solo out of Yoru, but still the TP set for the C play. Maybe trying to funnel them in almost and like, hey, come B, come C.
Fake teleport.
Information given to SRG because that recon wasn't shot right away. They knew. Now SRG knows there's the Senti on the left side of the map, but you don't know what's in Garage. And that's where Noya will be creeping around very soon. She'll have ears, but Alum closes down A main. This is going to be a perilous round now for SRG, already being down 2. But having Alexis with flashes, that's your bread and butter. If she's not dropping 15, 20 assists, there's a problem. But you're losing fraggers for this offense, and the road can't stop here. SRG will be smoked off, and they're going to be trying to be as quiet as they can. And they'll have the site for free because no one's there.
But it's almost like a trap, considering you have so many players left up, and Fireball Ops is close enough with that ultimate in their pocket that they could deny the plant rather quickly the moment they hear it. The timing is there for NBG.
Site clear. SRG have a Hunter's Fury, but that also sort of puts you out of action when you use that in a 2 versus 5. It's tough. Now you're trying to go for a proactive play. Sarah goes 1 for 1. Better late than never. Now it's all up to Alexis. Gets away from the flash. Another one. And turns and burns on Fireball. Alum is injured. Boy is on the way. And they're just doing this 1 by 1. But because Alexis shied away, it's NBG that get the defuse.
Good retake. They keep themselves up in the game, converting off the timeout here. Now we're starting to get spicy. They got proactive into A, and you see Alum, we were talking about this player, like we're building around them, and they thrive. Fighting in A main, finding 2 super early on. I love that we have the replay perfectly to highlight this point, and that's how you want to be playing. So again, sort of like that Rankers mentality of you have really strong solo individual players, let them shine, put them in positions to succeed, and hopefully they don't crumble. And in this case, they don't. Nightblood Gaming picking up the first, converting off the timeout.
Good starting point for NBG to get back on their feet. Dimensional drip. Okay, everyone's still in spawn. And the Hunter's Fury from Cass to knock down these pins. Go for a strike. It works out. Get a kill and even some damage on Noya. And Noya was trying to suss out where the rest of NBG were, especially with that dimensional drift, and SRG just stand and deliver. They haven't even moved from spawn. and they were already able to get an advantage member-wise early in this round.
And I will say, previously on the other round, Mel fell down early, but Mel's alive in here. So not only with the numbers advantage, you have ultimate stacked, Mel being alive and active, allowing them to call and make sure that, all right, we could take SRG across the line. That's going to be a huge component to it. Yes, smoked off. They're not going to be able to find much here.
Depends if they want to shoot a recon.
That's expensive if they shoot the recon, because it's better for the retake. But assume.
Well, your retake's already here, you would think, but now the spike, not the spike, but yeah, the spike did get planted, but the smoke dropped. Had to get away from that line of sight. Wants backup, and Kes could have had a real moment to unload with the Odin, but the timing, the sync wasn't there. NBG would rather play together than take too many risks. Kes dropping down, the Goomba stomp, no! Noya denies, and NBG have started their break-in with the Hunter's Fury off of Sarah, trying to see where Boy is. And there's a big finish for SRG.
And just layers of SRG utility. We have, again, Sarah, like you mentioned, with the Hunter's Fury, whether it's necessary for a clutch scenario or just to allow the rest of the team to play on that site. It's so solid out of the up. Tech pause coming through here. Perfect time to dive in, I think, a little bit deeper into how SR was able to capitalize off that. Again, Mel being able to call off it. We saw Kes popping their Hunter's Fury early in the round, knocking down Dodonut and taking them down a notch. But the pivot out of SRG is truly what allowed them to win there. They managed to reclaim some heads, and more than that, take the A site, one of the harder sites to retake in Valorant without substantial ultimates.
And I think NBG are having a wobbly start, but this is a team that you have to respect. Finished third place in playoffs in stage 3 last year. And this is a team that really showed up last week as well. So it's a weird start for sure, but of course, they'll be able to talk things through. And they have a bunch of ultimates. Still waiting for that kill contract. I'm excited to see if we can get a good impression of Kane Zera out there, but
I would hope so. I mean, they didn't need it for the previous round. It was just more of like they had it in their back pocket. And Fireball Ops is pretty good on the shots, so we're seeing them popping off in these cases. We'd like to continue to see them. It's just a matter of when are we going to be inserting it? How are we going to play around it? And you've got, obviously it's a tech pause, but it's got to break some of the momentum of SRG. NBG did have a timeout. They've changed up some of their protocols. How and in what, more than how, like they need to change up yet again. Because SRG, one thing that they're very solid on is to continue to adapt against their opponents. No matter what the situation calls for, Mel is able to adapt to their opponent a little faster.
And you see that NBG are trying to work on these sync issues, like the fact that Kes waited at the top window where any other solo player, recon, spray through the Odin. It's pretty safe, you can back up, but just not having the confidence to go for that and really wanting to make sure that we live and die as a team. And maybe wanting your IGL or someone else to be there with you to play off of that recon is also a great call. But once NBG have the sync down, right? And they can shoot back, of course, at Shopify Rebellion Gold. This will be a completely different map.
I'm gonna have to agree. It's a matter of their timings and coordination. SRG, they've been a core that's played for a very long time, so they're not even gonna have these sync issues. But with this tech pause still underway, I wonder how this is gonna affect SRG.
Well, it's affecting our lobby for sure. We do have to throw to a quick break to make sure everything is okay, so we'll see you after this. welcome back, everyone, to Challengers North America Week 2, Match 2, NBG, SRG. Still a banger. Still 5-1, though. Still looking for an answer from NBG.
I mean, we're going to have to see some of the retakes. We're going to have to see what this pause has in store for them. And something that, I mean, I really wanted to bring off the start of this is the proactivity Alim had in round number 4, where they managed to push up into A. And being that sort of duelist, the eggster, the ranked mentality of having the firepower within you to sort of break up SRG's clinical playstyle.
An Ares buy from Kes2, but that's over at B, and NBG are stacking the center of the map, leaving A completely open. You kind of have to gamble that with the weaponry that NBG have. They have to at least aim for trades, but with this Ares just slicing down the middle of the map, this did some significant damage to SRG, but that also revealed NBG's position, where SRG capitalized and got that first blood and fireball ops down to 2. So we're definitely not seeing that kill contract this round. SRG being proactive. Does NBG want to prevent the plant? They already heard the orb get tapped, and what a turn and burn from Alum. Will they be able to take up that weapon? They did not. Didn't have the space to do so. NBG should have really been aggressive catching SRG at the heel, and they're still scrapping away. It's a 2v2. But again, Fireball has to be the bait, and unfortunately it's the last one left. While Kes has fallen. Kill contract 1v1, sure. Alexis versus Fireball with the full HP and just choked and fumbled, and Alexis the last one to end it for SRG.
Okay, but immediately it's a change of pace, right? Immediately we see a speed up on the retakes. Alim getting immense value, honestly, by peeking out of CT and managing to find the first off on it. And yeah, they did lose in the end, but they took a lot of weapons out. Some of the morale is back in their step. For Nightblood here, we need to see more of this with weaponry and with utility. When they have the economy to back themselves up, I feel like that's going to be a huge momentum shift in their favor.
Some light shield buys too from NBG's side. Alum with the op will be at C. Won't be seeing that as SRG are moving up through A main and got hit by a fall line, and that was to maybe set up a play for Fireball, and does get traded. So SRG not shy away. They still have Alexis, so they still have hope with a flash in hand and even a recon, and Kes is just gonna freely peek. So we wanted to see more confidence out of NBG. Felt like they were giving so much space in the last round. When they had a leg up, they just gave it up to SRG. And now NBG are fighting with a lot more thought in mind.
Rotate. And just to mention, Mel's still alive. Noya leading in frags, still up at it for SRG. But a freshly renewed Nightblood. Nightblood is, they're out for blood because they're fighting a lot closer together. They have that sort of, we need to stick together, play together, and just shoot them back mentality that worked so well for rankers previously on this map. And they're running their comp, so it's working amazingly.
I like this call from SRG to go for a B site because you're facing an op, and this is the most awkward place to play an op. But off the flash, NBG try to jump in, but it's the loving arms of Noya that sends them right back where they came from.
Just like jaw agape, Lemon, for me, because that was beautiful. And, you know, when you have this sort of chemistry lab and you're making sure everything's clinical and a fire starts brewing and players start getting into different places, you have protocols to put those fires down. Mel calling immensely in that moment to just have the rotates, allow Noya to cook through, and just, this is just pure clinical play style out of Noya.
There's just a lot of pressure, I feel like, on Shopify Rebellion Gold's shoulders since they made history. Everyone is watching them to see how they will perform, and especially post-fluorescent era. And so far, the leader of Mel assures them this could be a round to win. And look at that retaliation from SRG to the read to catch NBG pushing up through A short. And now this round is already cooked for NBG, and the streak most likely to continue for SRG.
I just want to point out the assist line on that. Everyone's participating on SRG's side. just it's a team, it's collective effort here. Just going to show how strong this core has been. For NBG, on the flip side, I mean, they've showed moments of brilliance, but those moments keep getting overshadowed.
Oh my
And look at the
God.
timing Alexis just grabs on Hyun as well.
Valorant timing. I was like, yeah, Hyun could definitely just punish an overeager player with the Bucky that they had, and then turns away the second an opponent comes around the corner. Could not be any more unlucky than that, but it was going to be a one and done anyway. But
oh man, and this starts putting into question, right? NBG, Nightblood, they're going for a different composition that they played previously on a map that they are historically, or at least in recent history, not the strongest on. So seeing this sort of, it makes a little bit of sense. SRG has historically been amazing on Haven. For NBG, I want to see the synergy between Alim and Kess. Fireball Ops is really solid on their own. We've seen them pop off as well. So the coordination just needs to be a little stronger there.
Here.
Oh. The op in hand. Oh, I cursed it.
and this is why you got to be scared shooting through smokes against SRG, because now you've revealed sort of your position, and they will shoot back. And look at the damage. Alim will regret that, and manages to get out with the op, and Hyun left behind, and now doesn't feel like they could escape, not without the teleport, and does so. That gives the indication for SRG to get away with a safe plan.
I mean, Alan with the op, they're on low HP. They have the 5v4 retake, so let's see this retake protocol. Speed it up, get in their faces, get aggressive here, like the rankers, like the rank mentality of go shoot, go kill. Oh, but Alexis has this counter to the stop, to the firepower.
Recon. Now they're rolling Thunder, and SRG tried to predict through the back door, but NBG wanted to take their time to maybe play off the recon. Everyone's stack on Kess, and it's the drop down and off the ISO shield. Fireball almost gets an ace, and that is the NBG we saw from last week. Put all the eggs in the Fireball basket. They'll probably be burnt, but in a good way.
Hey, but you know what? They weren't cracked by the rolling Thunder, and that is realistically what kind of made it, or I just basically made it for Nightblood here. They got ahead of the Rolling Thunder, were cognizant of it, and managed to take SRG by surprise, dropping down from heaven. It got me kind of butterflies in my stomach when I saw it. I was like, oh, how is this going to play out? And it plays out beautifully for Nightblood. Now, SR, Shopify Rebellion Gold, they're going up against 4 ultimates stacked up. A win on a retake here. We start to see some of these gaps being filled in. Another op here, Alim. I want to see one of these shots land. Kess already found one on the other side of the map.
Just spraying through smoke, by the way. That's how Kess got it. And this time, SRG just didn't have the members to suppress that. So now Hyun with first blood, and we got second blood going for NBG. Holding their positions. SRG getting no ground, no space, no map control, but Dodonut starts to make her way through C site, and there will be trips through the cages. It'll be hard to spot. And she takes her time, gets the one tap, and boy, cleans up that kill. But there is more to worry around the corner. It's Alexis in a 1v3. She's been in these scenarios before, but there is a player from behind. Alexis has her knife out. Unfortunate. Who expects someone to be there? Especially a team like NBG. They haven't gone for flanks like that yet.
Last round before the switch.
Oh. Nightblood is starting to make it competitive. 5 ultimates on the 12th round of the half. 8-4 would be really solid for them for NBG. Shopify on the flip side, they are still relatively comfortable here. It's their map. They're very coordinated on it. And we've just seen just a pace change out of Nightblood, and it's been working.
A lot of ults from NBG's side, and you can see that they've really found a good stride to go with now. Off the Dimensional Drip plus Hunter's Fury. SRG, they've seen this before. And Fireball waits for a chance to kill Contract. Mel gets away with it. And Fireball takes down 2 L's in that ult. But this is a new comp for NBG. This is not something they typically play. It's a lot of Jet and not so much of the Yoru ISO, and a different look. It's not been one that's good, as Win tries to get away, uses the ult to barely get out of the aftershock, and can't seem to stabilize as NBG fall 1 by 1 over at the C site.
Oh, but look at where Noya is. Doesn't matter. Hyun is there. And the timings have been caught. SRG has numbers into it, and Dodonut with the ultimate. They're looking to speed up themselves. Mel is still alive critically on top of that.
Dodonut front and center on stage. Knives out. Boy, the swing and no help when smoked off from Garage. We'll have to look both ways before crossing. And yeah, gets the shot through the box after seeing the gun, but that's a 4K from Dodonut. A 9-3 half. Super impressive for SRG.
And Dodonut started off hot. We had kind of a little roller coaster, and it landed exactly into a shop here. Dodonut is cooking things up. They have got themselves a second frag on the board, and especially with this round, right? Hyun was fragging out as the IGL, but you have your duelist popping off, you start to win things through. Nightblood now on the attack. They have a more attack-sided comp. One can argue with the double duelists and the layers of how they push in. So truly the pistol, picking up the pistol and the bonus and trying to convert all that is going to be the key, I would say, for Nightblood Gaming to re-enter into this map.
Standing ahead.
Long recon, I should say, over at C. Shot down there by Noya. Everything cool. 2-1-2 split for SRG. NBG have already used the Yoru clone, some teleport action to get over to C. Established, smoked off. Should be a secure, I was gonna say secure plant, but the spike is on the other side. And you would have loved for Kess to be over there. And now Kess doesn't have a teammate or a duo. And look at all the map control SRG have. This spike is gonna get dropped soon if they're not careful.
They have so much front map control as well. I am worried about this Nightblood Gaming CT control. They literally have spawn. But Dodo is cognizant of it, right? They're like, okay, if we have all of this space, they've got to be somewhere else. C has been empty this entire time.
Okay, well, you made the most out of the situation if you're NBG having to wrap through all the way through defender spawn just to rejoin your spike carrier. Has 30 seconds to get the job done.
30 seconds left.
Cleared everything, smokes in place. It's just a matter of time. And SRG will be coming through the backside, and Allen could get a surprise. But with his duo Fireball, they're gonna match up against SRG. And it's Sarah trying to do her best, but NBG just combined their forces to take down the flankers of SRG. Now it's Alexis. Flashes, aftershocks, suppressing them, trying to get the defuse halfway. What a well-timed paranoia. And the blinds go through NBG, try to stop the defuse, and it's too little too late.
Fireball gets the 3K good, but at the same time, the pistol's not picked up. And it looked like it was stacked in favor, but unfortunately, it falls apart here. Shopify Rebellion picking it up there. That was insane to see. And yeah, I agree. Mel is the GOAT. Absolutely amazing here, showcasing the true potency, I guess, of their squad in Challengers.
Are we gonna see the timing of that paranoia? Unfortunately not, but if it hit at the perfect frame, perfect second, because that diffuser would have been killed. And now you got a Judge in Garage through the ISO shield, through the fire and the flames. Noya does get overwhelmed.
Spike down mid.
And NBG
doesn't need the Secret Service. She is the Secret Service, taking them all down.
She's serving her country all right. NBG have to pivot out of that. And after Garage being failed, after Paranoia came out, you gotta know, okay, Mel doesn't have that anymore, but she still got a gun and it still hurts. Smoked off, doesn't matter. NBG are gonna set up to see if SRG are gonna be eager enough to push past during smoke or after it dissipates.
I mean, Quinn on the other end of it, no HP. They bought up into this for Nightblood to try and find something, but it's stacked in favor of SRG right now. We wanted to see their pacing, them to get faster into the faces and get those fights, and we just don't see the same firepower.
And if you're NBG, you really needed to get a pistol, and you really needed to get the ball rolling. And this is an avalanche that NBG want no part of. This will get up to 11. The deficit is insane. This is so difficult to overcome, and maybe needing another timeout just to, at the very least, get the mental in check.
Well, 100%, right? We're going into the, it's going to be a broken bye, but still a bye round for Nightblood here. It's the chance for them to try and sway it into their favor.
I'm in their heads.
Perfect shout. Oh, you are. I mean, hey, honestly, if you weren't going to call it, I would have said the exact same thing. It's like you kind of have to get into this, and we get a little pip over here. Winthrop versus Ambrosia, with Winthrop currently doing fantastic. 7-4 on their first half. But all in all, just this should be a mental reset for Nightblood Gaming, saying, hey, we have a more aggressive comp. We are on this attacking side. Let's get aggressive, right? Let's take space. We should be, in some cases, you could even say maybe trying a 5-stack, but just the way that they've been playing, you need a mental check. You need Elim to start popping off as well. Getting some more, just, I would say, like, coordination with Hyung and Cass.
And Nightblood not being able to start off on their own map pick, because last week against YFP, it was fine. They went all the way to map 3. And they, Nightblood are on my radar, at least, for how well they pushed YFP to their limit last week. And Shopify Rebellion Gold, I gave them a pass because it's week 1, first time in Challengers. Like, they're no strangers to high-level competition, but they are still a team that is playing around Donut and a new look, and I am a huge fan of what Donut is able to do for any team that she's on. And even you saw VCT Spotlight, how she's able to incorporate with new teammates. SRG with First Blood, Judges, ooh, NBG got to be scared.
I mean, you have a limb is down. How is Hwin to call around this, right? You've already had star player fall. You have a weaker bye here. I mean, they're gone as well, so I guess we're not going to see too many calling.
NBG are scrapping away at A and have taken some of the forces down of SRG. Judge, Outlaw, now a Vandal upgrade for Kess in a 1v3, spike in hand. Definitely doesn't feel secure enough to plant, but has to go for it. And right behind the timing is there, our president in action.
Very sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. And just what a beautiful show for SRG. NBG took a timeout. They had a weaker bye. This, I guess, is the make or break. The role starter. This has to be that round, right?
And my biggest question is, why did Nightblood change to this composition? Like, an ISO Yoru isn't gonna hit the same on defense, and you saw how limited they were on defense because of the lack of utility. Was this to try and, like, ego check SRG? Like, you saw the kill contract of a Sheriff from Fireball versus a Vandal from SRG. Like,
honestly,
they're getting humbled a little bit.
I think it was maybe just, like, to try and, like, play into it. Oh, okay, first found on Noya. So NBG's not out just yet. They're playing a lot more confident in this round on the default rather than a stack. Confidence will be key. Shots will be as well.
Can't get a bigger advantage than this. Well, could get always better, could always be worse. For SRG, they're still split around the map. And the first engagement could easily be Alexis when she hears the spike come in her direction. And with the camera, they know that they'll be safe for now. As SRG just wait, and it's Alexis opens up, and the sidestep from Alum gets away with 2. And you couldn't have asked for more than that from Alexis.
Huge. We even have Sarah available here from Heaven. So for SRG's retake, right, Sarah can stall a little bit, potentially. And Mel's coming in for backup and support. Oh, they got spotted. Really good timings out of NBG. This hold, it's going to be hard to break for these two players, especially with Hwin on the other side. Dang.
Damn, Mel, clinical with it. They're trying to wait out the smoke, seeing what they can hear. And Kess on the off angle. Mel, Sarah, 3, 2, 1. They swing, try to cover both corners, but there's so much to cover when it comes to this site and breaking through the smoke. Good effort from SRG, but a much, much needed win for NBG.
It's a sigh of relief, but the consistency needs to be there. We do see a little bit of a broken buy out of Shopify Rebellion. Noya gonna stick with the Guardian, try and stay alive near the end regardless, but good pace change. The default works out for them, but Alexis, again, talking about these X factors, these wild cards that push through, and we start to see them out of SRG. If you stack a deck with wild cards, eventually some of them are going to land. Playing off this push together, and it's just going to work mildly. Cat's going to stop them, though.
I like the kind of early round swing from SRG, being at a weaponry disadvantage to try and see what you can pick up. And boy, with the neural theft, be able to see where the remaining members are. Gotta expect a garage push, a backside push, but when and where would be a question. SRG pop out, and it's a one tap from Dodo Nut, but the Vandal from Fireball is gonna be superior every day of the week.
That's how I'm feeling right now. Just, but that was an eco round. We have 5 ultimates racked up for SRG and weaponry on top of that. Attack op from Dodo Nut, who's been performing. They have the Blade Storm in their back pocket as well. Site takes and retakes. So all together on this defense, I'm having some thoughts here. But I still believe in the momentum shift that Nightblood has started. They've picked 2 rounds up. They have ultimates of their own, and they're going to be playing off of them.
Yeah, you have a lot of ground to make up because this ISO Yoru combo was built for the offense, and it needs to strike. Kill Contract just kidnapped Noya out of the Hunter's Fury. Big win for Fireball, first one of the map. And again, quite a gap in the score for NBG. And the spike is on the other side, so NBG are selling this fake. And SRG will snuff this out eventually. NBG will have time to plant, but they're about to face a storm if Boy doesn't get there in time to help.
More than that, Boy's up in arms here, trying to deny some of these positions out of SRG. Gets one and gets out. And they know that the numbers weren't in their favor. The ultimate's still in Alexis's hands, but I think SR called a save here pretty early because they still have rounds to play with on this defense. They don't need to rush in here and continue this economic snowball that Nightblood is starting to stack up here. They don't want to feed ults into these players who've just countered them so well, baited the ults on C, and got in towards the A site.
Especially having that op. Super important for a player like Dodo Nut, and how they've been able to keep guard of C and even A if they wanted to pivot to that. But this is, again, the SRG have a lot of wiggle room because they're at match point, and it's free to take a timeout of how you can really perfect this round with a Rolling Thunder and Neural Theft in their hands.
And Effie's, the efficacy of their timeouts are insane, right? Effie's is probably going to be helping out here with how we use these ultimates. It is looking like a buy up here, a little bit broken as Noya doesn't have the funds, but we could have a glass cannon op out of Dodo Nut potentially as well. On the other side, for Nightblood Gaming, they are starting to build things up. They're playing a lot more confident, not only just shooting back, but just with the reads and the timings against Mel, counter-stratting them pretty solidly.
Oh, we got some Tejo action from our Winthrop Ambrosia match. That's still in map 1, 11-5. I know that was really a contested prediction to make when it comes to the talent. Y'all let us know if you had Winthrop or Ambrosia. I really wasn't sure. Winthrop were definitely on the come up last stage, but a lot of rosters have changed up. So let's see if NBG can pull off a perfect offensive half, because they only have one more chance at doing so. And with the broken buy, as you mentioned, from Shopify Rebellion Gold, there's a chance for NBG to create a good lead.
They filled in some of their gaps. Dodo going to be playing off the Blade Storm as well. Mel with the op. And already finding success.
didn't even get to see if Fireball just like bought the shield, because usually if you're going to be front and center as the ISO, kind of what a lesson we took out of Kane's era, to have that ISO shield up, it's so good against the op. It still blocks the op shot, and Mel's gotten 2. The duelists are blocking the op shots with their faces. That's not what Valorant taught me.
That's what we call the Mel up, the mop, because they're mopping right now. And they're doing
Oh my God.
I mean, it's honestly like the double find on both the duelists is gonna break up the speed and the momentum that Nightblood have had. Cass looking to bring it back though. Doesn't find it.
I was gonna say, Kez, finish off what you started.
There we go.
You like tell Cersei it was me leaving like Noya at 5 HP. Like, all good though. It's now possibly winnable for NBG. Trying to scare down the op from Mel that they thought was still at the back of B, and look where Mel is now. Nowhere to be found. So NBG had to take all this time to re-clear, get info, and take duels where they can, and to take down Alexis. That is a huge boon for them.
You're gonna be able to get the plant down, but Dodo's still inserted into, like, they have space. They have this Blade Storm. Don't find value though. The recovery from Nightblood has been superior, and it's Mel to save this op. I mean, we saw how impactful she was with the op. They don't want to get rid of it here for SRG. And through the timeout, it seems like the strategy was perfect. I feel like maybe the ultimate expended a little fast out of Alexis down towards mid, but regardless, at the very end of the day, we see amazing recovery out of Nightblood.
Yeah, just to steady up. Third one for Mel.
3 kills.
Yep. Now the chase is on to try and deny that op in time, but I don't think NBG got the right sneakers on to make it in time. But SRG post timeout, it's only Mel delivering those kills. These 1v1s not being won there by the defense. So don't trip up over the laces yet, girlies. It's still map 1. It's not over yet.
They found the timing to the retakes, and they found the comfortability that they needed. Just the final bullet on that. Yeah, it was with the movement error as well. Oh, the comedy just writes itself. And the story grows for Nightblood here as they've been drawing these players in.
Oh, when is Dodo not gonna peek? And that is the beauty of the ISO shield. Fireball leads the way, and now can they catch SRG before the escape? The smokes in place will hide their trail, and SRG still lost Noya and Dodo in the process. They just thought they had to scrap. They had their reinforcements. They wanted to take the 3 versus 5, and it doesn't work out for that defense. It is an even playing field, but SRG are playing very split right now, at least with a steady aim. Sarah gets a spike down with the drone, caught off, 1 HP, with a Bucky as your secondary over on Mel's side, teleporting past the trip, getting past the defenses of NBG. And Alan was already watching it like a hawk, and this is just not a place you want to play a Bucky at. So,
ooh.
1 enemy remaining.
To be expected out of them. I like the discipline to hold off, knowing, all right, Mel has the TPs available. I know that my backside's going to be covered. If they peek together, I can swing off of it. And we're seeing, I think you brought this up, Lemon, right? The synergy between these teams, specifically for Nightblood, they're starting to get some of that synergy back, right? Alim is able to trust the rest of their team and the players to work together. Comms are feeling a little cleaner, and they're steadier on the wheel, which is super important when you're trying to surmount a comeback. And slowly and surely, round after round, they're making SRG sweat, and they're making me a believer in the comeback.
and it's a 5-round streak from NBG. And you needed this offense to be perfect. You're running these 2 duelists for a reason. And Fireball going from losing kill contracts to signing them. And then you have Alum leading the way. Fireball too with the shield. And this flank gets caught. Boy, reading it like a book. And this is SRG not able to change things up enough to catch NBG off guard. They were expecting something different.
That just the hold, right? Like, it's like, yeah, aiming control super important. Lobby control super important. Just gonna leave a lurk down there. A 1 for 2 for Boy, and the spike's already planted, so this retake's gonna be so rough. Good protocols though.
Wow, what a combo. Hunter's Fury to protect the spike. NBG buying time. SRG having to funnel through and fight fire with fire. And Alum gets two, and the spike cannot be defused in time.
Just the layers of delay that we saw out of Nightblood Gaming. Ultimate being crucial in preventing them. Keeps the dream alive. 6 found here. And it's another broken buy for Shopify Rebellion. Another timeout invested. Oh my.
Alexis is just a genius. First, you fault line. You know there's 2 players. You know exactly where they are.
Yeah.
Fault line's the one, so they're all lost in the sauce. We were talking about that earlier. And then Aftershocks the Nook, so that they're forced to take that 1v1 while the other player is fault line. This is why Alexis is the GOAT when it comes to initiators.
At the end of the day,
Yeah, I know, it wasn't
defused.
defused, still an L,
The
but...
defuse was there, and it's bringing it back for Nightblood. After coming off of a 9-3 half, I mean, you've got to start giving some sort of like hype to them, because now they're making me a believer that this game can become close. Like, I still can't pick a side, but I'm happy that it's close. I love seeing the competition between them. And just look at this, Elim feeling themselves. The rest of the squad for Nightblood starting to find their footing. They haven't faltered yet. They haven't fallen off.
Now with light shields and sheriffs, 1 hero vandal given to Dodonut. Could be a tough round to surpass for SRG. But again, any denial of these weapons, you need to start doing damage to this economy when it comes to NBG. And they've been just back-to-back hitting the C site. And SRG, when they have these broken buys, they like to just all rush through mid, kind of ARAM style, but it's met with a lot of firepower from the NBG side, left with a 2v2, but a pretty loud Odin and still a Vandal for Boy, as SRG still have their own Vandal, but a split defense of Alexis and Dodonut trying to reunite.
We're gonna hopefully pick up some weapons down here. No, Alexis doesn't grab it. Dodo will be playing off that hero rifle. Break and regroup. Gonna force these players back. Talk about Alexis being the GOAT. I mean, the timing is gonna be great for them. This time, hopefully, they can win the war and the defuse right off of the timeout.
It's just such a good site to hit for an ISO Yoru comp. And SRG are trying different ways from garage through flanks through the A side. Now the spike will be tapped. Can't get it to halfway. Alexis getting up close and personal and denied by the Odin. Roaring at her. And NBG on an insane streak right now.
They're bringing you back on the attacking side. And it's their defaults and hits on C that have really been so much of a trip for SRG and so solid for Nightblood. I mean, 3 of the rounds that they've had within the past 7 was just specifically off of the timing, right? We've seen saves out of Shopify Rebellion, and the other ones, the other 4 have been frags. They're finding their footing and they're just shooting back. I mean, it's beautiful to see, but Dodonut here has been getting tripped up multiple times with the Yoru.
Now a 7-round win streak. You need SRG to reinforce this C site. That's why you have Mel and Dodonut. If they have to play out of sight, out of mind, they can play off the paranoia. Here's the ISO wall and an Omen teleport from Quinn. And this causes paranoia from SRG to fall back, to not want to get backstabbed, and SRG try to reunite. It will be a 4 versus 4 kill contract, and Dodonut jumping around with the... I think she had the op either way. Strange occurrence in that kill contract, but one that Fireball loves to take. A 3-on-1 as Sarah brings it down to just 2. Spike being planted, recon in, and no pings. Either they're in garage or they're in long. Sarah maybe just off the footsteps, heard them go long. There's the jump peak. And Huynh, the paranoia, heard Sarah fall back. With all the util they have left, Sarah can try to use the shock bolts to get a 1v1, and Quinn's gonna decide to take the damage and teleport. And the shock bolt doesn't go into the corner, it goes into the wall and didn't do the damage she was hoping for. And NBG creeping up on that score.
Just go see. Just go see. Just go see.
It's the game plan.
I mean, it's working. We haven't seen a counter for SRG. They tried getting aggro a couple of rounds previously out of a lobby. They tried to do so much in terms of their play style. They've set up Dodo with the op there, but just the protocols that we see out of Nightblood to just flush out potential op spots are so good. And now, I mean, we've been seeing C so often here. The spike leaning down towards mid on the default. I mean, the potential is huge for Nightblood to go anywhere and trip all these players up.
SRG just need one round. And we've said this now 70 times in a row, but it's still possible. Rolling Thunder, one Hero Vandal, still very good weapons. Like Guardians, like SRG will one tap with them in the right circumstance. So you can't doubt that SRG can close out at any moment now. But in your head, you gotta start worrying. Why hasn't it happened yet? NBG firing on all cylinders. Literally, Odin spraying early in the round. And is the C hit gonna happen? SRG already stacking the left side to try and prevent that.
I love how NBG is playing around this C where they're like, we can threaten it. And that's just gonna be the thing that draws them in. Mel, unafraid though towards the A site, and that's gonna change up Nightblood Gaming's strategy. This ultimate.
Oh, that will catch the Yoru, and Alum can teleport.
30 seconds.
So Alexis, a Rolling Thunder that nets them one kill, and a destructured NBG. And what else? Paranoia just got thrown there from Hwin. They have shock bolts and still a kitted out ISO, ready to catch Alexis. Anti-flash position. Alexis, aftershock. Now in a 1v1 situation for Garage Control. And SRG decides to shy away. They pull the attention towards Garage, so SRG flood in through the backside, and Kess with the Odin kills 3 and makes this way too difficult for SRG. 12-12.
Just go see. Just go see. And the thing is, the craziest part of that entire round in my mind is the fact that SRG started to look a lot cleaner until the very end of C. The C retake was just difficult for them. Labored. Kess with this Odin is just on point. The 3K to be found on the site, and the way that they brought this back, especially with early on when we expected SR to take this game, and the 3 that they found at the very beginning of this half, the fact that we see an undefeated 9 rounds in a row picked up is beautiful for Nightblood.
Insane for SRG. They've gone to overtime before against Trusted Plug last week, ended 14-12, not in their favor on Pearl. So can they steady their nerves? It's a forward push from NBG, but there was a flanker that caught them before, and it's punished as Mel picks up the 2. It's a 2-lady advantage from SRG on their offense to head towards C, but there's Trip standing in their way, and Boy tries to hide and cover. Now SRG have covered their footsteps, their trail off that jet smoke.
There it is, the potential rotate coming out. I mean, at this point, you only have 2 players, so whichever site they hit is going to be an advantage, but SRG does not want to go into the Cypher trip. Right, the Cypher setup towards the C site is not their forte. If Nightblood Gaming is just go C for Shopify Rebellion, they are a little bit more cerebral. They work the map, and just go A and avoid the trips is what they're going to go for, but they're going to find Kess with an Odin.
30 seconds left.
Already won, but Mel responds, will not shy away from the Odin. Kess has been huge in the past, finally gets denied. And this Boy in a 1v3 has to show up, and in the middle of the aftershock goes for a play, and it's SRG winning their offense. Now we've seen that many of times. It's the defense. That's what SRG need to close out on.
I mean, they've been having a hard time during the rifles. They picked up the pistol, the anti, and the bonus, but the rifles were truly the crux of they were the Achilles heel for SRG. I like that double out of Mel to have the cognizance to be with Noya in that moment. Noya falls, you go and clear the gap. I mean, for both teams, right? Their defense has been the weak point. So it's a matter of who can get the better defense, right?
SRG hiding in the smoke around the corner. Good map control, C open with just trips. SRG deciding we can't prevent C, but we can try to retake it. And Mel stuck on the box, has to cross all the way over and can't get to a safe spot, but maybe to set up Noya for success. But too many cooks in the kitchen. NBG will get a plant over at C, and this has been the kryptonite to SRG's success on defense.
I was just about to say, the C counter needs to be set up here.
Alexis starts off with garage control, and now you can provide many angles of assault for this retake, starting with the smoke being dissipated, flash and recon for SRG to get information. It did just hear the teleport, so besides checking for any corner lurkers, SRG know it's the long game. Literally, the defuse gets halfway, won't be stuck. SRG got revealed by the recon, and it's Alum with 3 of this round to clutch up and deny it from SRG.
We go from the pinging meta in smoke, some spam towards long, to having the just information and flash overload with limbs just flashing and fragging, and then you have more and more layers. And I think that's what's the truly annoying part about C, is that I think you need to have Mel alive in that moment to smoke it off so you can just get the defuse off, right? You have that cover to get the defuse.
Both teams 9-3 on their offensive rounds, and Alum, come on. It's all there for you, and now it's gone. You had your chance, your one opportunity. Now SRG, very aware, using their ears. There's a very scary op on that side, and maybe to not mess with it. So they'll start to re-clear through mid.
And again, the weakness has been this defensive side for both teams. Kess has been so good with this. Odin, a limb with the op down towards A. I'm out of control out of Nightblood Gaming here in terms of map control. We need to see the re-clears, and SRG has started that. The fault line is going to give them some space.
That's tough. SRG are trying to conserve all the util they can for the post plan, and now Wish is... They had used the Alexis flash to get into the site, and SRG are down to nothing, and this was their offensive round. They're going back to defense. This was a 9-3 lead for SRG that could possibly crumble in front of their eyes if they don't stop this NBG offense.
It's do or die, and a timeout called immediately to prevent the bleeding, to stop it. But at this point, it seems like from the day to the night, you have yourself a story, a comeback for a team that managed to upset, at least by one map, YFP. And YFP is just riddled with tier 1 and tier 2 talents alike. And now they're here in this, pushing the envelope against SRG, who made history. This is an insane storyline, Lemon, and I am just so ecstatic. It's electric to see. Even though, I mean, my predictions might not be right, but regardless, the way that Nightblood is playing right now is phenomenal. Even if it is a little bit formulaic of just going C, it works, and that's what matters.
Nightblood, they were up, what, 10-2 against YFP on Pearl, and then that got a little close there on the second half. Then NBG had a 6-6 half against YFP on Vines, so doing a comeback like this is really impressive, considering it takes a lot of experience. It takes a certain maturity to look at a 9-3 scoreline and go, yeah, I'd win. You know, like, it's crazy.
If I could, I would make an icebox report on 9-3 scorelines just for the memes. But the comeback is just making it that much more interesting.
Donut creeps around the corner, catches the barrel in a one-and-done spot, can't do more but deliver the 1-for-1. And will this be enough for SRG as they're now split 2-2 around the perimeter of the map, and Spike on its way to A.
That's the key, I would say, is that it's on its way to A. They've proven a lot better on the A site than on C.
Oh boy. Sarah capitalized on the initial flash from Alexis. But Fireball gets the last laugh. It's 3 versus 2, match point for NBG. And this is on Shopify Rebellion Gold's map pick. Pearl coming up next. And this has gone the very distance. Tess extremely low. Noya susses it out. Playing field equal. Plant won't be successful as NBG are dodging. They're going to B.
They're going to
30
C.
seconds left.
Oh no, they are going. I thought they were going to C. I was like, that would be insane. Just go C, brought literally to life yet again. The B call for the plant fast makes sense. Trips up Mel just a little bit as well as Noya.
Kill contract 2 for Fireball. You're not even needing it. Oh my God, Mel, that was quick. Oh, Noya was there too. Okay, they're playing together. And now 2 versus 1 to even up the score. Up in the corner, Quinn for the win and can't do it. Mel clutches up for the squad and keeps them still in it.
Is this? I mean, I don't know if this is one of the first times we've seen Mel alive in the retake scenario. I mean, definitely not. But
Switching sides. Overtime.
just cool. Yeah, like the breath, right? Because yeah, I feel like if they went C there, it might have been. It still might have been just as close. But I think I almost half expected them to end it on C with how they've been playing. There we see some of the timings being spotted. I don't know if they saw Noya near the very end there, but regardless, they keep themselves one into it. The retake on B working for SRG, and now they're back on attack. Seen both teams win their defensive sides. The changes are there.
That's an important point. Both teams won their defensive side, and it was very, very, very close. Now SRG don't have Sarah, and they have Donut at 16 HP. Not what they were hoping for, but hope to break into C. Already carving out through Garage in the corner is Boy. Has to try and delay this with a Fireball swing around the corner. This could set this round ablaze, and it's Fireball that drops. And Donut watches. I don't know if they may have already sussed out this Cypher, and especially now with these steps, Boy's presence has been known, and Huin made it in time to at least trade. And it's a 2v2 yet again. And not safe enough to plant. They tried to bait NBG to front face, and it's Kess with Odin against Alexis, who has still not been able to plant. With 40 seconds, she can play the mind games, grab through Garage, try to get around, or even just exit. But right on her tail is Kess. And I think you may have just heard Alexis run away.
Left.
So Kess is fine letting her plant, could just play for retake.
Kess has all the utility in the world still. Alexis is just going to have a fault line to play off in the post plant. We already start to see some of that utility being used. Catches one off.
The fault line, the rolling thunder, when Kess could have gotten that kill off the ping of his recon, wasn't shot in time, drone right corner. Now Alexis has to be ready. The jig is up, the 1v1, it's a clutch for Alexis. She tells him how it's done.
I was so focused on the new map, I didn't even catch the rolling thunder, which was so crucial in that clutch for Alexis. It brought it back, and winning on the attack, SRG, they did manage to win previously on the defense. We don't see Nightblood going for a timeout. I'm just shocked and ecstatic to see this round play out. Because, I mean, are we going to see the same strategy of just go C and hope that that's going to work? Is there going to be some more layers like we saw previously when they went towards the A site? Because they lost when they went towards the A site. That was the one round on the attack that they could not succeed on, was when they went and favored A over their patented C push.
Standing ahead.
But SRG have lost vision of Garage. This gets the attention of SRG to pivot from C to watching that doorway. And this can crunch NBG if they walk into this trap. Now there's also pings of, they just read Fireball in the middle of the map looking at B. That's been smoked off. SRG just on prevention protocol.
Time to jump.
Oh, man. And the lean back towards A is an interesting call. They do have a limb down towards C, probably to try and fake it almost, because it hopefully will set off some alarm bells for SRG. No way to find them. But look who's still stuck towards the A site. Smelling Alexis.
Just on top of the box. SRG with the denial, and Mel gets to go into cover off her own smoke. There's a ping as SRG now just has to hose down the party, and NBG have nothing left. SRG better late than never. They will take Haven.
Oh my gosh. But that was insane how long it went. And the gaps, you could see, right? SRG very comfortable, but C seeming to be sort of lacking. Begs the question, for other teams of like, how strong is this new SRG roster on Haven specifically with some of their retakes? Honestly, though, I will say, I'll fall back.
I'm so zoomed in for some reason.
That's okay.
Hello.
No, I'll pull up a little bit. I'll pull up a little bit more, just because honestly, it was such an intense game. It was the mind games that we've been seeing as well. And near the end, I think kind of the funniest aspect of it was the fact that Just Go C was working. They went A and they lost. Yeah. And it's kind of funny to see how that goes, because eventually you would assume Just Go C will stop functioning, but it didn't. They won 9 rounds in a row. They got the 9-3 half on the flip side. They managed to bring it back, especially because the first 3 rounds were picked up by SRG. So I don't even know. I mean, I feel like I really want to hear the analysts talk about it more than anything, right?
What an amazing window for Shopify Rebellion Gold, especially like you pointed out, having Mel in the post flank critical, Alexis her clutch ability, but also Nightblood's resilience to come back from that 9-3 deficit to push us into overtime. But it is series point for Shopify Rebellion. We've got Pro coming up next, but first let's hear from the desk. We'll see you after this.
I feel like in open tournaments, even teams that are, more inexperienced and haven't been together as long are all like clawing to be the best team and to win. I feel like the energy is like everybody's trying to be the absolute best. So that is something I feel is a little bit different than Game Changers, because there isn't a lot of Game Changers teams at the moment. So it's hard to field that kind of competitive environment when there's just so few teams right now. So playing in open tournaments, I feel like we kind of get that sort of push for us to be even more competitive and for us to try even harder against these teams who are also trying just as hard. I feel like this is not a diss to Floor, because obviously Floor is just the best Game Changers player to exist. But I feel like we're more well-rounded as a team because it's not solely focused on setting up Floor now, where it's more so everyone on the team has an opportunity to pop off. Obviously Karn is insane and she's still a pop-off duelist for sure. But I think it made everybody else think, okay, I need to step up and I need to be able to, frag out a bit more to fill Floor's shoes, essentially. To be in Challengers, it feels like my entire career and my team's entire career, I've kind of led up to this. It feels like this is always what we've been working towards. So honestly, at first it was a little anticlimactic because it was like, oh, well, we did it. Now what? So to be able to compete in these matches and play against better competition, it's honestly really fun more than anything, but also it is like a breath of fresh air to be able to play against new players and new teams and all that. Honestly, my only expectation for us is for us to do our best, and if we do that, then I'm happy, to be honest. I'm not going to set a super high goal or expectation. I just want us to do our best, to be honest.
Guys, we said it was going to be a close series. I do not think it get closer than that. Triple overtime. Edge of our seats. In the end, Ash, Shopify Rebellion Gold to take the first map in the series.
Yeah, they looked really, really good in that first half. Starting off 9-3. We expected it to be a close series, but when it was such a dominant start, I don't think any of us expected it to go to overtime the way that it did. And it was just insane how it really felt like it came down to whoever could close it out on a defensive round.
I mean, how many rounds in a row for Nightblood on that second half? It was the bonus that went away of Shopify. We thought, okay, this is it. Maybe one more round. Okay, it's fine. It doesn't work out. And then we just kept seeing the map go and go all the way into the overtime for that 16-14 to close it out for Shopify Rebellion Gold at the very end. But yeah, like you were highlighting, it was a little bit of momentum, but very clear that the attacking side was the most comfortable one for both of the teams, which is interesting, right? Because Shopify, this is their map, so that means that Nightblood wanted to run on the defensive side first, and I mean, they couldn't really find anything. But that second one, I just want to say that Odin was so annoying.
I was waiting. I had a little timer in my head. How long until Dan brings up this Odin? I mean, didn't take very long. Hey, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was definitely annoying. And Shopify Rebellion, there was a lot of issues in getting past that at points. I mean, Kess was popping off with it. And Ash, I mean, when it's a game that you're one round away from losing it, like, you gotta do what it takes, right?
You do have to do what it takes. I think when you're also just getting stopped by the Odin like that a lot, it just really slows down your momentum, even like your confidence and how you're playing together as well. We saw that, yes, the Odin felt oppressive, but it also came from like some mistakes that SR were making there as well, where we would see like their spacing just wasn't quite there to even get the trade off of the Odin when it should have been netting in such a long first map. But all things considered, they're able to pull it back towards the end there. I felt like every single OT round was basically a nail biter.
Yeah, and we talked about the defensive issues for both of those teams. And as soon as Nightblood Gaming gets around on defense and you're like, oh no, like this might be over, then Shopify are able to match them just step in step there. So really, really well done. And highlighted the Odin and how that was able to tear things apart. I think Alexis, especially in that later game, really, really good util to be able to play around that and not let that be the difference maker in the team. But Ash, like, huge step ups from a lot of the players. I love how close this is on Shopify Rebellion Gold's end too.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have to give credit to NBG for the fact that they're able to make it such a close match for this first one. But yeah, I love that you bring up Alexis because she actually finished off map 1 with 0 first kills and 0 first deaths. And that just says so much about the impact that she was able to have round for round throughout the entire game, because her ability to survive, avoid getting caught up in any of those first engagements, allowed her to just continue to throw out that utility that was such a difference maker in a lot of those rounds, especially into those retakes. I think you think back to like that 2v3 retake, or it may have been even a 2v4 at one point on that A site, where her and Mel are just able to clutch it out thanks to their util usage. It's just small things like that that honestly, at the end of the day, I say small, but it's massive.
I mean, that's the difference between winning the map or sitting here like, wow, okay, we have to bounce back, not on our pick. But another person, well, 2 people that we wanted to highlight going into this, especially too when we talk about teams that had issues with the defensive end, Dan, we have to be talking about Duelists and the impact they had here. Of course, Nightblood, they had it too, but we're going to talk about Fireball Ops for this one.
Yeah, something that I want to look at a little bit on what we saw on that first map is the first kill conversion into the to the round win, because we saw Dodo doing so well on the first kills, especially, I mean, ending up 6-2, but Fireball was still getting some opportunities to do the same thing on the ISO. And we talked about this composition, and we talked about having this ISO and this Euro, obviously ISO as that main duelist going in, trying to make that space for the team, and also having the opportunity to stay alive after that first shot. But Dodo just going for that standard, going for the comfort, knowing her so well on this jet was enough, especially on the defensive side, and those closer rounds towards the end to be the difference maker. So I like to see, I feel like it's very even for both of the duelists that we have in this match, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I agree. It's really cool to see how they went so well head to head, but it also was almost like, even though it was close, it felt a little bit oppressive for Dodonut sometimes. I think especially when she was on that defensive side, because both Fireball and Alim made it really hard for her to be comfortable in taking any of those defensive sided engagements, which is where I think it became a little bit more difficult there for SR to have to like rework their plan, them not even being able to really take those first duels super comfortably, and her always having to almost like reposition somewhere else.
I mean, one thing that we've been talking about a lot with this game is the lead that Shopify Rebellion had from the get-go with this. And for that, I think we have to be talking about Noya for this, because Noya, I mean, when we get to see her cooking these beginnings of the map, I mean, Dan, she's just electric. It's crazy. Like, the impact that she has cannot be understated. And hey, if it was a Noya that wasn't going crazy to start things off, then it might have been a match that ended a lot sooner.
Yeah, no, that's true. And also, she did it last week and she's doing it again, having these really, really strong starts to the map, and especially on roles that you think, wait, how is the Cypher doing this? And how is my Sentinel getting so many opportunities for success? And it's because it's Noya. She's just so good at the game. And you can tell the way that the team works allows for any of these individual players to shine. But yeah, recently it's just been a lot of Noya towards the beginning. Kind of reminds me of what we saw in VCT Americas yesterday with Melser, and also a role that is not supposed to happen, but is, you know, one of the benefits of this core that is so strong.
And it's so important. It was in that map to get off on the right foot. And now looking forward in the series, that is going to be pivotal again as we look at Pearl for map 2. And this one, Noya got the second most amount of kills. It was 23 right after Dodonut's 24 to really just put a staple on what was an overtime map, even if they did end up losing in the end. So I think that is going to be really, really exciting. But seeing how close this first map ended up being, even if Noya is cooking today, all of Shopify Gold are, well, just crushing it. Ash, where I get a little worried for them in the second map is, even if it was close last week, they still lost. And Nightblood, they had a really strong performance up against YFP.
At the same time, this is a Shopify where if you're going to have a long map up against them, they're going to take that loss and they're going to workshop things in the background. They're going to come up with new solutions, and you have some really strong mid-round callers on this team as well. I love that we ended off the discussion talking about Noya, because on maps like Pearl, on every single map, she's like an insane lurker. She has great timing, so good at threading the needle. But on a map like Pearl, where the rotations can be kind of awkward timing-wise, just because it can be so long to cut through spawn if you're not going in through mid, it opens up a lot of opportunities for her to try and cut those off. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she's going to be able to shift that and kind of get used to the timings that there might have to deal with, even with the Neon being expected on the other side.
I like how you mentioned for Shopify that, hey, they're not quite going to take the loss and just like roll over. And the fact with the map picks and bans that they left this open, they left it as an option to be able to go to, I think just speaks volumes of how comfortable they could be on here. So I'm definitely looking forward to that match here, Dan, especially again, that first one was so close. Like this, we went really quickly from, oh, hey, we may be out of here pretty early to, oh, all of a sudden we might be here all night. And I think that's super, super exciting for the series.
Things are going to change around a little bit, because now when Shopify Rebellion Gold, they faced Trust and Plug on this map of Pearl, it was the defensive side that was so strong. This seems like a team that is not necessarily momentum based, but they have a clear understanding on how they want to play those early rounds, and that's what carries them on and really messes up with the economy of the other side. And that is something that they're looking forward to see if they can make happen again against Nightblood. But this time around, closing it out. And one thing as well is, well, we love seeing Shopify Rebellion. I think we all know that. We love seeing this team, and they're giving us content, right? Now, being the team that has played the most amount of rounds, and just a little bit that we've seen, having their second overtime today. But that map of Pearl against Trust and Plug, it was a 14-12. So I want to see more of that ability to close it out, and also how they've been working on this attacking side.
Yeah, well, it's time to head into Agent Select. So those questions that you have could hopefully be answered sooner rather than later. We can get our agents, we can get into the map, and we can see some good Valorant. I'm excited for it. So the fact that we got to see these two recently, be interesting if there's changes. And off the get-go, Ash, I'm not clocking any changes here. I think we're going for the run back on each.
Yeah, standard for both teams, so no adjustments on that end. Again, I think it's going to be really interesting to see the juxtaposition between the Neon versus the Jet pick here. Obviously, Dodonut super comfortable on the Jet, but when it comes down to those rotations, it's just so important on Pro with how long that can take. And Alim is going to have to be really on top of those timings to try and throw Shopify Rebellion off guard in that type of sense. So I'm actually kind of interested to see if we'll have any situations where Noya and Alim end up kind of going head to head, because she's usually the one who's going to be looking to cut off that fast rotate.
On the attacking side, you need to pay attention to Alim and what he's going to do on this Neon, how he's going to be disrupting that defensive setup that Shopify Rebellion Gold has. And they've been doing it for a few rounds. There's a lot of vaults out there. I want to see if that is going to be the win condition, to see if Nightblood can push it to a third map.
I mean, Alim, that Neon and Nightblood looked so confident on this last week. They'll have to see if they can keep that forward for today. For a Shopify Rebellion, that is definitely crushing it out in the server. It's time for Pearl, time for map 2. Nerds, Lemon, have fun, guys.
I'm looking forward to this Pearl. We already had like the most insane OT between SRG and NBG. Surely this one will cook too. But this is NBG's map pick, and both these teams comfortable on this map actually.
You know, one thing I want to say, talking about comfortability, the way that Sierra Dawn ended that have fun, Funhavers, Shopify Rebellion Gold beat Funhavers on this map, then they lost to Trust and Plug recently. So there is this sort of like dynamic with SRG, whereas Nightblood Gaming, they're head-to-head, right, against YFP. They took a map, and this was the map that they took with this composition. So with the two different changes, the two different dynamics, curious to see how this plays out. Has SRG adapted from the Trust and Plug game? And on the flip side, will Nightblood bring us back as to start things off on Noya?
Kess was such a clear MVP for me last week, especially on Bind, like how mechanical he is. He was playing Sky and he was all over the place, multi-kills. It was amazing to see. NBG going back to a comp that they're actually experienced on. This Neon, this whole style of this team has been around Alim and his ability to be aggressive, to be high pace, and NBG to take things into OT on the last map on a comp that they've never played before. Has me worried on how the series end will go, as Fireball will be able to call out the entirety of SRG heading over to B.
Now they're going to be getting into retake protocols, falling back and waiting for the rest of Nightblood to regroup for this hit.
And this is chaotic, flashes all around. And KO, one of Alexis's best agents, and Sarah, crucial headshots into Kess to keep every angle of this site covered. But here's the break-in from Hwin and Alum, and even through the speed, Alum cut down on the slide. It's just Alexis and Sarah. They 2v2, now just Sarah, and just, the crouch running out of bullets, and the dance. That was insane.
I'm sorry. That was crazy. Sarah, the mechanics, ran, picked up another gun, managed to win out with it, and then still got the 3K on the round. What a start, coming out from a brutal match previously into just an amazing outplay out of Sarah. Oh, man. And the retake looked so good for Nightblood, right? They had the coordination there, and then you stumble on Alexis down towards the back of the site. And it's just, it's insanity, honestly. That was insane out of Sarah.
Early night from SRG just to suppress right side where that A orb is. All eyes are on this mid courtyard where maybe playing off the ping from the KJ turret there from Noya. And she's trying to have a go again at Kess and takes the second L in a row to Kess in the same encounter, deja vu. The spike gets pulled left side of the map.
And the Noya Kess combo. I mean, Noya didn't invest too heavily into this, so it's not the end of the world, but that is a gap that we saw previously, right? We saw, I believe, it was Kess who creeped up into and tried to flank Shopify Rebellion Gold on the B site. It was countered, thankfully. SRG has the comms pretty clear, but still, a little bit of a weak point for them.
Her gets smoked off, and SRG pressed back. Recon's not going to give them an idea of where this defense is set up, but it doesn't matter. SRG hope to evict them, and it's just Quinn with a shotgun of all things. SRG will have a happy time planting, as Quinn has quite the journey to make.
They do have one recharging relatively soon here and a smoke in the back pocket if they need it, but I doubt that that's what we're playing for here. Just gonna go in and try and either find some value or pick up some of these players. There's that smoke becoming minorly crucial. The read for SRG is clean.
And Quinn is trying to keep any duel that he will take as close range as possible, but now with a pistol pickup would have given him a better chance. But SRG with back-to-back successful rounds at B.
Yeah, but they've only had 2 players alive here, so it's not going to be as beefy of a buy like we saw previously, and instead they are going to have a little bit of a rough time. But Sarah, who crucially found the 3K previously and was getting frags here, manages to get themselves the ultimate round number 3. And having a Hunter's Fury this early on the attack is going to give them a lot of opportunity and counterplay against Nightblood for the post plant.
Yeah, getting 360 though is going to hurt the egos of NBG after how that first round ended up. Kess sure loves his Odin, and he was so good at it on our previous map. Can expect this to be picked up a few times, especially as SRG were trying to duel against him in the middle of the map. But Dodonut makes space, but coming behind her is NBG, and Mel, Dodonut work together to acquire the site. But at the very back is NBG already lurking around, making noise through the middle of the map is this darn Neon that Noya is quick to dispatch.
Pre-nerf Neon hits that. And that's the thing, right? Is NBG's playing this comp that they're comfortable with, and comfortability is super important, but in terms of the way the meta has developed so far, it's been rough. SRG picking up the bonus off the Hunter's Fury from Sarah is even more impressive. Talking about ult rotations, Dodonut and Alexis are close to theirs. On the flip side, the only thing we have is potentially Kess. Actually, Twin has theirs into as well. But regardless, this is going to start to build some more momentum for SRG in the early half. And I mean, it's got to feel good, especially coming off of a pretty intense Haven.
How to say the least. Thankfully, you had a bit of a break between maps, and NBG, this is their playground. This is the Alum show. This is one of the few teams that still play Neon post nerfs. It's still very playable, and we're waiting to see Alum really shine. On defense, it's a different story, and off the flash, Alum swings, and a bit of damage goes into SRG, but much needed orb for SRG to pick up as a response.
Exploration at a fireball ops here out in mid. Nets them the one. Noya been going down fairly early in this round, being the first blood about 3 times so far.
It happens to the best of us. The worst of us, and Sarah just stuffs the barrel where the sun don't shine, and SRG just quick to take B as usual. Now you got rotations coming in, but with Sheriffs 2v3, it's not unwinnable, but it's gonna be a difficult task. Quinn and Kess is trying to clear angles together. Kess peeks first, and SRG picked them apart.
There's the 4th found for SRG with minimal, I would say, deaths. They do keep 3 alive here. NBG looking to get some value out of it. And those 2 ultimates I was discussing previously are back and up and online for both Kess and Huynh. Pretty solid for retakes. Currently, it's still the budding stages of this half, and we see some changes as well. Very good lurk out of Fireball Ops, gives them a lot of space, and picks off Noya as well. So if they can continue doing that, that's going to become a sour point at some point for Shopify Rebellion Gold.
SRG, again, playing off the pings of the KJ turret. Also trying to assist Noya in getting mid-map control, because you pointed out that those Bloods haven't been in SRG's favor, and this time they are. We're dealing with Kess. And this gets NBG's attention towards the middle of the map. And are they going to want to peek this or challenge this?
I think they're going to. Win is there. Gets spotted out. So has to fall back. And the setup for Art Control is still up and alive here. So it's got to be through main. With Quinn falling now, it's going to be off the back. It's got to be off the back of Fireball Ops here. They were playing as ISO previously. They did really well on that duelist role. So hopefully they can find some frags here to counter SRG.
SRG are taking time getting into A. They're waiting for this deep lurk from Noya and what she discovers. And this back-end agent has stepped away and giving a chance for Noya to find timing. She's on backstab duty. Sees boy, but who else? Now just gonna confirm the kill. Will make the call. Window of opportunity for SRG, and they're gonna converge on this last defender. And Fireball can't even trade against Noya. So with the last few seconds, SRG will get a plant and know the presence of an op around the corner, which Alan is gonna decide to keep.
Immediately, Sarah is already taking some space, trying to get the op out of their hands. Because right now, the money is really tight. And you don't want to have to deal with an op. You know they're not going to be able to buy it if we can find it here. And the money and economy is staggering for SRG Gold. They're living up to their golden name because they've got themselves some cash flow. But how many players are they willing to sacrifice to take this op out of Alim's hands?
I don't know, but I think Alexis will be next on the menu. Oh, Jiggle Peak, okay. Now Alan hopes to keep this, and I think it would be pretty important to take away the op, keep the op, because the presence at B, what Alan's been able to control, which is 3K after the fact, but this also gets him his ult.
Yeah, does get the overdrive active. Kess and Huynh have in the back pocket their ultimates, and this is a timeout probably to figure out how they're going to play off this. Kess has the hero rifle in hand, as well as their ultimate. They're on the top of this. We've seen the change pace out of SRG as well, not leaving Noya alone towards mid, instead giving Noya some of that room and even more so potential to support, honestly, more than anything. That should give some pep in their step. Whereas for Nightblood, they need to coordinate a little bit stronger on the retake. See some of that Haven defense side that we saw. Get some of their timings a little closer synergized.
I wonder if Alam's going to want to hand over this op to anyone, if they want to go for kind of an aggressive overdrive, or are they going to just keep that for retake? There's a lot of options, and this is the time to discuss it, especially in an 0-5 scenario. Now, this doesn't feel like an 0-5 to me. It's felt a lot closer when it, as all the dust settles at the end of the round. It's not been that dominant of a 5-0, but yeah, depending on the buys, it's dominant round looking for SRG.
I mean, this makes sense. The only friction point is Alexis does have null command in case of ultimate here. Oh, it's early ult.
Okay. Okay, 2 for 1. You'll take those. Very early overdrive. Hands over that op to Huynh. Will be rotating over to the A side. And does SRG want to pivot away from this after making so much noise? And they're still committed, and they're still dying. This has not been a good round for SRG, and that's all off of Alam creating such a good opportunity for his defensive team.
It's because of that ultimate. If you use it for retake, you're going to be met with null command, and okay, then now you can't use it, so it doesn't even matter. Alexis, man, I was gonna say, and Alexis going down early within that fight too, doesn't mean that means that you can't even provide more utility with it. So it definitely gives some hype to Nightblood Gaming. It removes Alexis's ultimate. The economy is still strong for SRG, so they're going to buy up into this, but that ultimate not being in the hands is truly important here. And you can see, right? Immediately finds one, forces out the ultimate here. Noya kind of having a rough time of it this game right now. Not the same presidential power that we saw here. We do need the Secret Service to come in for support, the rest of SRG.
Yeah.
But one thing I will say for them is they're playing their role really well, especially now in the middle of this half.
SRG getting thrifty. It's fine. It's fine. It was a whole timeout to figure out what you're doing with the overdrive. What else did NBG cook, though? Because 1 round win is great. You got 4 more to try and match. And they've stacked the left side of the map. That's been the most popular side for SRG, at least the most successful one. And they're going to preemptively lock down.
They gave Noya that alt orb, but look at the counter right back at them. They go for the push straight into it. Dodonut's there.
Dodonut's like, well, they'll never expect me dashing in off a Nightfall, and NBG just cut them at the heel, trying to follow up with what Dodonut has set up, and there was a sense of security with the establishment of SRG. But now you have to flush out NBG from these hallways. Beautiful teamwork from NBG off the Nightfall, off the response to not be scared against this offense.
I'm loving how Nightblood Gaming is staggering their ultimates, right? You see Noya pop theirs, and we're not seeing immediately a bunch of ultimates to counter. We have only 1 for 1 in terms of the ults, and when you're trading ultimates like this and you're using them as keys to your success, you don't want to give up all of them at once. Nightblood showing not only great restraint with that, but also being able to understand which ult fits in the right situation, because that the Nightfall, it denied any audio cues, and so now Dodonut's out and out into your backline, but who cares if they're in the backline? You take care of all the players in front who can't really hear or know exactly where your position is, and there we are. You find your second and start the roll for Nightblood Gaming.
This is a really large map to try and pivot from site to site with, because we haven't really seen that from SRG. They do sometimes prioritize mid, and once they're committed to a site, there is no plan B after that. So now with that mid control, they kind of see if Kess is going to poke his head out. And with no one home after Kess kind of getting overwhelmed, he's pivoted his position to just support the perimeter.
Support. Keep us alive. And honestly, I mean, for this defensive side, right? Just maintaining your position so strong. They have control. They have trip towards art. They have a lot of A control. Their B retakes have been pretty solid. They have ultimates for the B retakes, so they're totally comfortable with leaving a limb out there, gets info, maybe gets the 1 for 1, maybe gets the 1 and gets out. Regardless, they're comfortable here for Nightblood.
A double flashes from NBG. Getting SRG. Keeping them on their toes. And meanwhile, NBG are flanking through B, but it's the slowest flank ever. And there's a bit of mid-map control from Fireball, so SRG have the number advantage if they attack this site here and now. We'll see what damage Fireball can do, and it's a lot. Even through the smokes, fire, and the flames, Kess with 3 with the Odin secures the round for the defense.
You can never discount Kess with an Odin, especially from what we've learned and what we've seen from Haven here. And it's just nice to see that the comeback's starting earlier. SRG being forced to take a timeout of their own. And like I said previously, they're staggering ultimates here. Quinn still has the Cosmic Divide available. More than that, they managed to use it so well. Speaking of Pearl, Winthrop versus Ambrosia. Winthrop takes the first pick and draws first blood in terms of the map score. And Ambrosia is seemingly winning on Pearl right now. So we'll keep you guys updated with all these timeouts as to the other games within the Challengers League.
Of course, that could be very well going to map 3, so keep an eye on that, because that was a really tough match to predict. Even this one, the talent was very split between Shopify Rebellion Gold and NBG, just based on NBG taking YFP to map 3, which is one of our best teams in Challengers, so everyone had their eyes on NBG. And of course, everyone's very excited about SRG making history, the first Game Changers team in Challengers, and what they're able to do and how quickly and seamlessly Dodonut has been able to integrate herself into this team. And this is already a very close affair with now a 3-round win streak from NBG, forcing an SRG timeout.
I mean, they're probably going to talk about sort of these crunches, how the ultimates have been layered against them. Kess with an Odin still being a nuisance. A couple of problems, but Some patches and solutions need to be found. Timing. But again, it's Kess with an Odin.
Alan just wasn't patient enough to hold the angle and looked away at the worst time ever. SRG's gotten lucky, what, 2 times in a row off of timings like that? So they did have to trade their duelist. So 4v4 as SRG. No, there's an Odin on the other side, and the spike peaks first. Mel follows up and delivers a crucial blow to the defense, because you did not want to leave the spike in that spot with all the nooks and crannies there are on A. SRG have a moment to salvage this round, and it's Hwin that swings quietly to dispatch Noya. And Mel now has to suss out where they are through all these smokes with both Astras alive. This is just a maze.
40 seconds, the rotate is seemingly called, and it's honestly, I would say it's really good because you don't have the KJ utility online. You're going to be able to kind of gauge when the KJ is re-entering on the site. A little bit of slowdown coming up from Hwin. Very good call to make here in this moment. Both IGLs trying to call and trying to play off each other. It's a plant towards safe.
We've talked about the impact that Mel has had in these post plants and how they're able to secure Haven at the end off of her calling, and just walks in the middle of the site, gets picked. But at least you have info on Fireball. Sarah in a 1v1, 24 HP, tries to hold her own and can't. Hwin is just better and keeps NBG at a 1-round deficit.
Just slightly wider on the swing, but it came really close. There was a pace change out of SRG, going a lot faster into Art, playing together, but the blender was caught. NBG managed to take it back and put it in their hands. I mean, if you look at it, right, they're trying to swing off each other, playing a little bit more coordinated. This roster has been together for so long, back since version 1, since way back when. So you need to trust in your teammates, and I'm liking that we're seeing that out of SRG, but it's not the end-all be-all. Nightblood can equalize, and they've shown here that they are comfortable on this map. They went back to a comp that works for them, and they're not going to have the same mistakes that happened on Haven befall them here.
The whole reason Nightblood got into a map 3 was because of a 13-6 win on Pearl against YFP. This was going to be a strong pick. Alum misses a crucial shot and does manage to get away, countering util against any kind of follow-up. But Fireball, with the help of Kess, shuts down the alleyway. Spike still in hand of SRG, but a troublesome road ahead. Hoping to get into A, not knowing where all this util could be waiting for them. And with Sheriffs too, tough.
I mean, you got to talk about Kess with the Odin as well, right? Like the weapons are there. It is just an unfortunate eco here. So a round score should be equalized, but how many can we take down with us? Fireball ops falling back. We have a group up from SRG. Split for Noya, regaining some of their confidence, their confidence to push in here.
30 seconds left.
Take some of that space down Art. Potentially backstab onto one as well. Timing's rough.
Got a Vandal, and that's 2 for Kess. Almost a 3rd. Alexis at 45 HP. Knife does not reveal much. Shots in the back of the site, but a 1v4. Too much to ask for even a player as good as Alexis. And NBG have tied things up with 5 unanswered rounds.
5 for 5 on the half. And SRG's having a hard time of it. Dodo was on the hero rifle. They really wanted to play off Dodo in the early round, and unfortunately just did not land. And from there, the mid-round calls out of Twin have been pretty on point. I do appreciate, though, the support the team still has for each other out of SRG. Cass yet again fragging out and finding a lot of individual success on this. Alim can't be discounted on top of that. Look at that duo.
Oh my god, the Prowler. Just the flurry of bullets from Kez. This is just the Odin Lord. Like, this guy buys his gun all the time and gets away with it. And then you have Hwin with an op, holding it down at A, shutting down the lure from SRG. And their options are limited as they got 2 flashes. And you got a Sentient attack. There's I don't know. what could await SRG? What chances they have to make this round work?
I want to petition to change this from Pearl to Asgard. Like, at least the name of this, at least for this specific like moment. Because the way that we've been seeing this powerful deity used in the hands of Kess is just phenomenal. And we can talk about it ad nauseum, but we need to see a counter for SRG. And I feel like the speed, the tempo pacing that we've seen out of SRG is a pretty solid counter. It's just they need to find the timings because they need to break the bankroll here out of Nightblood. Because it's 5 rounds in a row they've picked up. And even if Kess falls, they still have enough money, 5K in the bank, to buy it up again. So there's layers and layers of problems with the Nightblood Gaming SRG combo here.
Nightfall in the 4 versus 2. Op in position, taking shots as SRG just playing to survive, playing for time. And Alexis knows she's marked, doesn't have any sound, doesn't know where the next enemy can come from. But a 1v2 is possible. And Alexis now hears the steps. And just the jump out to bait 4Boy to come out. Big defuse. We head into the last round of the half with an NBG advantage.
I mean, you will say, right, SRG does have 5 locked in a row. But the fact that we can see 6 in a row picked up here in NBG managing to carry it over the line off of a really solid couple rounds and a timeout change for them to play very similarly to how they played on Haven. It's just immense to see. Alexis was fighting tooth and nail, the grit and determination rising up. But being that it's the 12th round, we have 3 ultimates available for SRG. Shopify Rebellion, you have the money, you've gone shopping, you've picked these players up 3 away from Mel's ultimate as well. You have some room to work with.
Now, instead of worrying about mid, SRG have pivoted to just suppressing the A side, fighting for the orb, or just at least for space control on the right side, while keeping an eye on mid. SRG just haven't had success with just all the Astra smokes and reacting quick enough to just the jump outs from NBG. And then B has been held down by NBG just through really great either Odin plays from Kess, speaking of which, or an Alum up. And it starts off with another first blood from Kess, but a null command from SRG to limit the utility that NBG have, but it doesn't matter when their bullets hurt that bad. Kess has been holding it down to the next level for this defense. Oh, SRG just have no openings to work with. And these 1v3s, they're hoping and praying for miracles, and it's not going to happen. 7-5 for NBG.
They get up on the half. 7 in a row picked up here. And Nightblood is looking so strong. They're looking like the same Nightblood we saw against YFP here previously, managing to really synergize so well. More than just the individual outplays, right? I want to talk about the Kess and Alim synergy. They're both using really potent weapons, but more than just using really potent weapons, we see them playing so, just so perfectly. Because it was a bait, right? It was a little bit of a trap towards Art. Alim takes the first contact, allows Kess to swing off of it. So yeah, we're talking, Canister's yapping about this Odin, but why? Because they managed to work so well together. They're setting Kess up. The rest of Nightblood Gaming is setting themselves up and their roster for success every single time.
SRG, though, have won every pistol round this match. So this is where the lead initially started at the 5-0, but like we had pointed out, it wasn't an insane, dominant, jaw on the floor 5-0. It took a lot of effort. And Fireball has not given up. Just really selling this fake at B, and it's actually being wrapped around through mid, and Fireball shoots 2 in the back. So what an advantage for NBG to work with off pistol. Of course, I bring up the stat and I curse it, and it's not getting any better for SRG. They're about to get flawless.
All the Game Changers homies know, though, that SRG's not strong on the pistol. Yeah. They start cooking up through. And it's interesting, we've been seeing them in Challengers do pretty well here on the pistols, but maybe some of that old, that vintage, fine wine is the thing that we need here out of SRG. And yeah, they get flawless. It's a little rough, but at the end of the day, it just makes the story that much richer. 8 for Nightblood Gaming. And SRG are back on the back foot, something that they have been in previous scenarios before.
Just Kess is lighting things up. I don't know what else more to say. Just their ability to defend the middle of the map gives them such an opportune time to have multiple angles to shift at A when they were on defense, of course. To just being able to cut through B. And SRG just haven't started off this half the way they should, because like I had pointed out, they won every pistol. Now we, of course, except this one. But we'll see how they can defend this.
I mean, it's going to be a 3-2 split here. Mid's going to be left wide open, so I mean, they're comfortable with this. NBG know, okay, we have the better weapons here. We could set up our players for success. Kess, by the way, I just want to note, saving potentially to get themselves an Odin in round 3 to carry that momentum even further. Yeah, of course.
Heads up.
Oh, just the creep up there. And Mel not able to immediately trade. This is such an uncharacteristic, desynced SRG that don't make mistakes like this. I mean, the weaponry difference, you can point that out, but it's still an uncomfortable looking defense.
It looks... I will say, yeah, it does look a bit unfortunate, but I want to give at least some hope because there is a timeout for SRG still available if they need it. But this will make 9 in a row. And that is staggering because they did 9 in a row previously by Von Haven. And it's coming out way earlier here. They don't have a backlog for SRG to fall back on. A little bit of a backstab action. A flawless is not what you want to see, especially with 4 rifles. Like, there's 4 rifles. They gave Kess the Guardian. Kess still, by the way, has money to buy. I think they just buy themselves... Oh, come on. I thought they were going to buy themselves an Odin, but an Outlaw instead. Oh, getting fancy with it. I love it. Change of pace for them to not be predictable. And this is the round truly where we need to see the momentum break. And SRG breaks out of this win streak. They have the money, some light shields as well, but they have some money. They have their utility. It's all about setting themselves up for the next round, for the next half.
And even Fireball has evolved tremendously as this series has gone on. Had a shaky start, whatever, with the ISO Yoru, not, you know, it's not the Kane's era, it's not the Rankers type of ISO Yoru, but started executing on the kill contracts and can go for these one shot. Every time I hype somebody up, they die. Anyway, Donut at least gets traded. So NBG can still make the most out of this. Neon Walls up, gonna scare SRG to the corner, out of the sight. Prowler is going to confirm that, and even off the Prowler maybe getting Alexis, Alum capitalizes on SRG peaking early. And this round is already looking pretty cooked.
I mean, they can fight into this because they have the weaponry and some of the utility from Mel, but it's going to be rough regardless.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected. The trades coming back and forth. It's just a candy cane kill feed. Red, blue, red, blue. And this 10th round is in a row going to put some pressure onto Shopify Rebellion to the point where I was about to say I will be expecting a timeout. Effie is going to come in clutch with that and give Shopify Rebellion a well-needed respite, a well-needed break here. They could not pick up the momentum break of the bye round for them. They got bonused. And that's got to not only be demoralizing for Shopify Rebellion Gold, but also it needs to be addressed as to how that happened. They got broken in on the site, the desync issues you were discussing previously, and all of that fun jazz is going to be addressed by Effie's here.
Map 3 between Winthrop and Ambrosia. You guys can watch that on our alternate channel going down on Abyss. But Shopify Rebellion Gold dropped Pearl against Trust and Plug in OT. And I want to say I remember on socials, Shopify Rebellion Gold really feeling like they let that slip, that was winnable for them. And what an impressive showing for someone like Dodonut, for example, to drop as many kills as she did against a well-known duelist of Jerwin on the other side. So Shopify Rebellion thought that they did the work between weeks to clean up their Pearl and were confident to let this float, to go to it, because this is also a strong map for NBG, but SRG not able to break the streak at all definitely is worrying.
I'm gonna kind of iterate on that a little bit as well, because I think the mental has also got to be like it's shot because of that as well. And now hopefully we'll see. I mean, it's an eco round, so realistically we're kind of expecting it to fall in one way already. But in this next round, right, round 17, when it's 11-5, how is SRG going to change their standings? I feel like letting DodoNut kind of go kill, you know, Floor go kill, DodoNut go kill at this moment, right? Like letting them kind of shine and setting up Dodo for success. I want to see the 24-19 Dodo that we saw against Trust and Plug. I think we'll be able to see it here.
And off the rip, SRG tried to go for an Alexis pop flash play in mid, and I don't know if it did. It clearly didn't hinder NBG, who crossed up SRG before they even had their minds wrapped on where to even take the spike. Mel left in a 1v4. At least was able to have a rifle, and I mean, wouldn't even mind saving that, to be honest. They had a bunch of sheriffs, I think, coming into this.
They're gonna have money in the next round because of the loss bonuses. So if anything, you go for value, you go for picks. You try and take as many rifles out of NBG, so then the FE's cook up of the previous timeout can really come through here. And there it is. Start to find and work our way back into some value here. Oh, but Aelim's on the other end of it. Does not come through. That's the 4th found for Aelim. Nightblood. I mean, at this point, I stopped like writing down the number and I just have like a tally mark. 11 unanswered here. It's just 11-5, and the first 5 found for SRG. It's showcasing some dominance. Confidence, though, rhymes with it. Hopefully that's something we'll see out of Dodo. We do have a Cosmic Divide available for SRG, but on the flip side, I don't expect Nightblood Gaming to change too much because it's been working. They've been able to push in, find the tempo that they need, and their rotates have been clean. The fights have been just as well. Oh my God.
This is just the Alum show, and I'm sad. I bought tickets. I'm front row. I'm locked in because we didn't get to see the Alum Neon on our previous map. They got brought. They clearly preferred the Yoru there. But Alum shines on this role, even through the nerfs. One of the few teams that is still operating around the Neon, and there hasn't been anything to slow him down, to slow down this team of NBG. It's 3 this round alone for Alum, and the Overdrive is there. The Overdrive solo play on their Thrifty, I think, was alone to break the mentals of SRG. And SRG don't have like a Cypher, something more to limit Alum.
They reach match point uncontested. No more timeouts for SRG. Nothing to work off of in terms of a momentum break. They buy up to the fullest. Mel unable to purchase up as well. Spying utility instead. And you could see that they were going to try and get aggro into A main. They were going to try and take fights, but the read from NBG was just, all right, we're gonna run in and stack things through. And sometimes finding your groove like that, being able to jiggy and dance like Sarah was previously way back when, and even in this map, is something that, you know, that can't be changed, right? And momentum is there.
Oh, jeez, Nightfall. Yeah, momentum when this guy's on the field. Ooh, you just gotta lean back and watch. That's all you can do when Alum is on the Neon. That's gotta be something SRG have to carry through into the next round. Abyss will be our 3rd map, just to call that out. And Alexis being shot at from all sides, and with the smokes, it's dividing the site in half, giving some solace to SRG. As at least Mel can go for backstabs with the Judge, getting the attention of Twin, and SRG can start to pull at the strings of NBG, to pull them apart at the seams. And Mel, 2 crucial kills to now give a leg up to SRG. When they got first blooded, SRG do not go down without a fight. What a turnaround.
I just have like shivers down my spine, Lemon, because I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. But the first time within 12 rounds that we see a comeback out of SRG, and it's beautiful. We're back in the chemistry lab. From having it destroyed, they've got more funding in their university here. And Mel is our professor, as she's just, oh my gosh, showcasing a lot of individual IGL prowess off the retake, defuse, being more calm, collected in this play. We do see the rock, paper, scissors sort of combo, Fireball Ops with the lockdown, as well as Sarah with the Hunter's Fury. I kind of half expect Nightblood to try and snatch that from SRG so they can have more potency with the lockdown in the future.
Abyss is, if we end up going there, I don't know what kind of comeback it has in store, but 13-4 to YFP last week. And then Shopify Rebellion Gold faced Winthrop in the close qualifier, 13-5. So neither of these teams are going to feel good about going to Abyss. But we'll see if SRG can prevent themselves from doing so. Their backs, though, are against the wall. No map control to work with. No mid-lurk activation. Just hoping to catch NBG extending out of sight like Mel has conditioned them to do before. Noya with a good catch. And a Hunter's Fury from Sarah gone. And this is NBG still trying to creep up for a plant with no space to work with.
Let's go, Dodo Nut. Exactly what we needed to see here. Because SRG has these reads, these holds. That's the spike down as well. And Alim, right, very solid player. Not going to say much, leading in kills. But when you have this many bodies to throw at a player like that, it's just a matter of when. And it is found they have their momentum brought back in. We can see the sight holds were a lot closer together. Sarah, crucially though, no more ultimate in hand, so that'll be something to keep note of, considering that Fireball Ops still has theirs. But I doubt that that's going to be the sway in momentum, at least for now, right? We're probably going to be seeing a little bit more of SRG here on this map, is my prediction, only because they have found their footing, and Dodonut as well as Sarah have been playing really well in terms of individual outplays.
The vibes are so back, though.
True.
It is still match point for NBG, I should say. But SRG are just playing completely differently. Now mid, theirs. But this is where all the chaos has happened. A quick flick from Fireball shuts down Donut, who hasn't been able to deliver those important first bloods or any kind of multi-kills for SRG.
Oh.
And the deficit continues. Kez is still a nuisance and he was all the way towards Spawn getting that kill. Null command activated. NBG shutting down all the util, getting rid of Noya, and the lockdown will still ensue from Fireball.
Man, it seems like I might have cursed it here. They have 5 players up on site. Alexis and Sarah needing to step up beyond the plate and hit multiple home runs in a row. A unicorn of a round, if I've ever seen one, is what needs to happen here.
And Alexis has no util either. Now 1v4 to save the map, to prevent Abyss. And it can't happen. 13-7. What a streak that Nightblood Gaming went on. Blood was spilled, and we will be going to Abyss to decide who takes this week's match.
Wow, down to the wire, 12 in a row for Nightblood Gaming. I mean, that's gotta feel great after such a grueling Haven to be able to come back off of a timeout and just sweep a team that has been like a very solid opponent against you. Just the storyline for Nightblood is so rich, and the fact that they are able to take it over into the Abyss is going to make this rather interesting, rather spicy beyond just that, Lemon.
But this could be a good map for someone like Dodonut, who's been starring on the Jet. And what could we see from Nightblood Gaming? Because it was a very different team of playing Yoru than playing Neon. Alum, could tell the confidence radiating, being able to make those big plays. But will that be enough? Both teams have very much suffered going to Abyss on their last showings. But we'll see what they'll end up after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean the team's been great. I've been with them officially about 2.5 weeks now. So we haven't had much time together, but I think we are progressing at a really fast rate, exceeding my expectations, honestly. Everyone's learning very fast. We're getting on very well. Our chemistry's looking good in game. We all get along. So I think I have nothing but, high hopes for this team. And I at least want to be able to express my experience with this team. So obviously, I think me and Huen are probably the most the veterans of the team. So I think our experience is going to be able to lead these new players. Hopefully we can win the whole thing, right? So, and I think we can do that. I think this team looks very promising. It's been very, very good. I actually don't really feel like there's that much of a difference between challengers and the tier 1 side, because I mean, I think the skill level is, if you look at it like a range or like a scale, they're not that far off. And I think the only difference is how much time they're willing to put in, because of, in challengers, there's that much backing support right now. So I think that's really the only difference in gap, but I think the skill level is pretty even, honestly. So yeah, that's all I really have to say about that. So we gotta set our goals, kind of, one step at a time. Right now, we're just looking to think of playoffs right now, since we are somewhat of a new team. But obviously, we want to be able to win the whole thing, make it to Ascension, win Ascension, and then we make it back in the league. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's everybody's goal. But also we got to take it one step at a time, not get complacent, and just make sure that we get our job done. Because we want to make sure, like I said, we make the most of it. So I think that's the way we got to approach it.
All right, well, we got a game 3 on our hands. Nightblood Gaming to take down their map pick of Pearl. Honestly, from how this started off, Ash, Shopify Rebellion Gold 5 rounds in a row looked a little unstoppable. And then Nightblood Gaming, they just completely flipped the script.
No, it was pretty insane how they stole that momentum away and continued to run with it for 12 rounds in a row. Especially just seeing them kind of, I think, get used to the pacing that they wanted to move towards, and finding a lot of holes in the defense of SRG as well, right? I think our casters were talking about it. Noya, unfortunately, not having the same kind of performance that we necessarily expected from her, and a lot of that had to do with the utility that was being thrown out. She was being isolated on an island a lot of the times, especially towards that A side, where you saw her have to reposition and start playing a bit more offside.
Something that of note too, I mean, Dan might curse me for this one, but we got to see that Odin come out a lot sooner, and you can't deny the impact that Kes was able to have on this game, Dan, when that came out. Hate or not, hey, 12 rounds in a row, I think that speaks for itself.
Of course you asked me about the Odin. Wow, that's crazy. No, but it's really disruptive. It's really annoying to deal with this Odin so early, right? It feels like when those duelist players are buying that operator round 3, but instead of that is your initiator player Kes with the Fade running and buying this in that 3rd round. It's crazy because I feel like if you're on the opposite side, and I feel like that's something for Shopify Rebellion to say, but you get so annoying when you see the 3Ks happening over and over again. But it's happened. Something that we mentioned for Noya on that map 1 is exactly what happened for Kes on that 2nd map. He was having such a strong start, kind of leading the charge and being the reason why they were able to get that momentum on the 1st one. And as Ash was saying, get those 12 rounds in a row, even with the pistol in the 2nd half.
Looking across the board at the performance everyone was able to put up, I mean, we highlighted different people going into this, but Ash, Sarah, regardless of the loss, being able to have a good performance. But on the other end, I mean, they just got kind of gunned down by Alum going crazy.
Yeah, you definitely have to give a nod towards Sarah in that, but thinking about not even just Alan, but also like Kess kind of being like that head-to-head of like the recon initiators and like the different styles and approaches that they take with that as well. You look towards how well he played in map 1 over on Haven, where it was, we were just running back the Odin gameplay. Our casters gave a nod to the fact that he was even saving into it in that second half to get it on as early as possible. And I honestly, I wish we had like a counter for how many multi-kills he was able to get with this. Even just unconventional positions for Kess there as well on that initiator role, where you'll see him taking some of those like lurk style positions instead, going for those backstabs, which we saw on both maps back to back.
I know, I'm kind of cursing myself a little bit in all of my notes. That wasn't something that I kept track of. You'd see the kill feed, like 1 kill for Kess, 2 kills for Kess. Okay, there's a third, the Odin just going absolutely nuts. And Dan, I won't make us talk about the Odin anymore, but I do know that there was a round, looking back at round 16, that you wanted to be talking about.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this round because this was actually really, really good for Nightblood. They already had that momentum that we talked about on that second half, but there was just a pause right before on the side of Shopify Rebellion, and it was an eco coming next. When you see that happening, teams have to be expecting that change of tempo of probably a fast play for the eco, trying to get something out of it. And Nightblood was really, really well prepared for it. I mean, I think we're going to be seeing it soon, but is expecting to push for mid. And that is something that I was paying attention to. And we mentioned right at the beginning of this map, what is the Neon going to be doing? How is the entry going to look like? How disruptive is the Neon going to be on those entries into the site? And I mean, first of all, there was already a pretty good advantage on that first half, but second of all, it was Alum, a lot of rounds going mid, taking a little bit of mid presence, this round specifically with the rest of the team. And for the rest, we saw just the standard, I think from like 2 years ago, that standard wall on B long just to make it all the way across.
I mean, Alum is someone too that when we even got to see him back in stage 3, this Neon, but now that the round is up, Dan, I'll pass you the talking stick real quick again.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's pretty much what he said. So what's cool about this is that this is right after a pause on the side of Shopify Rebellion. This is really nice flash, and the expected push that is just a perfect read for the side of Nightblood. And you know, it's an eco. It's after a pause. You want to change your tempo. You want to play it raw, and I mean that flash really helps out to set up this play for success.
And I mean, first off, nice little play there. And going back to talking about Alum, Alum was someone that throughout stage 3, we got to see a decent amount from, and questions too with this Neon. If once it started going kind of out of viability, how well versed would he be on it? But looking at what he was able to do at bringing up his stats from this match, the answer is still quite a lot. When we've gotten to see this Neon, I mean, maybe the first map there is a kill or two misdash that, you know, old Neon would have gotten, but really be able to show it off well in this map.
Yeah, and the synergies with the rest of his team there as well, right? We definitely saw, you know, the fact that he was doing those standard walls that into back halls on B that Dan was talking about. But then there's also the fact that you'd see it paired with Quinn's utility. This is one of the pushes right there. You've got the concuss out, and then there's also, I think there was a concuss or a suck that goes back sight coming out from the Astra there as well. And there are just so many opportunities to cover so much ground with util with their composition to give him the most comfortable possible entry onto site. So the support for that tip of the spear is really nice to see from Nightblood.
I mean, definitely good look coming out from that player, especially now third map in the series. It's going to Abyss, a map that neither team was most well versed on last time we saw them, but time to start heading into our agent select. So we don't have to go over too many hypotheticals, only answer. But Dan, what was for sure? This was a rough showing from Nightblood last week. So yeah.
Yeah, one of the points that we talked about, and there's a pretty big difference in the compositions here. Once again, Shopify Rebellion, we had the questions of what were they going to do here? Was there going to be a change or not? They keep running this standard composition with especially Noya on the Cypher, something that you need to be paying attention to if they're playing it the same way that we used to see it before. A lot of lurks towards mid, a lot of presence towards mid, and how they work around this utility, especially for Nightblood with a Vice that can be very disruptive.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting to see, you know, Shopify Rebellion, they just consistently look to kind of play their own game. You're talking about those compositional differences. Nightblood, we've seen even on with their Haven composition, kind of leaning more into what's currently popular within the meta. But at the same time, the Vice is also going to be like the solo Sentinel this time around. So you're going to look more towards Boy being on that Astra to be a bit of a difference maker here as well on the side of Nightblood Gaming, just to give that kind of additional stall potential from them. But a couple of changes as well, I think, on the side of SR2. Previously, I'm pretty sure Mel was also playing the Astra before, now leaning more into that Omen. So maybe more potential to add that additional utility with the Paranoia to help Dodonut on those entries, especially if something maybe goes awry, dealing with that Vice utility.
I mean, last one too, Alum, who we highlighted, a big switch up going to that Jet instead. So we'll have to see if changes coming out from this team have helped fix a couple of these. This third map in the series, it's time to get underway. And for the final time today, back over to your casters.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Thanks so much, Desk. Yes, after this map, one of these teams are going to get their first win in Challengers. And off of, well, a turnaround of how their last Abyss went. But with their last Abyss comes with changes in the comps, as the Desk pointed out.
Well, I like the changes in comps. I'm excited to see how these, I mean, I'm more than anything, the Sentinel head-to-head. Fireball Ops has been really good. Like, they played really, you know, proactive and aggressive as not only ISO, but even on Pearl. So seeing them on Vice here just honestly lines up with the playstyle really well, in my opinion.
Yeah, just Vice being able to have her own flash, a long trip, unbreakable, dividing teammates, but it's not about dividing, it's about conquering. If you're a team like NBG, front and center off mid, already dropping Spike. It's a 2v4 with Mel and Dodonut feeling the pressure already.
I mean, they tried to go for a mid play, which makes sense. It opens up a lot of opportunities on the A site, have control, and it just did not work. Double swing into this, and unfortunately just does not land. Immediately, we see the first picked up by NBG, continuing their dominance through from Pearl onto Abyss.
And feels like such a cop-out to talk about mental, but SRG...
No, honestly, it's fair.
Yeah, just with how the last map ended, I think what's been the story for SRG is how they've let maps slip where it's felt winnable. Talk about the 5-0 start that they had on Pearl to, well, the 12-round streak that was given up afterwards. And NBG going to a Jet instead of the Yoru. That was something that was a weak point of theirs, the Yoru, speaking of. Now this is a lot more mobile, a lot deadlier, and Kez just tries his hand through a no-scope, and Alum is fragging with the Sheriff. What is happening?
Honestly, treating it like an Odin, just go ba, 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 ba. And I love to see it. Right, I mean, having confidence here, flawless would be great. Sarah stealing it away. The boy is not coming. He's not on this round. But the spike is so far away. We need to see heroics after heroics out of Sarah. And they don't land. Kess is gonna grab them. I mean, the no scopes have been on fire. Again, treating it like a fully automatic weapon. Pow, 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 pow. And giving it to a limb as well here to buy up into this, to have even more firepower. 4-2-4-0. A limb, you know, has died, been the martyr for Nightblood, but regardless, they managed to coordinate so well. There's that timing, right?
Oh, there was a I thought it was a no scope, but it just did it for a second. Yeah, quick. It's a quick one.
Call of Duty Black Ops lobbies be like, pow, pow.
Yeah, and NBG are making that quick work of these rounds with the Marshals still in hand, watching over mid. And SRG, they don't pivot. They just try to overcome, and with Vandals, they think they can do just that. And Mel, okay, that.
Oh no!
What are we doing?
Oh no! Trying to go quiet, but falling. I mean, it's just. Hey, listen, They have been they have been taking first engagements, but the thing is that they've been getting a lot of 1-for-1, so this death is really crucial. And SRG unironically have a leg up so immensely now.
Well, it's gifted over, I guess. It's not how SRG want to win. There is some Astra Util standing in their way, so they'll be able to drone up with Sarah, even use the knife if they're worried with Alexis. They're going to combine both. Boy in a one-and-done position, flash jump, and the whole squad is there. I don't know what Boy was expecting to do, but hoping for the one tap, not successful, and SRG just taking one step at a time, one kill at a time.
Good control of security as well. Something super important for the A site. Noah is going to find the double, and again, you have control of security. You're gaining some control of heaven here, off on the side. Very important stuff here for the A site, and SRG know that. Playing really well here. Hwin probably just going to go and try and find a couple of picks. I mean, a Bulldog carried over when you have 2,900, about 3K creds is not necessarily the most worth it.
Being able to keep every weapon on SRG's side feels pretty huge, but I'm not going to take that round super seriously when the duelist jumps off the map. So I'm going to look forward to
No, that's fair.
SRG and how they're going to approach A and where they can suss out this Vice util. That's what I'm worried about, because once that wall comes up, you can't break it, and then you can cause a lot of mayhem just off of that. Are we going to see Fireball maybe pivoting to the other side? Oh, the replay ops did him so dirty there.
we get the 4K high definition, but now going to the the point I made previously of maintaining security control as well as heaven control on the A site, it's really crucial. And that's why we see teams splitting into mid, taking that space early, something that SRG is looking to take in this round. Ooh, Dodo Nut.
Okay, first blood. This is going to pull NBG, at least one member, off the perimeter to watch mid, because you do not want to be flanked from that side, especially if you're patrolling B. Speaking of that Vice util all over. Not a wall, I believe, so SRG won't be cut off, but they could be slowed by these thorns, and, well, if Quinn is gone, it just gets easier from here on out. And I feel like Vice has better delay than Cypher with all these thorns coming up. Look how much SRG have to wait. So annoying. Eventually they'll make it through.
Now they're going to set up for this post plant, respecting that utility on the site. Fireball Ops, though, doesn't have much util. Is just looking to catch some timings and clear out space to allow the rest of the squad to pull up.
Hallam with an op. Woo. I'm sat. I'm watching. It's still a 4 versus 2.
And they're not going to push it.
Taking that back.
Yeah. Keeping expensive things is important. And Boys even got to get a nice Vandal for the road. And it's SRG able to clap back. And that's what we've been looking forward to, right? Stifling the momentum of NBG, which SRG have figured out for now. And without a duelist jumping off the map. Like, SRG won that fair and square.
But, I mean, honestly, that's why I wanted to point out that the SRG strategy is really solid on that previous round, regardless of what happened with Alim. And now we will be seeing some changes, hopefully out of Nightblood, to counter this. Realistically, you keep the hero rifle alongside the operator so that it can work together. And if one falls, another is still standing. So the fact that they can save 2 into this is very, critical to the success of this squad in future rounds. Alim, potentially, right, you find one, you have the Blade Storm, you drop the op for someone. There's a lot that can be done here. Kess on the Marshall, going for value, going for ecos. Oh, they know this op is here.
Oh, Alum no longer wants the smoke, but SRG got the orb. He had a Hunter's Fury, Sarah. Trying to get a ping, Hunter's Fury to flush out NBG. And Alum gets one for the road and is just playing hopscotch with the freaking Hunter's Fury. I can't believe that. Alum still lives while pinged, and SRG just didn't make the space they were hoping for. And with smokes back up, they can at least use this moment to actually pivot.
They tried to allow Dodona to fight for that security control and take space with the Hunter's Fury, but it just did not work. Like you mentioned, the hopscotch game like it's funny, but at the same time, it works out and now forces SRG into the B site. Vise is already there. They're really comfortable with their retake situation here. Nonetheless, the plant goes down without too much contest, and it's gonna allow SRG to position themselves towards heaven and maintain control of advanced plays. I love it.
And SRG, after winning last round, they have a financial buffer, so whatever happens here, they'll be able to buy up next round, as Mel needs to lock in on Fireball and take some time. It gives time for NBG to also clap back 1v1. Noya versus Win. And Mrs. President with 4. Of course against the Bucky, but still, lots of credit there.
I will say the 4 was the credit there, honestly. I thought the advanced positioning was really good, but it slipped away from them, and it's kind of, you know, unfortunate to see how that happens. Mel calling while playing at the same time kind of, you know, takes it out of you just a little bit. But Noya being able to come up in true form here for Shopify Rebellion Gold. I mean, yeah, oh no, the replay ops have been have been doing some of these players, but just seeing that moment of brilliance near the end out of Noya makes it all worth it. And this time,
not again. Oh,
not happening
God.
again. No, they pressed the right button. Noya back at it. What?
Oh my God, an absolute masterpiece, but also scramble in mid, leaving both teams 3-3 apiece. Most importantly, no dodo net for entry, but a teleporting Mel will make the space past the Vice wall. Thankfully, there's an alternate route for Alexis. Mel is just doing it all on her own with no smokes now hindering Alum. Gonna see if he can catch SRG crossing into the site, but no one's home, and that's fine because you're waiting for Boy to catch up. And meanwhile, you get a flank from Noya to dispatch this defense before they can really get set up for a retake.
Man, it's crazy to think Noya almost feels like she knows, right? Like she knows.
Noya's.
She knows. Sure. I mean, so realistically, that timing was great. And then immediately after smoking off their back end as well to make sure that they don't get backstabbed by a timing or caught off guard. And again, right, they fight towards mid, something that Shopify Rebellion Gold have been having a lot of success with, regardless of what happens with the duelists. They have success with the fight in mid and managed to carry that into round victories here, something that should be addressed by Nightblood. And hopefully, I mean, soon, right? Because we saw the pinstripe kill feed, right? It was going back and forth in trades, but near the end, Shopify Rebellion Gold was picking up more kills and pivoting a lot faster, taking space in other parts of the map, making it a lot easier for them to win these rounds. And now that it's secured even more, I mean, it wasn't a question in my mind, but we get even more confirmation to Shopify's play.
Good. Let's go.
And a healthy credit pool for SRG to continue buying up. It's just gonna further extend this. So an important timeout from NBG as we check in on the map 3 Ambrosia Winthrop. Ooh, that one's going the distance too, 10-10. Holy cow! Yeah, I'm going cross-eyed trying to pay attention to both matches at the same time. But it's been really cool actually this season to update you on multiple matches at once. But it's been a great week too.
It has been right here in Challengers. And again, just to reiterate what I said, right, Nightblood needing to kind of address the sort of mid-presence that we've been seeing out of Shopify Rebellion Gold. They're going to be talking about, you know, Kess has ultimate. They don't have as many credits. They need to start building up their bankroll if we want to see the all-father, the all-seeing eye of Kess come back up. And honestly, I kind of find it really funny that we make that analogy, considering that they are info initiator here.
SRG, I mean, they found success at both sites and even learning how to get across the Vice util by just simply teleporting past it. Maybe that's something Mel studied up on beforehand, so not just the paranoia to enable Donut, but just the ability to get past some util compared to the Astra, who has a lot more bells and whistles to play with after the buffs. They just have to be careful of Alum and whether or not they have it up. And, you know, with how broke NBG are, not expecting that, but light armor buys and a hero phantom from NBG side.
Not fighting for mid, expecting SRG to kind of counter that because SRG have been going mid and changing up their pacing. And instead allowing this player to push in, you know, Dodonet is pushing in as well, Aelin with the op, with the hero rifle.
Donut thought she sensed something at the the sight cut there, and unfortunately stood still, gave a chance for NBG lurking around. Shooter in the back, and for NBG to try to recover some of these weapons too. Meanwhile, Mel keeps this whole round close, hoping to race to the other side, but now mid will be cut off as Mel needs a bit of help and at least denies a chance for Cass to pick up a rifle.
Denies him that opportunity, but now with Mel out of it, puts into question, right? A lot of these rounds, you know, with her calling have been led to victory and success. We have one on each site, probably going to be playing for the A retake. We don't have too much weapons here, right? Nightblood Gaming does not have much to work with here, but they have done a lot of damage to Shopify Rebellion Gold, so regardless, this round is still proven fruitful.
Cover going out.
How they know?
A tougher round than SRG expected, and one that they still need to close out. 10 seconds. There is Quinn trying to prevent the plant, and this puts Alexis in a tough spot. And boy is around the corner, barely getting that plant off. Alexis locks in to the final duel, and of course the timing not favoring SRG for once. An unlucky look away, ring around the rosy. It's deadly. It's Alexis that tries to pivot and dance, but boy will defuse and clutch for NBG.
Ooh, that round was more than fruitful. It was successful. They let go of mid, and SRG tried to counter that by going into B, but it didn't work. The re-exploration in mid, out of the side of Mel, and the rest of the roster for SRG did not provide them much other than a pick on a limb. This 1-for-1 is really crucial, and again, right, Mel being alive in these like final moments have been so impactful. Without it, seems kind of rough in those cases.
Yeah, SRG went from such a beautiful execution of B, of full clearing, even sending Noya on the prowl on the flank, to dashing on in and not checking every little spot on the B site. So uncharacteristic slip up, but Hallam wants to capitalize on that paranoia, on that blind on SRG, and now it's just two dogs barking on the other side of the fence with no result.
But look who's down towards mid. Noya has some space here. Even if they are contesting it from afar, they still have a good sight line into mid, and they can recontest back into A if they need to. I mean, they're falling off on it, but no deaths, right? The key is that no one has fallen just yet. We have ultimates ready for both sides. I'm gonna use theirs for some info. Doesn't find much. Dodo on the entry.
And that breaks open the site. Now Kess with a recon with shock bolts. What? They get no pings off that. And Kess may have been paranoid there by Mel. And there's just no info and the suppression on top of that. But at the backside is NBG. That rip apart the setup of SRG that seemed so promising early. Off of the setup.
30 seconds left.
NBG now hold a crossfire as Sarah hopes to isolate one, does so. Successful. Shockbolt gets Win low, and Sarah executes yet on another, and the teamwork does make the dream work for SRG, but there's still one task left. The final boss of Pearl awaits, and it's Kess versus Alexis. Not the first or the last time we'll see these two superstars match, but it's with a spike planted and with Alexis feeling assured of the win, with Kess running out of time. Now, at least with that recon, you know where Alexis is. With the suppression, the defuse gets held halfway. Alexis just on prevention protocol, led fumbles and does not buy enough time for the defuse. NBG tie.
1 second was the difference. 1.7 seconds for even more. I mean, what a round, and the defuse comes through near the very end. And it's those small things I'm talking about, like SRG was fighting for security and heaven control, right? We see early they try to fight for it, but unfortunately, you know, retake protocols kick in. You have to make sure you don't lose on the defensive side, neither heaven nor security. And I mean, that's really important, right? If you make sure you have those two crucial choke points, you create such a strong opposition on the defense and allow, those are literally your 2 points of entry for retake. And unfortunately, for SRG, it's not something that they have been able to break without an ultimate in hand. For Nightblood, they're so content with retaking A as long as they have those 2 spots that they just stack up more of the Sentinel utility B, prevent Mel from pushing in at all, and fully have retake A protocols.
Oh, command from Alexis, surging to the very back, and boy, just parachute gets 2, and the no command is just not enough to silence the haters, to silence this defense. It's flawless at that.
And I mean, SRG went back to what they had previously, what worked previously, which was the push into mid. They managed to take a decent amount of space. Good timeout called here to prevent a lot of the bleeding, right? We are on the final game of this BO3, so it's do or die for both squads. And in my mind here, right, like they went back to what worked. They pushed into mid. Mid was something that they have explored consistently, and it had provided a decent amount of value. But the counter for that, Nightblood Gaming just held on, right? You just hold in space. And now Nightblood has 2 really solid ultimates, more specifically the Cosmic Divide more than anything. So how are you going to deal with that? How are you going to counter it? We're just seeing the moments of brilliance from some of these plays off Noya. Little Noya clip farm here.
Yeah, and the fact that they just tried to do what Noya did before solo, but as a team, and they all got wiped out. And I've really got to give a really shiny sticker to Boy, because this has been a player that sometimes gets outshined by how good the rest of his team is, and for him to really stand up tall in that round to hold his own, of course, with the help of his team, but to stop a duelist as good as Donut in the middle of her dash, it's pretty impressive.
Now, I mean, SRG, they have a buy up here. They're stacking into mid again. There's a counter from mid aggression on to Nightblood Gaming. They have 2 players posted up here. Remember how these rounds went previously. Hopefully this isn't the same. Alim's just getting aggro.
Oh, geez. NBG have needed to benefit from this mid presence from SRG. And SRG has out-pressured the defense. And now off this Hunter's Fury, Sarah and friends can walk away with dust in their trail. That NBG now have to pay attention to mid, and SRG can have almost an open sight. Depends how they deal with Boy here, and it's an immediate lock on 1. Traded, spike drop, but recovered or gathered, and it'll be an A site plant. But will Hwin and Kes get there in time? SRG are expecting someone else here.
They are, and look at the crucial tower control has been gained here by Kes. They fall off of it though, the smoke forcing them back into it. Again, they're planting for this tower wrap just in case, playing for security. And look at Hwin. Hwin's not even there, so the mind games are starting to race here. Mel taking the proactive approach in this round. Honestly, I feel like that's really critical for their success.
Trying to rotate anywhere outside of A is an overcook with 30 seconds left, so just trying to clear as much as they can. They haven't looked at this top window though. Now by clearing backside, SRG can just focus on that window, and with the neural theft, they'll get indication of where Kes is. And now with the drone, knowing at least where Mel is on site, but where's the second? Where is Noya? She already spots the barrel off the blind. And just delay is the game plan for SRG, but they're getting surrounded, and Mel holds her own, and so does Noya on the front, and they tie it up.
The relinquish of control out of tower and the fight for it, right, with Noya as well as Mel taking those really crucial retake spots, the proactivity out of Mel, it's just so beautiful to see the conversion come out for SRG. They, you know, it wasn't off the timeout exactly, it took a little bit of time. We did see a change of pace as well, with Alim going really fast and trying to take the fights. But at the end of the day, when all is said and done, Mel has been calling really good here and making sure she leads SRG to success.
There's been a lot of success at A. Just being able to smoke off the places you don't want to clear and taking your time. It's worked out for SRG to break that little win streak that NBG were on. They'll have their lurk of Noya inserted on the left side of the map. No mid peaks. NBG have Hwin and Boy in position, even with a Cosmic Divide too.
Back towards A, they, again, are going to fight for this control, and that's the initial start. And they clear out Boy. Immediately, Nightblood falling back to maintain space of security, as well as one in heaven.
What? Boy got that kill while blinded too. And a 3K? That's not a boy, that's a man. Okay, I'm gonna say it now. We've been waiting to see this evolution. And NBG, I mean, Boy was pinged by the drone too. Such at a disadvantage. And SRG cannot surge in to deal with the problem. It's a 2v2, so it's not over yet.
Last player standing.
Oh, wow. Still a problem. Her name is Noya. Alum is the solution. 1v1. With the spike still to be defused. Alum being loud and proud, doesn't want to waste any time. Bringing Noya into his line of sight. Now the pre-fire. Noya already takes a shot to the chest. Gonna disengage at 38. As Alum, the defuse halfway, is actually gonna try and stick it. Noya has to peek! And she did not expect him to hold that and just gonna decide to hold the weapon instead.
Last round before the switch.
I mean, I was about to be like, for every boy, there's a president. And then unfortunately, the country was not led to success there. Noya, who's been leading the charge 13-5, playing so well, just having the wrong read in that moment. And that one thing changes. Nightblood now with the 6, they have the leg up. And look at this positioning. It was so well. Boy was popping off. We see Alim going for trades. Noya was primed for this really successful 4K to lock things in, and fortunately just did not land. Now Alim taking a forward position for this B hit.
See, like, that was so unnecessary. Like, so unnecessary.
I was about to say, like, this could be really devastating because the spike's towards B, but unfortunately it doesn't even matter.
I gotta watch some Jet videos on how that's necessary, but NBG, loser duelist early. Don't know that cut down early by Fireball. And it's SRG. I get closed off by the Cosmic Divide, so this is also a boon to them because NBG don't know if SRG are still there or not. Did they pivot to A? All NBG can do is wait. They got no info off the recon from Kess.
Thinking about all these strategies, but that Cosmic Divide is just beautiful. And in terms of strategy, right, the fake, not the fake, but the hold to then pop onto B site is honestly really nice out of SRG because they have the numbers onto this, and it doesn't matter. Noya's gonna fall. No more numbers there. They have to entry fast here.
30 seconds left.
The threat on the high ground is smoked off, and Mel reacts perfectly to the walk up from Kess. And it's been lead change after lead change in terms of the numbers in this round alone. You got Mel. She says, let me cook, but not going to commit to the teleport. Now just dances with her life against Hwin, hoping for the teamwork of SRG to collapse on Hwin. And they do. They trade. It benefits SRG this time with a 6-6 half.
I mean, first we had Haven, which was super close. Then we have the equalizer coming out here. These teams are neck and neck at every single step, every which way we see it, every which way we slice it. It's 50-50. And at this point, they've been trading rounds. They've been trading multiple rounds in a row. Nightblood picking up 4, you know, SR picking up 2, then 3. The replay ops have really been on it, though, I will say, because that isn't necessary. And I feel like that kind of costs them, right? Because imagine the impact that you could have out of a player if we just had Alim eliminate the rest of the SRG squad who was pulling up. If Mel fell there, and Mel has been really crucial in the late rounds, it would have been an entirely different story. The scoreline probably would have changed up as well.
What a walk-up from SRG. Just 3 going down mid. Alum kills 2. And that is the Alum we know and love. With a third one? Oh, they just gotta buy pistols all the time. Because that just single-handedly dismantled mid for SRG.
Wow. Just the fact, I mean, I like the stack out of SRG, but at the end of the day, you can't discount the Alum factor. right? They're just popping off. It's huge for them. The plant's going to go down. They have the Vise utilities set up. They set the stars up for success, and now you just have Noya and Alexis to deal with the rest of the squad, and they won't be able to re-entry here safely, right? They're going to be met with hostiles at every step of the way.
And look at where this Vice wall is. If SRG don't cross together, they'll be isolated, and, well, if not, they'll be picked apart at range. NBG just simply outnumber them. And this is a cool use of the Vice on the post play. Hopefully we'll get to see more of it, but it will be NBG with back-to-back pistol rounds here on Abyss.
Something that might be crucial later down the line is the fact that Boy was all the way in spawn already. So they kind of are, even preemptively, were preparing for the potential of Noya and seeing how crucial they've been in these clutches. So having all that still is kind of important to bring up, because that if left unchecked, that could be a big problem. But the big problem here right now is also just the fact that individually, Nightblood Gaming is starting off hot. They've done this previously. They got the pistol. They're getting the pistol again here. Consistency, huge out of Nightblood.
Yeah, you talked about the 50-50, but SRG gambled on the wrong site. They're just gonna all walk up into the farmhouse. That is Boy, okay. 2 for 1. Pretty solid. And SRG have Noya running around mid, so how many weapons can NBG take into the next round? That is what's key to watch.
Here. I mean, right now, they have themselves 2 rifles and an outlaw, but with Alexis picking up the bonus buy weapon of the Bulldog, could be a nice little farm for them. They're going to try and take as many weapons out as they can. I mean, they're really late to the punch, so the timing's already running thin. It's a matter.
We'll get to see how Noya sets up in the future, too, as now the Sentinel, the one that has to hold down a site the same way Fireball did on the Vice at B. And you're seeing that same Vice post plant wall. So this will be cool to see how NBG can build off of this as well. This will be a 2-round lead. And with the state of the economy, the NBG are very happy to keep these weapons. At least the Vandal.
Do have the buy up here for Shopify Rebellion. Nothing in terms of ults just yet, just super early in the round. We haven't seen the pop-off moments for that to be built up here. Noya going for the Phantom, potentially. I mean, they're soloing towards A as well, so they kind of have to be that anchor, and we've seen a lot out of Noya as well. On the flip side, 1-2-2 spread with the bomb going down towards mid. I mean, actually going down towards A. I expect them to kind of go and lean A if they go for a mid play so they can contest some space out tower, potentially even draw some of the SRG players into mid. What an interesting Cypher trip off the wall, off the ceiling. What? Yeah, I mean,
trying to stop someone from jumping up on the box so Noya can play passive at back site, and we'll see if Noya's cooking the right way. That's what we were looking forward to. How can she fortify A? Because usually this top window will be smoked off, and Sarah can only do what she can if her recon hits or not. And Noya so far survives even through the Vice Thorns being thrown her way, but there is someone creeping up next to her.
Spooky. Still 5-5 though.
Oh.
I mean, we had Jinx, I guess, Lemon, but it's just a bit unfortunate on the timing. That's gonna draw Sarah to go back towards A. Nalim's good on the shot. There it is.
30 seconds left.
Like, who expects like a Jet to be lurking on the opposite side like in Narnia? Like, now NBG got free reign of B. They don't even need an entry. They've just been fragging. That's all it takes for NBG. SRG had the better buy. Like, it was light armor, it was Guardians, 1 Vandal, I think, for NBG. Like,
shadows traveling. So look at where Alim is, by the way. They're coming back from Narnia to join the main fight. So regardless of what Mel does here, it is a stacked deck. Like, you have to be truly amazing. And I believe Mel can get the 2 here, but at the end of the day, the pressure just built up. The chambers closing in on you as the pressure continues to mount, and now 3 found for Nightblood and no timeouts, if I'm not mistaken, available for SRG. Creates it. I lied, it seems. No, there is a timeout. It's perfect timing as well. Gives SRG some more room to work with.
And SRG just have to figure out the A side and just who expects like Alum to still be there. SRG probably had the read that NBG are pivoting sites, and for Alum to jump up at the spot that the trip was at, catching not only Noya but a second, like that round alone felt won just by Alum.
Honestly, I mean, yeah, because it did pressure a lot of the players out from mid, and we had a Noya kill reel, and now we get an Alum one as well. That type of stuff, right? Super crucial for denying players any information, because now, I mean, with Noya falling, and then it forces Sarah as well to go and re-clear, because you don't know if the rest of the team has walked up into it, so kerfuffle just blows up in your face that much faster.
SRG just won't be able to buy up, and we'll have to gamble stack again, where their last eco was over on the A side, and Boy has been the guy to watch for those flanks. He did so on Haven, and SRG have adapted to now having to watch a little extra carefully these corners. So this time SRG are going to gamble, and not only that, get aggressive off B, and Dodonut is huge with the pistol. And this weapon could be recovered if SRG keep on the press, but this corpse is too far away.
Gamble stack working out, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be the weapons advantage still in favor of Nightblood. So they got to dig deep. They're on the defense, though, so I give them one piece of credit here, is that they stick together. We see the 3-stack core, Dodo and the 2 initiators walking around together. As long as they can keep that up and set up Dodonut for success, huge for SRG.
Now, the cards, the dice are in the hands of NBG. Where do they want to roll up to next? Pings are going down at B. Got alert from Boy to watch any kind of flank that SRG like to do. Cross map. They did on Haven.
The knife finds nothing. The knife finds nothing. The knife finding nothing is going to call for the rotate. And look who got out. Noya is out of here. So they're going to know where this spike is going down. The spike did go down, and they don't have too much in terms of retake potency.
It's the power of this Vice on post plant. Like, look at the delay to Thorns at the mid cut, to the high ground, to smokes. Like, SRG just they did good damage. Of course, they got first blood, but they didn't recover the weapon. And now they got to face all this post plant util, but the Sheriffs still hurt when they hit the head. And SRG bring this to a 2 versus 1, but time is running out, and Hwin is in such a difficult spot to dislodge, and swings at the perfect time to clutch up for NBG.
Oh, man, but it does make the NBG bleed, right? They won 4 in a row, but that was left with only 1. Economy-wise, it should start to build for Shopify. If Shopify can pick this up, that is, more future-proofing than anything. And you do have 3 rounds until that future looks bleak, unfortunately. But for SRG on the defense here, they have Dodonut, not only with an op in hand, but the retake Blade Storm available. They're setting them up towards both Alexis and Dodo. More nerdy trips, but they don't get set up. They get flushed out by Nightblood.
And Hwin bought light armor, so not sure if they're saving up for something special, but Alum saving 1 special bullet for Sarah with a first blood opening in mid. And NBG, if they're allowed to have all 5 players on post plant, it's gonna be just impossible for SRG, especially against the Vice, the smokes, the Thorns. Like, you don't know what awaits you on the other side, including the Vice flashes. So SRG have to put a lot of eggs in the Dodonut basket, not only now, but just in the future, to get these first picks, to get them more consistently at that. And Nightblood can just repeat the same play in their playbook.
I mean, and future-proofing doesn't matter when the current round is falling out of your favor. Just the deep vice wall, as well as just being able to take space. Gosh, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
I don't know what to analyze here when I just see.
That kind of breaks your brain when you're looking. We want to keep that. We want to keep that, right? Okay.
Yeah. I was about to say, no, that's so smart. That's so smart. Because now they can't go for the kill shot, right? It's too far away. And from once, that was such a silly ending. But
Alum has been really key this match, though. Just to re-highlight the duelist matchup, we have previously hyped up the fact that Donut is experienced on the Jet. And I would say more so than Alum, just based on the fact that we've seen more Yoru and Neon. And the fact that Alum is outclassing Donut is really surprising to me, just based on hours alone.
Honestly, it just feels like Alum's just playing this like rank where it's like, all right, we're going to just go in and shoot. Like the push down towards mid and the ability to get in and out, right? Calling is there. Alum falling, scaring everyone at home, but nope, they're back towards safety. They still have 5 players up and alive. Nightblood's going to get a fast plant at that as well.
You are divided.
Knives out with a shorty, Cosmic Divide, but SRG have already crossed that barrier. And now with the blind onto Alum, SRG just can't get sightlines, and it's Kess suppressing them. So although there's a beautiful line, Mel still has another one in the back pocket. Throws it out. No kills follow through. SRG have no info. Don't know where anybody is. As soon as they walk in, it's traded. And NBG have 3 left. And it's up to Donut to really shine. And with the help of her teammate as bait, Donut will get the kill, but with no health, she'll still pull off the scenario in a 1v1. But it's Alum with knives out that cuts down the chances of SRG. Now match point, series point.
Match point.
Oh, and that is just devastating. 6 in a row from a 6-6 half. We even saw a timeout out of Shopify Rebellion Gold, and it just was rough. And we're talking about, you said on social media, like the SRG squad's talking about, how they're letting games slip away from them, and it feels like a repeat of history here in Challengers. That's such a rough thing to say, but the reality is painted here. And sure, I can give some nuggets of hope of, we have 2 ultimates available. The neural theft can be really crucial, but they're gonna need to really dig for some heroics here off the Shopify Rebellion Gold side.
And this is just another map that SRG have to work on. I think they've only played it once with this core, with Donut.
Yeah.
And it could just simply be an experience thing and just a wrong day for them, because this is very uncharacteristic of SRG to fall this bad on offense when this has been... They've been together for years, but we'll see how this round ends up. 3 versus 3 and a broken bye for SRG, leading NBG to just put a bow, a cherry on top to this round. Alexis is 5 HP. She's got 1 shot, 1 opportunity, literally, where she will fall, and she has a flash.
Oh.
Now she can play off her own flash this time. And the paranoia goes through. Who in Fireball with the ult left denies Donut her weapon.
30 seconds left.
But can wait it out. Spike hasn't even been planted yet.
Spike planted.
Donut, Vandal is back. Dash activated, and Fireball lights up what's left of SRG. And it's a map 3 win for Nightblood to get their first win in Challengers.
Pick it up. Nightblood Gaming managed to take it, and they have a 1-1 record back up into the Swiss stage. Hats off to Nightblood Gaming. I mean, this was a team that upset previously on YFP. They managed to do well. This is one of those teams that I will probably say is going to get better within Challengers over time, but you do have the unfortunate reality of SRG falling a little bit short. Still, though, both teams fought valiantly, took it to game 3, made it competitive between them. I always love, that's my favorite thing, right, is when a match gets competitive, right? I'm always here for the storylines of 2 teams fighting it out. But unfortunately, it's going to be Nightblood Gaming. Actually, no, fortunately for Nightblood Gaming, they managed to pick up a victory after having a hard-fought battle against YFP.
And we didn't even get to see the potential of Nightblood Gaming's offense on Abyss because they got rolled 10-2 on their defense against YFP, that the game was kind of over by then. And this is where apparently Nightblood flourishes on offense, off of Alum's blood, sweat, and tears, just the entirety of the team adapting their comp and thriving, clearly doing the work between weeks. A big congratulations to Nightblood Gaming. So we're going to say goodbye for now, but we want to hear from the desk, and don't go anywhere. We're going to have an interview with Nightblood Gaming, so we'll see you soon.
I feel like in open tournaments, even teams that are, you know, more inexperienced and haven't been together as long are all like clawing to be the best team and to win. I feel like the energy is like everybody's trying to be the absolute best. So that is something I feel is a little bit different than Game Changers, because there isn't a lot of Game Changers teams at the moment. So it's hard to field that kind of competitive environment when there's just so few teams right now. So playing in open tournaments, I feel like we kind of get that sort of push for us to be even more competitive and for us to try even harder against these teams who are also trying just as hard. I feel like this is not a diss to Floor, because obviously Floor is just the best Game Changers player to exist. But I feel like we're more well-rounded as a team because it's not solely focused on setting up Floor now, where it's more so everyone on the team has an opportunity to pop off. Obviously Karn is insane and she's still a pop-off duelist for sure. But I think it made everybody else think, okay, I need to step up and I need to be able to, you know, frag out a bit more to fill Floor's shoes, essentially. To be in Challengers, it feels like my entire career and my team's entire career, I've kind of led up to this. It feels like this is always what we've been working towards. So honestly, at first it was a little anticlimactic because it was like, oh, well, we did it. Now what? So to be able to compete in these matches and play against better competition, it's honestly really fun more than anything, but also it is like a breath of fresh air to be able to play against new players and new teams and all that. Honestly, my only expectation for us is for us to do our best, and if we do that, then I'm happy, to be honest. I'm not going to set a super high goal or expectation. I just want us to do our best, to be honest.
Player stand.
To Abyss, a map that might have been a little shaky but didn't seem like it. Nightblood Gaming to get the victory in the end. I mean, Ash, throughout this series, a lot of times this was step in step and a lot of good moments from both teams, but in the end, Nightblood Gaming with the upper hand.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because we have consistently seen these strong starts from Shopify Rebellion, but then once Nightblood kind of get a taste of how SR are playing on the map, what their tempo is like, what their defaults are looking like, that's where you see Nightblood really starting to come alive and looking to counter that, trying to find those timings up against them, and just a bit more of like a slow start team that shifts into like this heavy momentum. But honestly, I don't even feel like it's necessarily like momentum based play. I feel like they're just more so slow starters.
I mean, once Steve's got warmed up, it was really, really cool to see. I love that we got to see, Dan, multiple like 3Ks or like clutch situations coming out from both that really just got to highlight, I mean, every player across the board at some point.
Yeah, it is really nice instead of Nightblood, especially with the way they started this match. It seemed like at least in the beginning it was going to be over in 2 and they were not going to be able to get the win. So that comeback that Nightblood had, especially Alim, is really nice to see playing across a few agents too. And when the side of SR, I think it just felt like an off game for them. Honestly, I think they had some great ideas, like you said, individually, some great moments, some great micros, but it is really not like them to lose the bonus and lose the momentum completely, right? They start to come back, they start to have these pieces come back. I don't really know what it was, but I mean, for Nightblood is a great work of adapting and working around that. You work with your own strengths but also with all the weaknesses that you see on the other side.
Yeah, and speaking of working with those strengths, I know Fireball Ops, he didn't necessarily have the flashiest map, but I think that there were some nice things that we saw on defense from NBG that kind of leans into the idea of, okay, let's take a beat to see how Shopify Rebellion are playing, and then immediately looking to kind of counter that, knowing that Dodo Nut, when they're hitting towards that B site, she prefers to do that like very default, like updraft dash onto top site, and having those vines able to counter it. We saw Fireball able to kind of shut her down and divide her up from the rest of the team who's not able to like follow up in that sense either. So honestly, really nice heads up plays from them. It was nice to see the adaptations happening live in the server.
And an adaptation that even happened before we got into the game itself too was a little bit of a not a role swap, an agent swap coming out for Alum. Last time when we got to see this Abyss, it was this Yoru instead and didn't really pan out. But him on the Jet, he's been doing really, really well all series. Do not get me wrong, but Dan, this agent swap I think was just the thing needed. And honestly, with some of these multi kills he was getting, some of these shots, there wasn't even room for Shopify Rebellion to try and even get back into some rounds if they wanted to.
Really cool to see Ellen popping off and having these great moments. Again, we saw a bunch of agents being played today just on the duelist role. That Yoru, second map with the Neon, and this Jet to close it out, where, I mean, you know that he's going to be comfortable on the Jet. It's a good map as well for it. You're going to be able to play around with the Operator, with the Outlaw too. But, I mean, him by himself, he's already such a fragger that the map kind of worked around him in a way.
Yeah, it was nice with the space and everything else that he was able to make on some of these rounds. That really did just make the difference. And that's all right. We didn't need to show that right at the end. We're talking the good things, but all right. All right. This is how we're gonna play it. That's all right, that's fine. On that note, but minus how those replays ended, we got to see a lot of good stuff. So we have none other than Alum on the line for our interview. So heading on over to that. First off, congratulations on the series win. It was a long one. This was an insane series. How are you feeling after that?
I'm very nervous. Very, very nervous. I'm shaky. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's visible. I'm like so shaky. I'm happy the shots hit sometimes. Like I don't even know how, but I'm just too nervous. But I'm happy. It's a long game. Very, very happy.
I mean, where do you think the nerves come from? Were you nervous like playing and being broadcasted? Like
I have no clue. We scream a lot. We put hard work in, and during the scrims, it's not even an issue. I think it's somewhere like back of my mind, like, oh, there's people watching, and I start getting a little nervous. I think just because people are watching. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, I could not tell that in the server whatsoever with the performance that you're able to put up today. So congratulations on hiding the nerves there. I want to talk first about that third map where you're able to close out. So last week, we saw you guys up against YFP. We saw this Yoru instead. Didn't necessarily pan out. And now the adaptation into the Jet today. I want to know how you feel about that change now.
Oh, I'm feeling perfect because we played Yoru. This wasn't not my kind of play style. It's too much util to worry about. And I like taking fights kind of dry with no util. And then we scrimmed against MIBR against Aspas, and we like their approach and their gameplay, where we just let Aspas do whatever, just make pressure on the map, and then you guys won. And we stole the comp from another team. We stole it from EG, and then stole the approach from MIBR, and just let me do my own thing, and just my team sets me up, and I get the kills.
Hey, if it works out, absolutely no shame in stealing a comp from someone else. It definitely seemed to fare well for you today. I want to talk about the mentality too of going into this long series. Obviously, that first map, we got into the triple OT loss there. That was crazy. Then Shopify Rebellion Gold on map 2, 5 rounds in a row. You call a timeout, and then win 12 in a row. Like, what was that switch there to make that happen?
It's more of our coach calls. He doesn't really give us a direction. He just says like, stop being scared, just swing and shoot. That's what timeout is for. Like, yo, catch a breath, take a step back, and just don't be a coward and just swing and kill him. And that's generally the approach, how we like get it back. Because once we like lose 3 or 4 in a row, we start playing scared because there's like stakes. But then you just tell us, no, just back up and just y'all practice, y'all know what you're doing, just do your thing.
I mean, the confident approach definitely worked out because you're all very capable of shooting. So now with Nightblood Gaming, of course, we're looking at a lot of really strong teams and challengers. This is a nice win today. How are you feeling about the rest of the split and the other teams that you'd be going up against?
Feeling confident. We put a lot of time in. Feel confident. We do our best. We do what you gotta do. And if we lose, we lose. We win, we win. Just can't regret it. And just look forward.
That's awesome. Alan, thank you so much for the chat. Have a good night. All right. Congrats again.
Yep, thank you. Peace out.
Peace. All right, back over to the desk. Dude, if I had nerves like that, I wouldn't be able to hit a shot. So being able to just consistently drop as many kills as he's been able to, Ash, despite that, crazy.
Hey, sometimes it just comes with, you know, the innate ability to do so. You kind of got to let instincts take control a little bit every once in a while. But I think it's also nice to kind of hear him even admit that on stream. Not all players are going to be able to, you know, allow that vulnerability to kind of show in that way. So I have a lot of respect for Lim for being able to say that.
If that's like, I'm a nervous wreck right now, Alan, and still putting up those numbers, I do not want to see him like when all of a sudden those are just completely calm. That'll be absolutely crazy. But congratulations yet again to Nightblood Gaming being able to get this win on the board. And looking over to our bracket, kind of talk a little bit on the day. Dan, we're now, I mean, halfway through the week. There's still going to be matches tomorrow, but I think it's interesting that we get to see a little bit from everyone so far.
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted last week, right? We were talking about like, oh, I want to see this other match that is going on the B stream. I want to see this other team that I haven't been able to see. But slowly but surely, we're going through and getting the chance to do that. Tomorrow, I just want to say I'm excited. We have such good matches. I can't wait.
I wonder which one you're most excited for as you're tweeting about Qbert Academy and how good they're going to be.
I was not going to say it, but if you're gonna say it, then I'll talk about it. I can't wait to see Qbert Academy. This is like one of my favorite teams right now. Also, they have it also might just be because they have a really nice plushie. That might be part of it. But in general, the team is amazing, and they had a crazy comeback last week. I'm like, I want to see that on the mainstream. I want to be analyzing this here.
I mean, the plushie buff is absolutely real, but definitely a super exciting team to be witnessing so far. And how the other matches kind of wrapped up for today. M80 with the win, Winthrop University with that win as well. So really good stuff over there. Cannot wait to go back and see those replays. But Dan, I know what you're excited for tomorrow. Ash, anything else that we'd like to wrap up today? A nice little bow on top.
For wrapping up today, I mean, I think I gotta agree with Dan on Qbert Academy. That's like undeniable. But this is also, I guess, a hint to all other VCL teams. Maybe make a plushie to get the desk a little bit more biased.
Is that easy?
It is that you know, a sad esports teddy bear would go pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie. But I am looking forward to tomorrow. I think today's matches were great. I'm just glad that I went at least even in my predictions.
That's all that matters in the end. And I went positive, so
okay.
I'm going to give myself the pat on the back there, and I'll end it off here. Thank you, everyone, so much for tuning in. Production crushing it. You guys are crushing it, and the casters as well. A lot more matches tomorrow. It'll be a good time. We'll see you then.
A plant this can be with all the smokes in the way, rankers won't challenge it yet. They're not pressed. They know it's about the war, not just the fight. And with the rolling thunder, Burger Boyz waste no time trying to put rankers' backs against the wall, because it is do or die for the map. And the deficit grows for Burger Boyz with Matt left, but secures 2 kills. The cane swing is 2.
Space B, a little bit more sneaky, kind of how it like Inspire was on Haven.
Of course, we know these are ranked demons, but just a reminder that we haven't seen rankers play Abyss, even in stage 3, and even now. So this is kind of a new comp. This is a new showing, and I guess it doesn't matter.
Start this off rather strongly.
Damn. Oh, Alvin. Oh, wait, King's there again? Not again. Dude, man. Rankers are stoic in these positions, and Burger Boyz are trying to fight back with shooting the Euro clone. That's not a good start, but Alvin with 3 can only do...
He has it.
Well, it's being tapped, and Burger Boyz, I like that they're confident enough to go for the paranoia to try and peek, and even through the one-way, Burger Boyz tried to go down with a roar, and Rankers off the one-way. That's all they need to do is shoot the little toesies, and it's just the Kane ult to get them back on their feet, and it's Alvin, the last one left in a 1v4 against 3 Vandals and a Sheriff, and there's nothing more he could do. Rankers with a 2-0 sweep will finish week 2 2-0.
We need to stick together, play together, and just shoot them back mentality that worked so well for Rankers previously on this map. And they're running their comp, so it's working amazingly.
I like this call from SRG to go for a B site because you're facing it off, and this is the most awkward place to play an op. But off the flash, NBG try to jump in, but into the loving arms of Noya that sends them right. Activated. NBG shutting down all the util, getting rid of Noya, and the lockdown will still ensue from Fireball.
Man, it seems like I might have cursed it here. And 5 players up on site. Alexis and Sarah needing to step up beyond the plate and hit multiple home runs in a row. A unicorn of a round, if I've ever seen one, is what needs to happen here.
And Alexis has no util either. Now 1v4 to save the map, to prevent Abyss. And it can't happen. A bow, a cherry on top to this round. Alexis is 5 HP. She's got 1 shot and 1 opportunity, literally, or she will fall, and she has a flash. Now she can play off her own flash this time. And the paranoia goes through. Win and Fireball with the ult left denies Donut her weapon. Can wait it out. Spike hasn't even been planted yet. Donut, Vandal is back. Dash activated, and Fireball lights up what's left of SRG. And it's a map 3 win for Nightblood to get their first win in Challengers. They'll plant this